can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny, what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can't keep your radio back.
Happy Saturday. Meow. Oh my god, we gotta get started. We gotta get going. How is everybody doing? Hope everyone is having a beautiful Saturday. Thank you for the butterflies in chat. I might as well match those butterflies. Uh? Uh? So we're here. We're here once again. Oh my god, chat. I've been dealing with so much stuff. We're getting there. We're getting there as far as the upgrades go. I'm sorry it's been so slow. I just got a little note on my door from... You can't see it. You can't see it because it's too bright. Maybe that's better. I'm like trying to make sure I don't dox myself in showing that either. No, it doesn't have my address or anything. It just has a QR code. But I just got a little note from UPS. Sorry we missed you. You weren't here when we came by to drop off. Yeah, it's the Stream Deck. It's the Stream Deck. I'm really excited to get the Stream Deck. I'm not even sure what I will do with a Stream Deck, but I know that like it'll make the stream a lot more smooth. I'll have like buttons to push to go from like this scene to that scene, and I'll really have to upgrade my OBS skills in order to maximize that. But yeah, I appreciate you know the all the support I've gotten from crowdfunding via Throne. I'm looking forward to showing you what that looks like and what the effect is on the stream. And for those of you that have donated, where exactly these pieces of equipment live in my setup. So you'll all be getting either a picture or a video pretty soon. But yeah, still waiting until the next business day, I guess. You know, it's the whole thing. Like, I swear to God, I don't want to complain because I know that probably delivering for UPS is like not a great job. Like, it's probably a job that like it's one of those jobs where they sort of put you in an impossible situation, right? Where they're like, you got to be at this place and this place and this place, and you got this much time to do it. So I don't know. There's probably some reason, but does anybody else get this where, you know, you get the note on your door and you were there, you didn't hear a knock, you didn't hear a ring, you didn't hear anything. They were just like, oh, sorry, we missed you. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of, I was here. I was here. I would have thought I would have heard something, but yeah, who knows? Who knows what kind of, you know, sort of time limits people are put in working delivery for UPS. So I don't want to blame the delivery people, but we'll hopefully get it on Monday. Hopefully it'll come by, and maybe I should leave a note outside of just like, hey, here's my signature. Just leave it, please. Like, you know, I'll brave the possibility of piracy over, you know, just not getting something delivered. But yeah, still waiting on that. And then the other thing is the XLR cable. To those who, so you know, like I mentioned that I needed one more XLR cable to complete the setup yesterday, and I put that on there, and it immediately got fulfilled. But the person that fulfills it, like the company that makes the XLR, that like they were like, oops, sorry, we don't have one. Sorry, we were out of inventory. Sorry about that, right? So that means that the money that got donated, which I think was $16, goes into my balance. So I went ahead and put that balance towards like a XLR that hopefully is there. So anyway, yeah, sorry, I'm trying to do my best with I really appreciate the crowdfunding, and I didn't want you to think that I'm just like, you know, pocketing the money or anything like that. I put it towards a new one, but like, yeah, the other thing about it is like this one has like fees for delivery and shit like that, so it's like 70% filled. Anyway, we'll get it when we get it, and the sound system will get upgraded. Right now, I mean, I hope you like the upgraded you know, visuals, right? We got rid of the green screen, or like at least I'm not bound to the green screen. Wait, who just side glanced your comment and went bad leftist? What am I missing from chat? sternly corrected by John the Duncan for babbling about how Trump should be barred from running. Wait, what? One time I was sitting outside on the porch. I went inside to get some water, and by the time I got back, 30 seconds later, you got a "sorry we missed you" note on your door. Yeah, well, I don't want to blame the people that are delivering it. I know that cannot be an easy job, and like I said, when fucked up shit like that happens, it's usually because of the policy, the impossible policy that they put people through to deliver that stuff. So I'm sure it's something like that they've got less time than the deliveries that they have to do would allow. But yeah, so yeah, it's coming together, and I'm liking the new look, and my room is now filled up with boxes. We've got the microphone, we've got the giant arm that holds the microphone. We've got the interface, that's what this is called. We've got the interface, and we've got the clean gain. So yeah, it's really coming together, and I'm looking forward to upgrading the sound now that I've upgraded the video. So thank you to everybody who's donating on Throne. That really helps me out. Also, shout outs to my Fancy Weasels. Almost said Fancy Weevils. Fancy Weasels over on Patreon. Patreon Fancy Weasel tier and up gets a shout out, and that is Shakespeare and Omega Star. Thank you for being Fancy Weasels. You're an inspiration to weasels everywhere, actually. Oh God, what's going on in the Shorts Hell stream? Is there bad stuff? Is there bad stuff? I don't know if you know this, but I am a mod too, on my own. Just a warning, if you post anything weird in the Shorts chat, there's some chance you'll get banned. Nothing personal, but we get a lot of weirdos over on Shorts, so there's like not a lot of tolerance there for weirdness. So yeah, just please watch your comments, and no advertising. I guess we had an issue with that yesterday. That's not what my stream is for. If you are caught doing advertising, the very least your chat will be erased. If not, you'll get timed out or banned. Anyway, what's going on, everybody? How is everyone doing? Their trucks don't have AC. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. So I don't want to yeah. Usually if something's going wrong, it's probably to do with the corporate policy. Do I have a mixer yet? I mean, yeah, that's what Thomas Jerome Newton is asking. I guess this is a mixer? Is it? It's a Scarlett Solo. Is this considered a mixer? I'm sorry, I'm so not great on tech. I guess not, because it's a Solo, since it's got one channel, so it's not exactly a mixer. No, you're right, Thomas. I don't have a mixer. I don't even know what I should put up. The other thing that I've got my eye on is oh yeah, also chat, while we're at it, can we check, am I freezing at all? Am I hiccuping? Is my movement smooth? That's just an interface. Okay, so I don't have a delivery ninjas. I have literally been stood at the door, and they have emailed saying I wasn't in. Oh no. See, there's got to be some reason that they're doing it, though. There's got to be some sort of thing that they're under, this imperative and that imperative, and that's usually when shit like that happens. From having worked not so great jobs myself in the past, right, when weird stuff happens, it's usually because the corporate policies are ridiculous. Key lights are looking nice. Yeah, I know, it really improves the look of everything. Oh yeah, so I just wanted to make sure I'm not freezing or anything. I think I would see it on my end if I was freezing. We had a little bit of a scare as far as bitrate, but and that's what causes that. But yeah, the things I've got my eye on next are a camera, right? To be able to it'll improve my image for a stream, and also to be able to do like video essays and stuff like that, which would be really cool. And I probably need to do if I want to grow on YouTube. That's generally how one grows, unless you just want to like affix your lips to somebody's ass and try to, try to grow that way. I don't feel like that's the best way. So, grow through making videos that bang in the algorithm. And then people are telling me that I need to upgrade my computer. It is like about 10 years old at this point, I think. I mean, so yeah, that's probably true as well, but I'm gonna have to rely on people's advice for that. Make sure to, I almost feel like there should be like a tech suggestions channel in Discord. Oh, speaking of Discord, yeah, we've got the Weasel Cord up and running. I've added a moderator role, so if you haven't gotten that role yet, let me know and I will add it to your account on Weasel Cord. The mods are in there right now. Next are going to be the weasels, the patrons are going to be in there next, right? And then after the patrons, the subs and the members, and then we'll bring on everyone else. The whole thing is that like my Discord was set up by somebody who knows more about Discord than me, and they're gone. They've disappeared, right? We no longer talk, so I'm not even sure how the permissions on the main Discord work. So we're setting up a new Discord, hopefully for the future. It's going to take a while to get together, but the main thing that I want it to work for is a place for the mods to communicate, so that you don't have to talk to each other in chat. That's always messy when you have to argue with other mods in chat, and I know how that is. So I wanted to give you a voice channel and a text channel to be able to talk to each other, and then a place for the patrons to be able to find out, like, because like the biggest thing about Patreon is that people, you get perks, right? If you are a basic weasel, you get certain points. If you are a fancy weasel, you get other perks. If you are a right, with each tier there's different perks. Well, sometimes people can't find their perks because Patreon is notoriously really bad at showing you that. So you're like, hey, I'm paying however much a month, and I don't see all the perks I was promised. Like, what is up with this? Well, hopefully the Discord will be able to link all the perks so that people will be able to get their money's worth out of being patrons. So, the Shorts Weasel Motel. Shorts is like a fly trap, zap. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. It's a mixed blessing. I don't know. I've actually been surprised. I like the black background with the bisexual lighting. Yeah, I kind of stole this look a little bit from H3, believe it or not. Mommy needs a mixer, Alesis, or wait, are you joking about Behringer? I've always liked Behringer gear, but people tell me it's cheap and shitty. Like, I had a pair of Behringer headphones though for when I was DJing that I loved. I loved those Behringer headphones, but then again, I never tried a Sennheiser headphone or anything nicer, so I don't really know if I'm missing out on anything. Jon Stewart has a nice new short about the media. I wonder how much Jon Stewart I'm allowed to watch, right? I always worry with stuff that's on TV that I'm gonna get shit canned for reacting to it. The background does look really good. Hey, what's up, Banaxi? Am I a Twitch developer? I'm not sure what developer is like. Oh my gosh. That's like programming, right? Is that what developers do? They do programming. So yeah, just for anyone who's just joining us, I've received a lot of the stuff that from Throne. You can tell from my background that I'm able to use a real background. We're off of the green screen now, so that's thanks to the key light. Like probably slightly better image than you're used to getting. I kind of zoomed in on myself too. I don't know if that's vain, but I went ahead and did that. And then as far as the sound stuff, it's coming bit by bit. Just having yeah, like it's a whole chain. Like there's a microphone, the SM7B, and that connects to. Wait, where did I even put this? Oh my god, I wanted to show you the XLR chat. If I can find it. that's not good. Oh wait, it's right. Is it here? Is this it? Yes. Okay, so yeah. Microphone to XLR, right? That's what this is. And then from there it goes to the cloud lifter. So then yeah, the microphone gets plugged into this, and that gets plugged into this, and then that gets plugged into the interface, right? So what I'm missing, I think, is the XLR to go into the interface. So yeah, but we're 70% funded. Thank you to those who donated to that yesterday on Throne. They didn't have the one in that I ordered, and then I took the donations for that one and I put them into another one, but it turns out that this one costs more for shipping and handling for some reason. So that one's 70% funded. So it's like a microphone to XLR to Cloud Lifter, and then Cloud Lifter to interface. That's what we're still missing. Oh, as far as the Stream Deck is supposed to come, but it, like, again, that was the note I got today from UPS. Sorry we missed you. Sorry we missed you. Well, I didn't hear them knock, but I guess I must have missed them. Hopefully that they say that'll arrive on Monday, so that's coming. And yeah, the stream's gonna have a massive jump in quality. So yeah, we're gonna be covering some TYT stuff today. Not just TYT, but I mean, I guess like TYT adjacent, or like TYT alums, really. I wanted to take a look at what Francesca's been doing, actually. If you don't know, Francesca Fiorentini, formerly, I don't think, does she still work at TYT? I think she's formerly of TYT. Oh my gosh. Whoa, that is like, wow. Oh my God, you're so nice. Thank you, Agleith. And that was really quick. I hate that this is such a pain in the ass, because I feel like I'm always asking for stuff. I'm like, oh, you know, could I? But yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there, and the sound's gonna be on par now. The visual is better. Yeah, she still does work there some. Yeah, Francesca's really cool. She's one of my favorite like voices there. She's been going on Piers Morgan, and oh my God, Adirola has purple hair now? I didn't know. God, I kind of wish that like some other online shows had bigger operations so they could kind of soak up all the good people from TYT, because TYT is an absolute trash virus. We're gonna see today later when we watch the Anna segment. But yeah, Francesca's been going on Piers Morgan, and like, I mean, if you know, you know. It's like the worst debate show ever. It's so frustrating, and you know, Francesca's there fighting the good fight. And she actually did a reaction to her appearance, which, you know, you'll see when I show you, right, why she did that, because it's bad, right? That she's not able to talk, and it's a simple question, right? You know, the football guy, the kicker guy that went and spoke at a graduation and was like, all you women out there, I know you think you're going to be a CEO. I know you think you're going to be important in business, but your biggest job, your best job is to pump out those babies. Pump out those babies, right? And you know, he's a fucking, you know, the guy's a joke, right? It should be an easy, there's not even a question there. It's just a backwards ass misogynist that everybody, including conservatives, should probably condemn. But instead, you know, it turns into like, well, you know, he's got his idea. Some women like pumping out babies. Some women like being in the kitchen. Like, he didn't really say anything wrong. Pierce is such a joke. Pierce is such an absolute joke. So we're going to watch that today. We are going to get to, we're going to get to the TYT segment, see who Anna's new friend is. I know you're excited to find out Anna's new friend. No, it's not Actual Justice Warrior. That would be Anna's old friend. And this is a new friend who's apparently a leftist. We're going to see what kind of leftist Anna actually approves of, or maybe I shouldn't say leftist. Maybe I should just say Marxist, right? Because we are talking about one of those zero books types of you know, the sort of class reductionist style of leftist. So we're going to take a look at that, and then after that, possibly wait, let me scroll up here so that you can actually see. Oh wait. Missing this. Here we go. Boom. Scroll up. Boom. Okay, so I got some special stuff for you today for the extra segment, right? Now, my prediction, now you don't have to vote for this. You vote for what you want, okay? This is your choice. The second segment is your choice. Don't ever let me sway you. I predict that you're gonna want to choose this one. Because it's MTG and Roseanne Barr talking about QAnon together, right? MTG has kind of shut up about QAnon since the space lasers debacle, right? Wow, do I still have Pod Save America? Yeah, it keeps on getting voted for, so I decided to keep bringing it back, right? Pod Saves America and their bad TikTok take, that's available to vote for too. Also, people mentioned a old, God, I shouldn't say friend. He was never a friend. He was a weirdo in my chat. He was an orbiter. He was, and then he was just a fucking hater. And then he was just a fucking hater making like weird videos about me. But tomfoolery, right? She was finally on the other foot. I don't really want to cover the guy. Like I know he's talked massive amounts of shit about me. I don't really have a desire to cover him again, but if people are interested in what's going on with this guy, he's kind of a shit show. Like, right? He's like we first I think I first mentioned him talking about Vosh, talking about some of the bad takes on Lowly, right? This is a guy that actually advocates for digital approximations of child exploitation materials to be created in the name of harm reduction. I hope that I'm getting that right there, because he will complain if I'm not, right? He'll say that I'm calling him a PDF file. Tom, I never called you that. But if the fedora fits, I don't know, what is a fedora? I don't know, whatever a PDF wears. If that fits, like, I don't know, I feel like you're kind of telling on yourself there. You have a bad take. I don't want anything to do with it. I think, like, you know, what you're talking about there. I think that Twitch made a good choice in banning you, but, you know, hey, that's just my opinion, right? And then more recently he's come up because it was revealed that some Reddit accounts that are talking the guy up, he's a Destiny orbiter, and they're always like, yeah, Thomas the best, Thomas great, Thomas got so much Riz, right? It's like, wow, these people on Reddit really like tomfoolery for some reason. Turns out they were tomfoolery. Turns out it was him. Turns out he was alting, and apparently he's been revealed as being alting again. He's been President Sundays caught him lying. So there's now like it's now like everybody going after tomfoolery. I guess kind of the weakest link amongst Destiny orbiters. I don't know, would he be the weakest link? But anyway, if you want it, it's there. I've over-explained him. He doesn't deserve to be talked about this much. I really have no interest in talking about the guy, but we can take a look if you want to, since people were talking about him yesterday in chat. Hopefully those were not tomfoolery alts that were talking about him in chat. Hopefully I'm not getting debated into talking about this irrelevant piece of shit by this irrelevant piece of shit. But I trust you're real chatters in there. We've also got North Korean poop balloons flying over South Korea, right? See what that's about. So these are your choices for today. Whoopsie indeed. I'm still intrigued by the poop balloons. Yeah, so yeah, again, vote for what you want to vote for, okay? But be careful what you vote for, right? Riverboat Jack talked about him last night on stream. Wait, you're not talking about Tom, are you? Let me see. Wait, I'm trying to figure out what Fresh Out is talking about. Can you show this with puppets instead? I wouldn't pierce on him if he was, oh my god, Bad Lefty. Bad Lefty, is that like a member chat? I don't know why that's not showing up. I just see member 6 months. It's not showing up as a member chat for whatever reason. Wow, we're mentioning all kinds of other streamers in chat today. I haven't thought about Riverboat Jack in quite a while. Oh, Ben Burgess? Oh God, no, you're guessing who Anna's talking to. I mean, that's a good guess. That's a good guess, Thomas. You're definitely talking about some, like, you know, that's definitely some zero book energy there with Ben Burgess, but oh, fresh out of the asylum knows who I'm talking about. I think some people in chat have figured out. Forget his name, but Riverboat Jack talked to him about him last night. Shakespeare, check your DMs, actually. Yeah, you were the one I was saying should be careful what you wish for, because that piece of content actually revealed a lot more on both sides than I was expecting. Riverboat Jack talked about Richard Henenina. Oh, that's the Nazi that Brianna Wu was trying to run cover for. Interesting. Yeah, we haven't covered Richard Hanenana and Brianna Wu's strange friendship. She's friends with like Lauren Chen. She's like friends with all the worst people. Oh my God, PB says, chat, remind me in 15 minutes to get the pizza out of the oven. Or not. Yeah, hopefully. Hey, I'll try to remember. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted membership. That is going to... I think it has to decide who it's going to. YouTube is deciding. Doc Tucson. You just got weaseled. I was a little early on that, calling that out the gift membership, but thank you, Omega Star. And again, if you donate, let me know what content that you want to put that donation behind, right? Because we are keeping track of the donations too. I've got this as a percentage thing now, and how it works is for every USD that gets donated, we can raise one of the poll. Oh yeah, I got to do the poll. I forgot the poll. Let me do the poll. Chat, I knew I was missing something. Okay, what content's next? All right, MTG talks to Roseanne Barr. Roseanne Barr, I looked at her channel and holy shit, there's a Jesse Lee Peterson conversation with Roseanne Barr. Roseanne Barr talks to all the best hogs, and she is the best. She is quite a MAGA supporter herself. Wait, should we just change his name? Because I don't want to have a Dom... if I say Dom Fockery, will you know who I'm talking about? I think you will. Let's put that instead of using people's real names, because again, like, this is somebody from old school Twitch poll that I just don't want to have anything to... This was one of the most toxic Destiny orbiters that I've ever... I think Destiny's probably... I think the Destiny orbit's even tired of this guy. So here we go. Here are your poll options. Boom, boom, boom. Wait. I don't know why I said boom, boom, boom. The Anti-Food Club? Slightly burned pizza. Yeah, I think I would eat it too. It depends, right? Like, popcorn burned is ruined to me. Anybody agree with me on that? Like, some people will... Yeah, like, if popcorn gets slightly... Am I going on TYT? I mean... Yeah, to debate Cenk Uygur. I don't know. Okay. What content next? I'm putting up the poll options on both the shorts and the regular channel right now as we speak. We got the poop balloons. We got Dom Fockery. We got Pod Save America with their bad TikTok take. And of course, we've got MTG talking to Roseanne Barr, which is my prediction of what you will choose, but you choose what you want to choose, okay? Don't let me influence you. I may be an influencer, but I'm not trying to influence like everything that you do, all right? Some of this stuff is up for you. Oh my God, see, it is winning. It is. I called it. Elite hog community. I guess so. I guess so. This is like all the VIPs of the Trump orbit are gonna appear on Roseanne Barr's show. Not charred, but like pure carbon. Oh, not charred like pure carbon. Yeah, burnt pizza I will eat. Burnt popcorn I refuse. Burnt cheese. Ah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, like cheese doesn't really burn. It just like it gets crunchy, right? There's a crunchy cheese. That's good cheese. If you're into cheese, I don't really eat cheese anymore, but all food is poisson? No, I think that's just fish. Just fish is la poisson. My dad voted in the poll for me. I committed voter fraud. Oh no. I won't tell the Republicans. Cheese explodes. Yeah, but okay, so does anybody else agree with me? Like burned popcorn, no burned popcorn for me. Burnt cheese is delicious. Yeah, this is the thing. And also maybe burnt rice too. Wait, I feel like burnt rice colloquially means something else in Japanese, but I can't remember what. But anyway, like, okay, so if you burn the bottom of your rice, right? You know, if you're cooking rice and the bottom gets burned, it like, there's this aromatic thing where the burn smell, it permeates the rest of the rice, right? Because the rice, you know, you got a lid on it. And so the whole rice is kind of ruined at that point. You know what I'm saying? And then popcorn is kind of the same thing. Popcorn's in a bag, you know, you put it in the microwave, you cook it. And if you cook it too long, then some of it gets burned and it just like, you know, it gets airborne and it ruins the whole the whole popcorn smells like burned. But burnt pizza, I can deal with that. I can deal with some burnt pizza. You said us burned meteor? Toasted rice? Oh, yeah, wait, toasted rice is good, like, especially with tea. This is how I used to get this green tea that had toasted rice in it. I forgot what it's called, but it's really good. Anyway, I'm getting reminded in chat that we have a limited amount of time. So, yeah, so here's how this works, right? I put out the poll. You vote in the poll, okay? Oh wait, also Omega, did you say what you wanted your donation to go towards? Oh shit, I know what you're saying. Omega's donation is going towards MTG. I can tell by the secret code that you put in chat that only the followers of Q will understand. But yeah, I put up these the poll. You vote in the poll, and then also people donate. And here's how it works, right? If we get 10 donations, I do an extra piece of content, and you can influence what that content is by first voting, and secondly, and I'm gonna tell you this because like, look, people are gonna do it anyway, even if I don't say. So I might as well say this, right? Some people I have found vote in both polls, and there's literally nothing I can do to stop you, right? There's literally nothing I can do to stop you. If you want to vote in polls, you can. I wouldn't even try to stop you, but I can't stop you. So I'm also letting everybody know that you have the ability to vote in the shorts poll. If you're in the mainstream, you have the ability to vote in the main poll if you're in the short stream. So if you want to cross over and vote in the other poll, like I said, there's nothing I can do to stop you, and I know some people are going to do it some people are going to do it anyway. So I might as well just tell you all that that's an option. The only thing that I ask is if you do that, go ahead and leave a like on the other stream. Liking the stream, it helps me out a lot. It's how YouTube knows to push my content to other people. YouTube, takes that information and it says, this is a pretty good stream. Maybe we should bring other people in it, and it'll bring preferentially people with a similar watch history to you. So it'll be like, this person liked it. So the person that so in other words, people that are into what you're into will potentially come into stream just from you hitting that like button. And yeah, I appreciate, everyone who contributes in whatever way, whether it's through super chats, super stickers, the other one, the memberships, gift memberships, whether it's over on Twitch in terms of bits or subs or gift subs. I appreciate all the support that I get, but I want you to know that I have a special place in my heart for Thumb Gang. And if, all you can lend me is your thumbs, that actually helps me out a lot. So appreciation to Thumb Gang, appreciation to my weasels over on Patreon, and appreciation to my supporters everywhere. So, and remember, if you do donate, let me know what you want that donation going towards, and I will add your donation in dollars equals 1% to the total of the content that you want to support. Now, you might also want to not rock the boat. You might also want to be stop the steal, potentially. You might want the vote. In other words, you might want the vote that wins to be the vote that wins, right? And if you're donating, you can still just say Vox Populi, and I'll add your vote to Vox Populi, and that'll actually put up a barrier for anybody coming in trying to steal the election, trying to unfairly influence me, trying to put money in politics, right? That's your bulwark against the effect of money in politics, is to say Vox Populi. I want the poll to count for whatever it says. Right now, oh my God, 80% in shorts are supporting MTG and Roseanne Barr. 58% in the regular stream supporting MTG and Roseanne Barr. But yeah, it could still be different. Anyway, I feel like I have edged you for far too long. Are the 10 minutes up? That's a good question. PB, are the 10 minutes up? Yo, we got 10. We got
Shakespeare super chatted $9.99. Dominic Faukey.
It doesn't know what the last name is, but it did read Dominique. Thank you, Shakespeare. And thank you, Thomas Jerome. And feel free to I know what Shakespeare wants, and that's $10 going to Dom Fockery. Thomas Jerome, if you want to put your money behind one of these options, let me know. Or if you want to say Vox Populi, that is cool as well. Oh my God, I'm trying to figure this out. I think that's 3. Mini Doctor, what are you posting? That looks yummy. What kind of sandwich is that? Chat is always making me hungry. Stealing valor from linguists. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, he says he's a linguist. Dude says he's look, if you really want to piss off, I don't know, so many fields of academia, yeah, claim to be a linguist when you're not one, right? You're not just pissing off linguistics, you're pissing off different fields of language. You're pissing off probably comparative lit people, probably taking offense at that too. Or C-lit, as my school used to call it. I engaged your stream in my cooking. I'm sorry. Well, it works, right? We kept you from burning your pizza, hopefully. Or your sandwich. It's a BLT. That's a BLT? Oh my God, I'm hungry. I do have some food, chat, but for some reason, I made breakfast for lunch. Do you ever do that? This is oatmeal with berries. You can get the ASMR from it too, maybe. Can you hear it? That's the distinctive sound of oatmeal. Oatmeal with berries, and I always make it with kale for some reason. I know I'm weird, and bananas. So I got food, but it's not exactly a sandwich. The short stream says Piers Morgan debate as a title. Yeah, it was kind of intentional. I don't know. I feel like with the shorts, I try to update it more. Like, because we're gonna start off with a Piers Morgan debate. That's right. That's right. Before we get into the Anna Kasparian stuff, I want to take a look at a very frustrating debate involving fan favorite Francesca Fiorentini. And yeah, she's been doing these Piers Morgan debates lately. Wow. I mean, people are definitely... Oh no. Wait, there's two of these? Oh my god, there's two of these. So yeah, she's done two of the Piers Morgan debates. The right-wingers hate her. I'm seeing like right-wing videos. Like going after her. Like, good job, Francesca. You triggered the fuck out of these rightoids. How many has she been on? She keeps on getting brought back. Oh my gosh. You know what that means. You know that means she's pissing off. Dave Rubin did a video on her. Jesus Christ, woman. Okay, wow. Well, let's get started. We got a lot to pick from. I don't know if we'll watch all of this. Oh my god. I don't know if we'll have time.
Yes, right now.
Lionel Messi puts his hand up and says, actually, I'm feeling like a woman today. Do you play him in the...
Do you see that the influence of Chud Logic on Piers Morgan's editing? DK, am I gonna lose you to Piers Morgan? Are you editing Piers Morgan's videos? DK, why haven't you gotten my videos editing? Are you working on something for a project for Piers? Yo, Piers Morgan's stealing Chud Logic's editor. Who knew?
American women's national team, Francesca.
Chud Logic just a stepping stone for his editor DK, apparently.
Yes or no?
Yes, right now. Hell yeah, are you kidding me?
They are useful idiots like you that are validating ascientific nonsense. There's no such thing as gender identity.
Esther, you're the only thing.
Oh god, so that's one of them, right? And then we've got this other one. Wait, I want to look at the thumbnails. Because, you know, when you piss off a right-winger, when you piss off a right-wing audience, they start doing weird stuff to you in the thumbnails. Now, that's not too weird. That's a pretty low-effort thumbnail, but whatever, it works.
Well, former President Trump...
And then this one, let's see what the thumbnail looks like. Oh, same deal, same deal. I thought that... Wait a minute, what? Why is she not in the thumbnail, but she's on the... Anyway. I mean, that's a little bit weird.
Trump's bombshell guilty verdict has triggered a predictable outpouring of smugness and glee from celebrities and liberals. Barbara Streisand said that Americans must not allow this felon anywhere near the White House again. Star Trek's George Takei quipped that he should now be called 34.
George Takei. George Taki, is he like mixing him up with the snack food?
Instead of 45. And Joy Behar from The View said she was so excited that she, quote, leaked a bit in Costco. Charming.
Leaked a bit?
These celebrations be short-sighted and short-lived. The Trump campaign has raised a staggering $200 million since the guilty verdicts rolled in. And he received a hero's ovation alongside Dana White at the UFC event in Newark on Saturday night. And now even some of Trump's political enemies are rallying to his cause. Senator Mitt Romney, very much a moderate of the Republicans, said that Alvin Bragg may have won the battle for now, but he may have lost the political war. Democrats think they can put out the Trump fire with oxygen. It's political malpractice. So is Trump the felon now even more likely to return to the White House? We're here to debate this. It's the Shark Tank investor, Kevin O'Leary, criminal...
Kevin O'Leary. Chat, I gotta admit, okay, I'm kind of a hater. Is it wrong for me to hate Kevin O'Leary? Am I being unfair for hating Kevin O'Leary? There's just something about the guy. I think it's because I saw him do like an interview. He did a debate against like a 12-year-old in Canada, and he got cooked. Like he was on, I think it was like some Canadian channel, right, doing a debate about global warming against somebody that was like in high school or middle school, and she cooked him hard. And he's just always been like an ass clown to me. Who debates 12-year-olds? Do you have a reason? I mean, do I need a reason? Look, let's go back. Let's take a look at this guy. All right. Wait, where's fucking Kevin O'Leary?
Newark on Saturday raised a staggering. You said she was so excited. Anyone near the leaked since the guilt to his call can put out.
Wait, no. So
that he should now be called 34 instead of 45. And Joy Behar from.
So yeah, there's people that hate Joy Behar for no reason, right? We can say that, right? A lot, especially rightoids, hate Joy Behar for reasons they can't quite explain.
The View said she was so excited that she, quote, leaked a bit in Costco. Charming. But could these celebrations be short-sighted?
Maybe because she pees in Costco, I don't know.
And short-lived. The Trump campaign has raised a staggering $200 million since the...
At least he's not repeating Trump's lie. Trump's claiming to have raised $400 million from it. And that's like him, I think, including the amount that he got squeezed out of Truth Social.
Verdicts rolled in, and he received a hero's ovation alongside Dana White at the UFC event in Newark on Saturday night. And now even some of Trump's political enemies are rallying to his cause. Senator Mitt Romney, very much a moderate of the Republicans, said that
I mean, Senator Mitt Romney is irrelevant, as are the rest of the never-Trumpers. Don't act like there's no motivation for them to like find a reason to kiss his ass.
Bragg may have won the battle for now, but he may have lost the political war.
Also, Mitt Romney, come on.
Democrats think they can put out the Trump fire with oxygen.
I thought everybody hated
malpractice.
Mitt Romney.
Trump the felon now even more likely to return to the White House. We're here to debate this. It's the Shark Tank investor, Kevin O'Leary.
Okay. So somebody asked, like, is there a reason that I hate this guy? Do I need a reason? Do I really need a reason, or is it self-explanatory? Also, what just happened? Thomas says, avoid UK debate and let Farage out of his cage. You're reminding me of that Gorilla song. Also, Thomas, let me know if you want me to put your super chats behind a certain certain piece of content, or if you want to support the Vox Populi. Let me know where you want that donation money routed towards, and I will put it there. Ideally, you would have a reason. Yeah, but like, look, I'm staring at the reason. Do you not see it? Am I the only one who sees this? This guy's a chode. Look at him.
Leary.
Look at this guy.
Criminal defense attorney Mark Geragos, host of the Daily Wire's Michael.
Do I need a reason to hate Michael Knowles?
Knowles show, considered.
He's Michael Knowles. Look at that guy.
Michael Knowles.
Look at that dork. I just want to bully him. I don't know. And there's Francesca.
Very unconservative commentator Francesca.
Very unconservative.
Fiorentini. Well, welcome to all of you. Mark Geragos, let me start with you just for the legal perspective here. I think two things can be true.
Okay, so now understand this. What do we got here? We got Michael Knowles. We know how Michael Knowles is going to feel about Trump. Pierce has already shown his hand about how he feels, at least about the conviction of Trump. Pierce is a huge fence sitter too. He's going to try to find a way to finesse the issue, by saying like, well, I don't necessarily support everything that Donald Trump has said, but I think that the use of the legal system to go after your political opponent sets some very bad precedents for the United States. So yeah, Michael Knowles is going to be Trump supportive. Kevin O'Leary, I think, is going to be Trump supportive. I don't know who this guy is. It kind of looks like Francesca's about to get dogpiled here. I don't know. That's my prediction. I could be wrong.
At the same time. One is that the jury did their job with the evidence placed in front of them, and that the verdict was a correct.
He looks like shaven Dr. Phil.
One from a legal perspective. And the second view, which can run concurrently with this, is this should never have got to court in the first place, and dragging an American president through a criminal court process over something.
So that's what he's saying. Ex-presidents should be able to break the law. And like, I think they are. I think there's some truth to that. I think there are some former Democratic presidents that I feel like should have some charges brought against them. There are some American Democratic ex-presidents that are probably war criminals, right? And I'm completely supportive of that. I'm supportive of justice for the victims of Bill Clinton, for instance, right? So I'm not trying, it's not a partisan thing for me. I'm not like, go out, yeah, get the fucking Republicans, right? I feel like there's a lot of corruption in American politics, and somebody having power, any kind of power, whether it's president or being connected or being rich, a lot of times these people don't get the same scrutiny. But, you know, you or I, like, we fuck up on parking, we fuck up on taxes, we fuck up on anything, and the law is, like, up our ass, right? Why should Donald Trump get to slide on this?
So relatively trivial, driven by apparent political partisanship on the part of the people driving it, was a catastrophic error of judgment and a disaster for the country. Discuss.
Well, so here's the deal, right? In the United States of America, many of our prosecutors, many of our district attorneys are elected. They're political officials, they're politicians, they're elected officials, right? That's true. So could charges be pressed on a political basis? Yeah, sure. But that's why we have a trial by jury system. That's why we have due process. Trump got his due process, and the verdict was guilty. That's the check. That's the check. I don't believe that Alvin Bragg should be able to say, hey, anybody that I don't like, I can bring him in and I can unilaterally convict him, but he can't. He's just the district attorney. He can bring the charges, but they're supposed to be checked by the judge in looking at the case and saying, is this a case that should go forward, or is this something that should be thrown out? And the judge said, no, this can go forward. They gave it to the jury. The jury decided, unanimously on 34 counts that this guy was guilty, right? That's the check and the balance there. That I feel, I don't see what you're complaining about.
Look, I don't disagree with you.
Thomas cast votes for the DPRK balloons. Nice choice. Oh, that's what you meant by Juche eschatology. Oh my God. I think you mean Juche scatology, but I'll give you the. I will absolutely put that money behind the poop balloons, and I will raise our dono goal by one point. We are 4/10 of the way there to unlocking that extra content. Thank you for the super chats. I agree, but due process should be distributed without. What does that mean, John Ringo? Due process should be. Oh, well, yeah. If you're saying that there's some Democratic politicians that should probably be brought up on charges, yeah, I'd agree.
Can have these two thoughts in your head. If you're going to bring a criminal case,
but I've already given you one name of somebody that I don't know why he hasn't ever, had any charges, that's incredibly sus. That being Bill Clinton.
Against one of the most reviled people in Manhattan, and pick a jury in Manhattan and expect them to do anything but convict him, then I know nothing about the criminal.
Okay, this jackass feels like Manhattan is such an outlier as far as American politics. There's so many left-wing people in Manhattan that they don't deserve to have their own legal system. Their legal system is sus. You can't trust it. It's all a bunch of now this is you are Like, this is a conspiracy theory. Right? And we're going to get into some actual conspiracy theories with QAnon later with MTG and Rose. Well, maybe we will. Wait, that's getting voted on. Okay, I forgot. Yeah. We're going to potentially, get into some conspiracy theories, right? But this guy's not going to get called out for that conspiracy theory. That's a fucking conspiracy theory. You think that the entire judicial system in Manhattan is unable to, objectively adjudicate a case. That's pretty fucking conspiratorial, right? There's 12 people on a jury? If any one of those people hangs up and says, I don't think this is right, something stinks here, this is bullshit, right? Even if they don't have a reason for it, that is a hung jury. And that is at very least, at the very least, puts it into a mistrial, right? And, the prosecutor can bring the charges potentially, but that didn't happen. You're saying that this conspiracy went on in the state of New York and nobody fucking called it out and nobody found out oh yeah, this is illegal, right? No, dude, that's a conspiracy theory. And the only reason that this guy gets to slide on the conspiracy theory is that he doesn't look like a hog. He's not wearing a MAGA hat. He's not he doesn't have a drawly Southern accent, but he is every bit a hog anyway. He's every bit a QAnon, as bad as a QAnoner.
The law that I've been trying cases about. That was a slam dunk for the prosecution from the get-go. At the same time,
it was a slam dunk. Wait, is he saying, okay,
against one of the most reviled people in... Well, look, I don't disagree with you. You can have these two thoughts in your head. If you're going to bring a criminal case against one of the most reviled people in Manhattan and pick a jury in Manhattan and expect them to...
Do you know, you're a fucking prosecutor. You know how this works, right? Look, if you don't know how this works, in a jury trial, both the prosecutor and the defense attorney have kind of veto power. If there's a juror that they don't think can be objective, then they say, get this person the fuck off the case, right? We talked to this person and they said that they think that Trump is, I don't know. They think that Trump is a Russian agent. Yeah, kick him off the case, right? That person probably can't be unbiased, right? They get to do this. And you're saying that out of an entire jury poll, the defense attorney could not find... And all they need is one person on the defense side, right? All they need is one person to object. You're saying that every single person, every single possibility, that wasn't vetoed by the prosecutor could not be impartial. Yeah, this guy is full of shit. And he should know better.
Do anything but convict him, then I know nothing about the criminal law that I've been trying cases about. That was a slam dunk for the process.
No, it's a slam dunk because the case is open and shut. I agree that it's a slam dunk case because he did it. He did the silliest thing. Do you know, chat, that he didn't get God for paying hush money, right? There's probably legal ways that you could do that. He got for essentially lying about what the money was for, right? He got because the hush money that he routed through his lawyer ended up being a campaign expense, right? He got because he's not only corrupt as fuck, he's not only dirty as fuck, he's not only trying to hide, his secrets, but he's also just an absolute shit show of a candidate, right? If I was a Republican, I wouldn't want a clown like Donald Trump being my standard bearer.
From the get-go. At the same time, I can tell you that it was, to my mind, it was reprehensible that you take a case that is basically misdemeanors and with an expired statute of limitations, and you do the mental gymnastics to contort this into...
I feel like this expired... Wait, is this even relevant to the Stormy Daniels case? I thought the expired set of limitation... I know there's something with the E. Jean Carroll case that was... The law was changed, right?
A target crime that's not defined until closing argument, and make those into felonies, basically reviving an expired statute of limitations. I could go on and on about the legal nonsense that this is, but I'm not criticizing the jury. I criticize, number one, the prosecutor for bringing this case. Part of what makes the system work is
So he's guilty, but the prosecutor shouldn't have brought the case.
prosecutors have to make hard decisions when to bring a case. Now, the jury did what they were given. That's on the judge.
So do you admit that he's guilty?
You know, there's no such thing as directed verdicts in criminal cases. This was basically a directed verdict based on the jury instructions.
It's like somebody being like, I can't believe that they convicted Al Capone of tax evasion. They shouldn't have, this is such a minor case, they shouldn't have even brought it. Oh my gosh, like, right? Yeah. They convicted Al Capone of tax evasion, not of the, not of the thousands of other crimes that he committed. It was the tax evasion.
As to the political, I'll just end it with this. I said 30 years ago when I was defending Susan McDougal, who was Bill Clinton's business partner in the Whitewater case, when she was being prosecuted by then independent counsel Ken Starr, be careful what you wish for, Republicans, because the chickens are going to come home to roost. Sure enough, that's where we are right now.
And those chickens.
This is so bad faith. Look, if you want to talk, what he's talking about is something that started when Richard Nixon was under impeachment proceedings, right? Nixon, for the record, retired before. Well, no, he was impeached. He just wasn't removed from office, right? So he got impeached. He probably would have been removed from office, but rather than, end his presidency in disgrace, he resigned, and then Ford pardoned him, right? But there's some Republicans that look at this and they're like, God, that was dirty. I can't believe they went after the president. Well, when the shoe's on the other foot, we're going to fucking go after them, right? Then in the 80s, you've got Reagan, who's super corrupt and dirty. Look up Iran-Contra if you want to find out why, right? Ronald Reagan absolutely had his hands dirty in Iran-Contra and should have been probably impeached himself. The Democrats let up on that because they didn't want the Republicans to be able to say that, yeah, we've got these popular presidents, elected by a mandate. Richard Nixon, get tough on crime. Ronald Reagan, do supply side economics, let the rich piss on everyone to somehow satisfy the gods of the economy, right? And they kicked them both out on legal proceedings on right. So the Democrats kind of wimped out on what they should have done with Reagan. And then you've got also a judge, a Supreme Court judge named Robert Bork, who was living in an all-white neighborhood, a neighborhood where literally you could not, in fact, I think it was at a, what do you call them? Where there's a guard at the gate. What is this called? I can't remember what it's called. It's a something neighborhood, right? It's a, I can't remember what it's called. You know what I'm talking about? It's gated community. There we go. It's called a gated community. I think he lived in a gated community where you couldn't move into Robert Bork's neighborhood if you were black, right? And that was a bad look for a Supreme Court justice. His nomination went down, right? So the Republicans sort of held these grudges against the Democrats, right? And not because they had corrupt politicians. And in fact, there should have been more proceedings about Republican corruption than there actually were. So they held on to this. And then you could look at Bill Clinton maybe as strike back, right? There's a lot of bad things that Bill Clinton did. And like I said, I feel like there were some missed opportunities for prosecution with Bill Clinton for some really fucked up shit that he did. But the stuff that they went after, right? Getting oral sex in the White House and whatever the hell Whitewater was, it was just the most spurious charges, but that absolutely was strike back. And so now they're carrying it forward to, I mean, look, if the Republicans are able to accuse lawfare in every situation, where one of their dudes looks corrupt, then they're going to be able to do all the corruption that they want. I am of the mindset that there's enough corruption in our government already, probably too much on both sides, but particularly with the Republicans.
Are going to keep coming home to roost. So, Francesca, my question for you is, I understand how joyous you must be feeling that Donald Trump has been convicted because he slept with a prop.
Because you're a leftoid, and those leftoids are you Chud Logic or are you Piers Morgan? I can't tell.
Porn star 20 years ago may have shuffled.
That's right. It's just because he slept with a porn star. We're all jealous of Trump's fabulous riz.
And business papers about it. But why is it good for America that one of your 46 presidents has been treated in such a humiliating manner over something so trivial? And why do you guys not see that this might help him rather than hinder him in the election?
Should probably explain why this isn't lawfare by what? Bringing up some real incidents of lawfare, like what happened in Brazil? Is that what you're getting at, Thomas?
I happen to believe, Piers, that it's good for America when you hold the person who has the highest office in the land to the standards of the American law. And in this case, New York state law, where he committed these crimes. I happen to believe that it is a telltale sign of coming totalitarianism, fascism, skirting of the law when you allow a president to simply do whatever he wants and actually never hold him accountable. But look, the reality is this, is that these aren't crimes that were on the books in every single state. These are crimes that are on the books in New York State, as we talked about, all right? And so he knew exactly what he was doing. In fact, this is the most important part, is that David Pecker of the National Enquirer refused to keep on paying his hush money payments because the dude was tired of getting paid back in expired Trump stakes. And he was like, no, I'm not going to do it this time, especially not with a porn star. And so Michael Cohen had to do the payments on behalf of Donald Trump. Michael Cohen already spent 3 years mostly on house arrest, but he was already sentenced to 3 years over this. This is squarely Trump's making. This has nothing to do with his base. It has nothing to do with protecting American democracy like happened on January 6th, according to them. This has to do with Trump making his bronzer stained.
Wait, is the villages gated? Chat, I don't feel like we've talked about the villages nearly enough, and you're right, I haven't talked about what happened to Lula nearly enough either, since it kind of started before I was a streamer.
With a porn star trying to cover it up and then getting
probably started with President Grant being charged.
Caught doing it.
And out of interest, before I go to Michael, out of interest, why is Bill Clinton able to have sex with an intern in the Oval Office when he's president and lie to the American people about it on national?
Okay, so what did you say that was a crime? What part of that was a crime? Bill Clinton's a scumbag. Bill Clinton's a philanderer. You know, look, like I said, there's worse things that Bill Clinton's done than that. I think Bill Clinton should face some kind of prosecution, probably, but
television. And why is he able to?
I love how he expects Francesca to defend Bill Clinton. Oh no, I love President Clinton. He's great.
Pay off Paula Jones $850,000 4 times.
Like I said, you can pay off, you know, in hush money without it being like an elections infraction. That's what Donald Trump failed to do.
5 times as much as the Trump payment to Stormy Daniels, to get rid of a sexual harassment claim, again, while he's president. And he has no criminal court recourse for that. Why is that deemed to be better than what happened with Trump and Stormy?
I don't think anyone is making that case, Piers. I'm
asking you, what's the difference?
Clinton or any.
What's the difference?
He's just making the assumption that a leftoid is going to be a huge fan of former President Clinton.
Or any predator. The difference is...
Yeah, predator, exactly. That's what she thinks of Bill Clinton.
That he didn't cook the books financially using his own, using back channels in order to pay...
So paying somebody off who says you sexually harassed her, paying nearly $1 million while you're the president of the United States, and then having...
You are making an argument outside of the context of the legal fences around these things, right? Like, well, it seems like the same thing to me, speaking from this ignorant place, not knowing anything about American law whatsoever. Why is that? Why is Alvin Bragg not bringing Bill Clinton up on charges as well?
That's fine because he's a Democrat.
That's right. Democrats get it so easy.
Piers,
It's not like they're held to like an impossible standard, while Republicans are held to no standard at all because the bar is fucking through the floor. And yeah, in large part thanks to Trump, but not just Trump. I mean, you could look back to Bush Cheney as well.
Francesca?
You could look back to Nixon. You could look back to Reagan. Like, look, it's hard to, like, you can't throw like you know. Oh wait, what is the phrase? You can't throw something and not hit a. I don't know. Like, right? Yeah, no, it's hard to find a Republican ex-president who's not guilty of some kind of corruption.
Making that argument.
Sorry?
I said only the Democrats and the leftist mob in your mind are making that argument that you're opposing to it. I will say that
you are arguing the straw people, Piers.
About Stormy Daniels. I think it's incredible that she accepted $130,000 from Michael Cohen, because honestly, if I had the misfortune of sleeping with Donald Trump, no matter what the circumstances, let's say I had mad cow and then I did DMT on an empty stomach. If I had the misfortune of sleeping with Donald Trump, there is no amount of money you could pay me to keep quiet about it, because I would never tell a single soul. I would fake my own death and move to the Galapagos and pretend to be a bird.
I mean, I would say it's very unlikely you would ever get the offer, but you do look quite like Karen McDougal, funny enough.
What? Are you being sexist, Piers? Like, what the fuck was that? What was that? Wait, oh my god. Look, we gotta bring Karen McDougal. Oh, it's an old picture. Wait, no, she doesn't. What? Chat, we're gonna bring up Weka Petty. Mr. Weka Petty. That's Karen McDougal. Wait, can you see her? Does that show up, or is it too far over on the... Oh, God, I hate this. Here, let me click on... That's who we're talking about. She doesn't look like Karen McDougal. That's... Wait, 2011? Wait, are we sure about that? American model and actress? No, this is not... Wait. Is this the same Karen McDougal? Affair with Donald Trump? Wait, who are we talking about? Oh, shit, I thought he was talking about somebody from Whitewater. Okay, so yeah, no, this isn't, this is Karen McDougal. This is somebody else that Trump had an affair with. Oh wait, this is another so it was reported that American Media Incorporated AMI owner National Enquirer. So National Enquirer, this is Pecker, right? This is David Pecker. Had paid McDougal $150,000 for exclusive rights to her story. So this is catch and kill, right? This is something that the National Enquirer has been doing for Donald Trump for like years and years. If there's a story that is inconvenient for Donald Trump that is pitched to the National Enquirer, that the National Enquirer can acquire as an exclusive, because remember, this is journalism, right? If somebody's got a story, you can pay them money and say, don't talk to any other media outlet, don't talk to anyone else. This is our exclusive story. I will pay you $150,000 and sign this contract that says you're not going to share this with anyone, and we're going to do the story, right? And then what Pecker would do is then not do the story because he's friends with Trump and he has an arrangement. He has a catch and kill arrangement with Trump that he's supposed to buy off people, with exclusive rights to keep the story from ever coming to light, right? AMI stated that to the Wall Street Journal that it had paid the amount to McDougal not to kill damaging stories about Trump, but for the exclusive life rights to any relationship she had with then married men, and 2 years worth of her fitness columns for the magazine covers. So they made the claim that this wasn't a catch and kill, but I don't know. You be the judge of that, chat. You be the judge of that. Anyway, sorry, I'm like...
Oh, so I'm not cute enough to
No,
to
I just said you are.
accost. Is
I
that
said
what
you're very
saying?
much in his...
I love that line.
I thought, okay, Susan McDougal. I was thinking of Susan McDougal. Yeah, Hank Pecker's brother, that's right. I was thinking of Susan McDougal. Susan McDougal, I think, is the person that was involved with... was in that Whitewater thing with the Clintons, right? When he said McDougal, I immediately thought that he's talking about somebody that's like Bill Clinton's age, but no, it's Karen McDougal. Okay. Yeah, I don't see the resemblance. I don't know what he's talking about.
It's a compliment, yes.
Yeah,
that's
it was actually a compliment. Go to Michael. Michael, look,
I guess.
I do think there's a ridiculous double standard.
I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing to say.
Here that will come back and bite the Democrats for the reasons that Mark Garagos said about historically. You know, you've seen this coming a mile off, where both parties starting to ratchet up this concept of kind of going after each other's leaders in criminal courts. I mean, you see this normally in banana republics, not in the United States of America. And it really does worry me as someone who loves America and loves Americans, what this is leading to. Because if all that happens in each term of...
That Jabba the Trump and his Twelix. Thank you for the super chat, Thomas.
Office is one party trying to incarcerate the other's leader. I don't know where that leaves America in a few years' time.
Well, this will only come back to...
See, but what is the precedent of allowing corruption, allowing flagrant criminality? And that's not, this isn't like, you know, I mean, you know about the 3 other cases against Trump that are probably a lot more serious, you know, than this accusation. You know about the decision that Trump was held to be defaming E. Jean Carroll by saying that he did not, you know, essay her in that department store, right? I mean, there's a lot worse that Trump has done, right? But the fact that he'd be able to slide on it because he's a president or because people are afraid of him, and that's the real danger with Donald Trump, right? Is that people are afraid of him. He has already put us, you know, close to a sort of end of the country, end of the democracy situation already with January 6th, and he's threatening to do it again. And if you let him be like, I've got a bunch of violent thugs on the streets, those Proud Boys, they're not going to be happy. I told them to stand back and stand by, but they can't stand by forever, right? That if you allow that to slide, if you allow a fucking mafiosa Don to control your country, you don't really have much of a country, do you? That's what I would be more concerned about.
Democrats if they lose their grip on power, and obviously they don't think that they will. This is why President Biden the other day, when he was walking out of a press briefing, was asked, Mr. President, Donald Trump says that you are imprisoning him because he's your...
5 more for North Korea.
Well,
there we go.
I'll stop you there. We have the clip. Let's play the clip.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political...
I added your super chats to North Korea, Thomas.
prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
I mean, you look like...
That was a Dark Brandon moment.
Jack Nicholson in The Shining at the end of that, but...
I mean, I was going to say Dark Brandon, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, to pick up your point there, that's the clip you're referring to.
Yes, and it's pretty clear this is not a man who thinks that he...
Wait, Bolsonaro said the same? Said the same about Trump or about...
has to be accountable to the American people. When you look at the federal charge against Trump, there was a poll that came out when that charge was brought that showed 62% of Americans...
Wait a minute. No. Johnny Ringo. Hillary Clinton was investigated for those crimes. And in fact, not just investigated, they ended up, Comey did something that the FBI usually doesn't do because they don't want to be perceived as putting their thumb on the scale of the election, not like, you know, you who can be perceived as putting on your thumb on the scale of the election when you donate the election for what content we cover next, right? But no, the FBI usually doesn't comment. They commented. The FBI somehow felt like, well, you know, there's nothing here. There's nothing to, you know, go at. There's not a case to be made here. But if we don't, we gotta, let's just say, let's give a strongly worded thing of like Hillary Clinton's bad. You shouldn't have done that thing with the emails, Hillary. That was very, very bad. It's not a good thing. Not like, right. And that actually possibly affected the election, right? But yeah, no, as far as a case, if there was a case, it would have been prosecuted.
Politically motivated, they just don't seem to care. And so this has been a ratcheting up, as we've all noted on the panel, of trends that have been built up for some years now.
And that being said, I'm not saying that there aren't other cases that could probably be made against Hillary and Bill. Like, I mean, these are, you know, these are dirty politicians too, right? But that particular, the emails thing was a nothing burger. The Benghazi thing was a nothing burger. Hillary Clinton is possibly the most investigated like political candidate in recent memory, and I fucking hate her candidacy.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I think that her candidacy is responsible for Trump being elected. In other words, I don't think that Trump was some kind of a political genius and a juggernaut, right? Who was unstoppable. I think that Trump won because he was up against one of the most uncharismatic, fucking worst campaigners in history. Hillary Clinton did not even go to Wisconsin to campaign, and had she won Wisconsin, she might have been president. Yeah, Hillary Clinton is an incredibly weak, a historically weak candidate. I would have loved to have Hillary Clinton replaced on that ballot. Not, I mean, like obviously with Bernie, but like even with like almost anybody else running would have been better than Hillary, with a few exceptions, right? I'm no fan of Hillary Clinton, but like what she was, you know, investigated for was a nothing burger. That's the reason that she wasn't charged. There was, you know, you can indict a ham sandwich, right? It's a very low threshold for being able to indict somebody. Apparently, Hillary Clinton was not a ham sandwich.
Some would say go
at least on those charges
to Richard Nixon, but certainly in the
there we go. I fucking called it.
Early Trump campaign, the Democrats tried to stop him from being president by spying on him and cooking up fake intelligence, ironically enough, with Russia. And that didn't work. Then they tried to throw him out by impeaching him twice. That didn't work. Then they tried to kick him out by rigging the election and changing all the voter rules, in some cases in contravention of state constitutions leading up to that election. That did get him out of office. And
I just wonder, did she know that she was going to get dogpiled here? I mean, this is literally 4-on-1. Did she know this was going to happen?
He did leave office, but then he didn't go away.
If she knew this was going to happen, she's brave. I wouldn't take a 4-on-1 debate.
He kept running again. So then they indicted him.
Yeah, the email server thing. Yeah, she was investigated. Johnny Ringo, she was investigated, and the you know, FBI, the head of the FBI actually kind of, you could say, kind of interfered with the election, right? You did something that the FBI usually does not do, which is speak about a case which they've decided not to go forward with because there's not fucking evidence. Like I said, it's not hard to indict somebody. You can indict as a ham sandwich. They didn't indict. They looked at it and they didn't indict. The evidence wasn't there. I don't know if you think she's got like children locked up in her basement and she's like sawing their faces off into prosciutto, right, for her adrenochrome addiction. But no, like, I mean, all the crazy shit that you rightoids want to accuse Hillary of, it's just there's nothing there. It's not real.
4 times. Now they've convicted him. They're going to threaten to throw him in prison. Pretty soon they're going to threaten to send him to St. Helena. But this has absolutely nothing to do with the law. As was noted earlier.
What? St. Helena? Wait, I don't understand St. Helena. What's the St. Helena for? Conservatives versus one? Well, I wouldn't call her a liberal. I mean, she's, at least give her the credit of being a progressive, if not a leftist. I think, isn't she a leftist? I don't know.
At most, you're talking about a misdemeanor that would have already expired.
But what I'm saying about Benghazi is that Hillary's been investigated for a lot, for anything that she could have. Look, the Republicans have been going after Hillary probably since she ran for senator in New York, right? They correctly anticipated that one day Hillary Clinton would be the Democratic standard bearer for president, and they've been going after her. If there was anything, substantial on Hillary, it would have been dug up by now.
Under the statute of limitations, I'm not even convinced that there was really a misdemeanor that Trump committed. So my fellow panelist here is celebrating that the rule of law has been vindicated and overturned 234 years of American legal tradition. I would challenge her to see if she could possibly articulate how and what crime Trump committed, because so far Alvin Bragg, the DA, has failed to do so. The judge in the case, Judge Merchan, has failed.
Trump was charged with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records to conceal payments made to pornographic film actress Stormy Daniels to ensure her silence. Let's see if we can find out what the charge was. Wow, this is a big article. Because if what you want is like the official falsifying, okay, so what is the law that he broke? What is he charged with? Falsifying business records in the first degree in violation of penal law 175.10. Now look, like, I doubt that Francesca is gonna like have that like on recall. I definitely didn't. But what they're trying to imply is that Trump didn't violate a law. They're trying to imply that the court just like bullshitted it. They didn't even try, right? There's not even like there's not even a law that was violated, but here it is, right? Yeah, that's the second count. Wait, what? Is there another count? Oh wait, so there were 34 counts of this because I think there was 34 payments. Are you talking about Seth Rich? Wait, can somebody remind me what was the deal that Seth Rich like killed himself and they add that to the Clinton body count? Look, I love that meme. Okay, I love that meme. Yes, Hillary Clinton killed Vince Foster herself. She turned Seth Rich into a pepperoni pizza and breadsticks and cannibalized the fucker. Yeah, definitely. That's definitely true. Hillary Clinton. It's the Clinton body count. That's what we got. That's what I'm dealing with in chat. Chat, I hope you appreciate this. We're dealing with Clinton body count people in chat. Tell me more about the Clinton crime family, though. I want to know about them dealing coke in Arkansas. There's all kinds of weird stories about the Clintons. Like I said, there probably is some shit that you like, when you talk about like, like war crimes, or you talk about like, what Clinton did, what his involvement with Epstein was, right? There's probably some shit that Bill Clinton should, face justice for, but that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about Seth motherfucking Rich.
To do so, and they can't do it because Trump didn't commit any of the crimes for which he's been convicted.
Well, let's just
like I said, I wish that there was something to charge Hillary Clinton with. I wish that Hillary Clinton had her campaign derailed in 2016, because I think that had anyone other than Hillary Clinton run for president that year, there never would have been a Trump administration, right? If there was something to fucking knock down Hillary's campaign over legally, please, please go back in time and file those charges. But like, yeah, that's not what, Comey didn't have anything to go on. There was nothing to charge her on. The stuff that was brought up, the stuff she was investigated for, did not pan out.
Quickly, before I go to Kevin, Francesca, just on that point, what crime did Trump commit?
She's guilty of war crimes while she was Secretary of State. Absolutely, but like this is not what they went after her for. They always go after Hillary for the weirdest shit. Like Hillary's the inspiration for QAnon. It's like literally like, sorry, Pizzagate, right? You know, is Hillary Clinton, Seth Rich, right? This whole theory about the super wealthy extracting adrenochrome, like they were the motherfucking Skeksis from Dark Crystal, like drinking the adrenochrome of children, despite the fact that adrenochrome is a chemical that you can buy, I think, on Amazon, right? It doesn't have to come from a living human victim, unlike what's said in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, right? I know that scene. I know the adrenochrome scene, and it's not, it's actually not that exciting from what I've heard from my wealthy friends who partake in a little adrenochrome. Apparently it's not that great of a high.
It was financial crimes. It was white collar crimes. That is exactly
Which
what
one,
they
though?
charged.
So she can't bring up the statute, right? And therefore they're like, haha, got her. She can't call to mind Penal Law 175.10. The defendant in the county of New York and elsewhere on or about February 14th of 2017 with intent to defraud and intent to commit another crime and aid in the conceal the commission thereof, made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise, to wit, an entry in the general ledger for Donald J. Trump revocable fund. Yeah, that was was a shell company or something that they set up with Cohen, bearing voucher number 842,457 and kept and maintained by the Trump organization. That's what the charge was. She doesn't remember it. I don't really blame her for not like being able to cite the penal law. I had to look it up myself. Falsifying business records in the first degree. It is a white collar crime. But you know, when she says it, like, I mean, this is the whole thing. Like, United States of America is not used to looking at white collar crime as crime. United States of America is not really used to prosecuting white collar crime, right? When we say crime, your mind immediately goes to like an Anna Kasparian place, and you're like, are you talking about like pushing somebody in front of the subway train? Are you talking about jerking off in public in front of Cenk Uyghur's house? Are you talking like what? Like this is their mindset about crime, which very much is like sort of slanted against against like poor people, right? They're not used to thinking about the crimes of the wealthy.
Charged him. He was convicted on.
What was the crime?
It's New York State law.
I understand. What was the crime?
It is
What an asshole. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the indictment as we speak, right? I guess there wasn't a crime because Francesca can't remember it, so fuck. She can't call to mind penal law 175.10.
Francesca,
I don't even like it. It is
hang on,
literally,
Mark,
he just got convicted on 34 counts.
Francesca, what was the crime?
Of like cooking the actual books.
What was the crime?
You are not allowed. So you are not allowed to.
So she's describing his crime. She doesn't know the name of it, like the official designation under New York State law, but she knows what he did.
Your own financial, like your own money to pay off somebody, and then he logged it as something different. He logged it as
and again, right? It's not paying off Stormy Daniels that was actually the crime. It was the obfuscation. It was the attempt to conceal this, right? That actually got at least what pushed it up to a felony status.
Just a regular payment, but he was actually paying off this porn star to keep quiet, which if he
during an election
hadn't been running for president would not have mattered, but he was, and so it impacted campaign finance laws in New York State. Okay, that is what Juan Merchan just oversaw this.
Okay.
Alvin Bragg brought these charges because Michael Cohen, his sister, was already sentenced to 3 years to do it.
Okay, let's just go before Kevin.
What an asshole. This lawyer's like smiling and shaking his head. That's like, oh, no, I know the actual. That's not what happened. Who fucking cares?
Very patient. We'll come to you.
Look, I'm no expert. Let me just say, hang on.
No,
Michael,
Francesca.
You are no expert.
by the
That's
way.
fine, because the campaign finance law is a federal law.
Hang on,
Anyway,
Francesca. I want to go to Mark. You're the lawyer. Is anything Francesca just said, is that actually the crime?
Do you see how dishonest these assholes are? They are willing to let the public, particularly anybody who is like disposed towards like a rightward political leanings, believe that there was no actual crime that was committed. There was no law that was broken. The fucking Alvin Bragg and the judge, you know, got together and had drinks and said, yeah, let's fucking railroad this guy, even though he didn't break a law. Haha. Like, right? And I'm staring at the indictment right here. And no, it doesn't proceed without an indictment, right? But they have just, you know, gotten her, they've just entrapped her into a gotcha question to try to present this as if Donald Trump did nothing wrong, when it's like available to everyone. And this guy's a lawyer. This dickhead it's sitting in the middle here is a fucking lawyer.
Look, let me just say, I like Francesca a lot, and we probably agree on 80% of our worldviews. However, Francesca, the way you just described it, call me afterwards and I'll educate you, because that's not what happened.
No, educate us right now, dickhead. You're a lawyer, all right? You like, it's if you know the statute that was broken, right? If you know the violation that was committed, just fucking say it on street. Because what you're doing now is you're allowing the audience to think that, like, I don't know, maybe there was no law that was broken. Maybe this is all
there was
lawfare.
No theory that was given to the jurors. The jurors were told it could have been campaign finance, it could have been tax, it could have been false books. They were told they didn't have to specify, and specifically
they were told that them disagreeing on one charge but still thinking that he's guilty on other charges was not a distinction with importance, right?
Told they did not have to agree unanimously. That's what irks me. Lifelong Democrat, no fan of Trump, never voted for Trump, never will. But I will.
Well, again, I mean, like, I hope you're irked about like Al Capone going to jail over tax evasion, because I mean, that's
somebody who has spent his entire career with kind of taking on unpopular causes and holding the government accountable. I have to tell you, I do that for a reason. And the reason is this kind of shenanigans, and that's the best light I can spin it on, in the criminal courts has no place in a federal election.
No, I agree.
The campaign finance laws were federal.
The specific crime that he committed, fraud to conceal, did not have to be agreed upon. The fraud was the crime he was convicted of. The specific crime he committed, fraud to conceal. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the agreement was that he committed fraud, and that is sufficient. That is the bar for indicting him. That's what the jury was told. But, like, again, these assholes are using the ignorance of the general public in order to propagate essentially lies that could enable another January 6th. Like, this is dangerous shit that they're fucking with here.
Not state, and the state laws had nothing to do
Okay,
with
I want to go to Kevin. Been waiting very patiently. Kevin, you are a...
Yeah, let's hear what Shark Tank has to think. Let's justify my hate, Kevin O'Leary. Justify my hate.
very successful businessman, as Trump has obviously been in his career.
No! Oh my God, are we lying again? He's not, like, look, he was successful for a time in the 80s as a real estate mogul until he lost his ass. All right? Moderately successful, right? And then he was fabulously, a fabulous failure at the casino business, had to get bailed out by his dad. Do you know what he had to do? They had to have his dad come with a suitcase full of money, buy chips from his casino, and never cash them out. That's how pathetic Trump was. Look, let me show you how pathetic Trump was, right? If you or I were given the amount of money that Donald Trump received from his parents, in the time when he received it from his parents, and we took that money and said, I don't know investments. Let's go with something safe like S&P 500. All right, you put it in the S&P 500 in 1970, whatever. Right now, you or I would have more money in that account than Donald Trump has to his name. He was so fabulously unsuccessful at business that he actually, you know, didn't even keep up with a very conservative investment, right? S&P, you know, like I said, it's likely to go up over years and years and years, but it's not likely to earn you a whole bunch of money. It's diversified, it's spread out, but it's a safe investment, right? And it's not a particularly high yielding investment. Us with that low yield in the S&P 500 would be doing better than Trump is now, right? He's not a success, he is a fail son. And the only thing that keeps him from being an obvious fail son is both, you know, like his brand, right? Which got him the show, which got him The Apprentice, right? The fact that people associate him with glamour and glitz from his days as he was basically like the Paris Hilton of the 1980s. He was a socialite in the 1980s. He was in the Inquirer for, like, you know, he's sleeping with the beautiful, you know, he's having sex with this supermodel. Now he's having sex with this supermodel, right? And you know, he was a Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous kind of guy, right? So he got associated with that. And then his name becomes associated with luxury. And so when people want to build a building and sell it as being a luxury building, well, they say, Donald Trump, can I please license your name to put on my building? And all those buildings that have Trump on them are because people, you know, essentially paid for the rights to use his name. That's Trump's business. He's not a fucking genius. He's not even successful. He's a fail son. He's a loser. And everything he has touched in his life, including this fucking country, turns to shit. All right? Ask yourself, are you better off now than you were in 2016? And if the answer is no, you have that asshole to blame. Not just him, but you have the jackasses that voted for a reality star as their president. Because they're like, I don't know what a president does. I mean, he seems really smart. He does good at business, right? He's got that show. He fires people. He must be successful. Yeah, you're fucking, listen, you're making an argument against, like, the universal right to vote. Like, you're making an argument that, like, people should have a certain level of, like, understanding and competence, which is not something that I believe in, right? Not something that I believe in, but you're making that argument by making such bad choices. And no, I'm not talking about 50% of the country. I'm not talking about a majority, because he didn't get a majority. He's never gotten a majority. He's a fail son. He's a loser, all right? What he won was the Electoral College with a minority of the votes. So yeah, no, it's
too. Do you think, in all honesty, if you were caught up in something like this, and I'm not for a moment suggesting you would want to have a one-night stand with Stormy Daniels, but if you went down this road and ran for office, or not run for office, if you just ran for, say, to be CEO of a company, do you think it would ever have led to a criminal case? Because the argument is that a regular business guy who's not actually running for the presidency would be treated very differently, and therefore the law has not been seen to be fairly applied here.
I think half the country in the U.S. believes this is politically motivated, which is not a good thing. It's having more impact on the state of New York, which is seen as unstable. Whether the case...
More than half of the country believes that he was guilty of those crimes. All right? That's the second part of the poll that you're talking about that you're not saying. Right? The third part of that poll being that most Americans believe that at the top of every hour on Twitch, there's a 3-minute ad break. It's an ad break that you could possibly skip for $5 or for free by using a Twitch Prime sub. It's also an ad break that you could possibly be gifted a sub and get out of that way. What I'm saying is that any way that you put a little icon next to your name on Twitch is a way that you can get out of the ad break, is a way that you can get weasels And I think it's well worth it, because 3 minutes of ads once every hour at the top of the hour does not sound like fun to me. But you be the judge. You be the judge of that, okay? Just like...
has flaws in it or not will be...
Half of the country wants a fascist state without ad breaks.
...solved for in the appellate system. So most people assume, because of the importance of the situation, that it will go through the appellate system as quickly as possible, if necessary, to the Supreme Court. In the end of the day, these things balance themselves. The damage done to New York started back in the other litigation around real estate. Quietly, large projects, those are over $1 billion, are not being started in New York currently. People are waiting until things stabilize. And I've moved projects out of New York to places like Oklahoma, North Dakota, West.
Okay, so more rich assholes saying that New York should lower its taxes because it's hurting my bottom line. Oh.
Virginia, Montana, Pennsylvania, much more stable environments. It's too difficult to work in that unstable environment. And the real problem is, you can't raise institutional capital right now. The capital from around the world thinks New York's a little off kilter. Now, something else to consider about Alvin Bragg, which I think history will prove to be correct. You've got to remember, Donald Trump only 24 months ago, in the middle of the first term of Biden, did not have control of his party. About a third of them were rebelling, if you want to use that word, because they were concerned about the controversy around.
Yeah, those people have left the party. Those are called never Trumpers. All right.
Trump, and they were looking for new leadership, and he was challenged. But something happened that changed everything, and this is the law of unintended consequences. Alvin Bragg started charging Trump, and immediately the entire Republican Party coalesced behind him almost in 48 hours. Of course, the country bifurcated into this being a political witch hunt using lawfare, as a tool, and we're still debating that. But here's what's really interesting. If Trump becomes president, I think he has a big debt to Alvin Bragg. Right. Alvin Bragg is the kingmaker.
This is like saying that somebody's numbers went up during a certain time period after something happened. Like, right, you could say like a bird shit on Donald Trump, right? He looked up in the air and a bird shit on him. And like, well, if that bird had not shit on Donald Trump, then he would not be like, you could name like literally anything, right? You could name literally anything. There were a lot of Republicans that wanted to leave behind Trump and his baggage, and they wanted to go with DeSantis. And had Ron DeSantis not been Ron DeSantis, I think they would have. You are looking to Alvin Bragg as the savior of Donald Trump, while I will point you in the direction of Ron DeSantis and all the other losers that ran against him, right? People wanted to replace Trump with another candidate, and then they looked at the other candidates and they said, the pudding guy, yeah, no, we don't need to go with the pudding guy. Getting shit on by a bird is considered an omen of good luck in Italy. Is that what happened to the current Italian prime minister? Is that how she got in?
Yeah. He made Trump president by polarizing the country so much and motivating the base so much that in the last 42 hours, Trump has passed.
Wait, why would you blame Alvin Bragg, right? If you really want to make that argument, then it's not about Alvin Bragg. It's about Jack Smith, Fonnie Willis, and, the rest of the cases too, right? This is the minor case. This is the sleeper case, right? You could nobody thought that this was going to be the case to take Donald Trump down until it was the case to take Donald Trump down. There's a lot more egregious things that Trump did that in any fair system would have been prosecuted way earlier. But that shit fell apart. And it's partially because of the Democrats' insistence on naming Merrick Garland as their attorney general, right? They found, if you don't remember, where did Merrick Garland come from? Well, here's the deal. Republicans had a justice die unexpectedly, right? And what happens is that the president that's in power replaces that justice, nominates a replacement, and the Senate votes on it. Obama said, well, geez, that's really sad for you Republicans that your guy died unexpectedly. Let me be the bigger man and pick somebody who's like right down the middle, maybe a little bit to the right even. That was Merrick Garland. That was Obama's Republican. And because they wouldn't confirm him, you know, like as is the normal practice, they wouldn't even vote on on Merrick Garland or anybody, right? The Democrats decided that he should be the Attorney General. And yeah, like so if anything, Trump's getting treated with kid gloves. This is so anyway, this is we got to get to this one too.
Lionel Messi puts his hand up and says, actually, I'm feeling like a woman today. Do you play him in the American Women's National
Transphobia? I didn't expect that from you, Piers.
Team, Francesca? Yes or no?
It must be because you're working with DK now.
Yes, right now. Hell yeah, are you kidding me?
DK, have you gone and made Piers Morgan more transphobic?
They are useful idiots like you that are validating ascientific nonsense. There's no such thing as gender identity.
Esther, you're the only thing making anyone angry or incensed right now.
Wait, have we seen Esther before? Have we seen Esther before? Esther seems familiar. Anybody? Esther seems familiar. I feel like I've seen Esther on Pierce's program before. What do I think about Trump being the first president to openly support gay marriage? I think it's just because he really likes the song YMCA.
Now, so you're causing me a mental health issues.
Your guests sit here and they cry boo-hoo tears about trans rights, but then they dismiss Caitlyn Jenner.
Girl, don't you have a Beyonce album to get pissed off about?
Teenage runner Aidan Gallagher became the Oregon Girls 200-meter state champion last week, posting one of the fastest times in the state's history with a remarkable display of power and stamina. But as Aidan crossed the finish line, something, well, pretty unusual happened. Instead of joyous cheering and adulation, many of the watching spectators loudly booed.
Wait, what event was this? In what? God, I'm sorry.
Sort of one of the fastest times.
Album to get pissed off about.
Teenage runner Aidan Gallagher became the Oregon Girls 200-meter state.
Oregon State, like, so the Oregon, high school state track meet?
Champion last week, posting one of the fastest times in the state's history with a remarkable display of power and stamina. But as Aidan crossed the finish line, something, well, pretty unusual happened.
Here's something that's going to blow your mind because, you know, like, spoiler, it's a trans athlete that he's talking about. And the reason that she was booed is because people are transphobic and they're attributing her success to, well, stuff that they don't really understand, right? They understand, you know, the basics of biology as far as testosterone and estrogen to, like, a certain degree, but they don't understand the kind of limits that are put in place in order for a trans person to participate in a sport. Let me blow your mind with something, okay? Trans people have been participating in the highest level, I mean, Olympic sports since the early 2000s, all right? And I know you want to hear about how much trans people have fucked it up, right? How impossible it is for a cis woman to win, let alone or to medal, let alone win in any Olympic sport right now. Let me tabulate. I get my calculator and tell you how many gold medals trans people have won in the Olympic Games that they've been able to compete in now for more than 20 years. Let's see. Carry the one. Wait. Oh, it's 0. Oh, it's 0. There's no impact. Oh, I'm sorry. I got that mixed up. Yeah, there's been no impact, right? There's been no impact. And is that because trans athletes suck? I mean, more likely it's because, you know, it's difficult for trans people to participate in sports without getting like massive amounts of harassment. That being a top level athlete is tough already, and with the sort of, you know, hurdles put on there by being like you know, by having your identity politicized so hard, you know, it probably just makes it difficult to compete. But yeah, this is a nothing burger. But for Piers, I guess transphobia is on the menu.
Sort of joyous cheering and adulation, many of the watching spectators loudly booed.
So wait, he portrayed that like the record-breaking time. Do you see like how close these two, like it's a blurry screen, right? So you can't really make out anybody on the screen, but these two do not seem to be very far apart. There it is, there it is. I don't know, that's like a fraction of a second apart.
Well, the same thing happened when Gallagher received a gold medal on the podium, but the runner-up was loudly cheered when she received her silver. And there's an explanation for all this. Gallagher is a transgender athlete who was born a biological male and therefore has a vastly superior physiology to show for it. And there's viral video clips from the race.
Chad, I don't know if anybody saw the latest Turkey Tom video. We covered Xena and Poppy and you know, their kind of abuse of their child allegedly, and you know, the issue with Poppy and No Flake and all that stuff, right? It's a mess. It's a shit show. And these are more white leaf streamers that are you know, have credible like abuse allegations alleged at them, right? So not being a fan of Poppy and Xena, I gotta say that the Turkey Tom video kind of ups the ante on transphobia, right? There was controversy over the Keffels video that Mudahar did. And Keffels, again, somebody I do not defend, right? But the controversy with Keffels was that the thumbnail, you know, was considered by some to be, you know, embody transphobic tropes. And, you know, there's a whole discussion about like, well, the artist just draws people like that. You know, whatever. I think it was like not a great choice by Mudahar, but I don't think he was trying to be transphobic. Turkey Tom chose to bring out pre-transition pictures of Poppy in his video. And Piers is kind of doing the same thing here with you were born as a biological man. Are you a biological man? You're a biological man. Here, let me show you the pre-transition pictures. Let's look at their dead name. Ho, 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 ho. There's a certain degree to which the there's like a Pandora's box kind of opening up on transphobia, and I think it's ugly.
Show Gallagher towered over many of the competing girls, displaying greater height, power, and speed that frankly made a mockery of any pretense to fairness or equality.
But this is what you're going to say about any trans person, and you can argue, you can find trans people, you can find cis people that you know, that are taller, you can find cis people that are, you know, more muscular. You like, it's not, there's a fucking mythology surrounding the physiological action of estrogen and testosterone on the body, right? That doesn't even take into account something like HRT, which any trans athlete is going to have to undergo for a specified amount of time in order to participate in sports, right? People who know the sports science, people who understand the anatomy and physiology a lot better than Piers Morgan does, have looked into this, have asked the question. That's how trans people were allowed to participate in Olympic level sports in the first place. And when they weighed all the factors, they decided, yeah, it's fair for, you know, trans people to compete. In fact, the real unfairness would be barring somebody from competition because they're trans, or trying to force them to participate, you know, trying to force somebody with an estrogen dominant body to participate in sports with people with a testosterone dominant body, because there is an effect, right? It's not what people think it is, right? Estrogen and testosterone, just really quickly, are steroid hormones. They are sex hormones, and they both have an anabolic effect. That means that these hormones will cause an increased synthesis of skeletal muscle. Skeletal muscle is what moves you, right? It's your muscles, right? As you think of them, there's other kinds of muscles too in your digestive system and in your heart that we're not talking about right now. But yeah, like the synthesis of skeletal muscles, the anabolic effect that testosterone has is higher than the anabolic effect that estrogen has. But it's not, we're not dealing with, you know, two bell curves that are separated out. We're dealing with two bell curves that intersect. Even talking about cis men and cis women, right? There are, you know, cis women who regularly outperform cis men. So yeah, there's a mythology around this that makes it like a bigger deal than people think it is. And there's also like a level of ignorance, not understanding that the very basic level of HRT is to block androgens, of which testosterone is one. So trans women participating in sports are going to have spent a certain amount of time with you know, drugs blocking their synthesis of testosterone with extra you know, estrogen added, and so the most appropriate division for them to compete in is the women's division, right? From a sports science point of view, from a like, you know, politics aside, because remember, these are sports scientists that made this determination. These were not woke people by any means, right? But what we have here is an issue of science, a specialized field of science, that being sports science, that it encompasses a whole bunch of different, you know, like I said, anatomy, physiology, you know, human development, embryology, right? Whole bunch of things that go into this, that's understood by a very small subsection of humanity, being debated about by know-nothing jackasses that are like, well, I don't think a man should be participating with women, and the men strong, women weak. You know, fucking no, you. I'm sorry, dude, but this is not your. You do not meet the bar of entry for meaningfully engaging in this debate. But that's what this has brought about, is the politicization of an issue that is a scientific medical question.
The reaction of the crowd is a small moment in the grand scheme of things, but it might prove to be extremely significant. A couple of years ago, it would have been very different. This would have been hailed as the latest progressive symbolic victory for inclusivity and tolerance. But now mainstream opinion is finally waking up to what is honestly insane.
That's what happens when you politicize a scientific issue, right? Instead of bringing to bear like actual knowledge about the effects of things like estrogen and testosterone, you're bringing to bear the ignorance of the, you know, common person who doesn't even know, like, what is the protocol? What is the medical protocol for transition? Like, do they know what an anti-androgen is? No. Then why are they the ones talking, right? This is.
World Athletics has banned trans athletes who've been through male puberty from competing against women. But the state-level bureaucrats are miles behind. The Oregon authorities say they define a woman based on their consistently asserted gender identity. But honestly,
that's not true. That's not true. He's trying to say that, like, if somebody self-identifies as female, they are automatically entered into the women's division. That's not true. That's not true in any sport. Gender self-ID is not the basis for inclusion or disclusion in an event.
Honestly, that's just disingenuous bullshit.
You're disingenuous bullshit.
Yes, trans people deserve the same rights and respect as everybody else. They should have fairness and equality. should have the same human rights.
They just shouldn't be able to participate in sports in any meaningful way. They should just be forced to participate in segregated divisions that no one cares about, that they're not even enough athletes to fucking fill the role. Because guess what? There's not that many trans athletes. Would you want to be a trans athlete in this atmosphere?
But you can't consistently assert the massive physical differences that come from being born male or female and compete in sport. Those rights cannot come at the expense of women's rights to fairness and equality in their own sport. Now, for years, anyone prepared to speak up about this, like me, was instantly shamed and vilified as a transphobe. But the reaction of the crowd in Oregon, which is actually,
you dumb. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Chad. I'm being ableist to Piers Morgan. I should dial that back. I should dial that back. I don't need to be ableist about this, okay? And he's not the only one, but this British guy thinks that because he has seen Oregon blue on an electoral map, that the entire state is covered in SJWs. Okay, so Oregon, just to be real clear with you, just to be real clear on Oregon, right, contains Portland. Portland is a liberal city. But not far away from Portland are the people who go into Portland to start trouble. The brown shirt thugs, the Proud Boys, the Patriot Prayer, the other jackasses that go in there and start trouble and start fights and stuff like that, right? Also in Oregon. Also in Oregon, there's a whole east side of Oregon that is incredibly conservative. But Pierce here has seen Oregon be blue on the map. Isn't that, it's a reliably blue state. It must be very liberal. They must be all very woke there, right? Are they all a bunch of woke? British is a slur. What is Pakistan's excuse for losing cricket to the US? I don't know if they have an excuse. Yeah, Oregon is 95% white too. Yeah, this is so fucked up. And you know what I'm talking about, Variant, right? Oregon's a big state. It's not just Portland, okay? It's not just Portland. Look, there's cities in Oregon they're going to skew left, and as like the entirety of the population of Oregon, yeah, does skew to the left. It's a reliable vote for Democrats in presidential elections. It generally selects two Democratic senators, right? But the majority of that population is either going to be in Portland or it's going to be in any of the various coastal towns, including some college towns, right? But then when you get outside of that, it's a very conservative place. Same thing with Washington and California. There are very conservative areas of these, very leftwardly leaning states. But don't let me slow your roll on spreading more ignorance.
More liberal than conservative, shows the silent majority might finally be fighting back and letting their feelings be heard loud and clear. Well, joining me to debate this and more.
I love how we're taking boos and cheers from a crowd as a metric of what the fucking majority is anyway.
Our comedian and podcaster James Barr, uncensored contributor Esther Kraken, Outkick host Tommy Lahren, and the host.
Yeah, Shakespeare is mentioning that it's not only things that we think of as sports that are affected. It's also activities like chess, right? There is an argument that trans women should not be able to compete as women in chess, right? Which you can't make without just being sexist. You've got to say that, like, you got to make some argument that being biologically female makes you a worse chess player, which I don't know how you get there without misogyny. But, these people are okay with misogyny. We're going to see how okay Pierce actually is with misogyny. In fact, I feel like she's on another one, isn't she? Because I'm not even showing you the one that she covers. I'm gonna have to find this in a second. She's been on a lot of these Piers Morgan debates recently.
Situation Room podcast.
The Bituation Room.
Jessica Fiorentini. So welcome to all of you. Tommy.
Now, chat, I gotta ask you, are you habituated to the Bituation Room?
Start with you.
I really would have loved a one-on-one between Piers and Francesca, at least at the start of this.
Watched a video of this as a father of a 12-year-old girl who loves a bit of sport. And honestly, my heart just sank. But when I heard the booing, I was thrilled, not because the athlete was being booed. I felt awful for the trans athlete, but because I finally felt that the silent majority were finding...
Concentration comes from the balls.
...their voice. What did you think?
Yeah, I also think that it's big that this happened in a place like Oregon. Oregon is not conservative, maybe certain parts, but certainly the majority of Oregon is certainly more.
Okay, so the majority of the land of Oregon is conservative, all right? The majority of the land of the U.S. is conservative, but land doesn't vote, and you know, most of that land is sparsely you know how this works, right? Urban areas tend to be more left-wing, and rural areas tend to be more right-wing. So the majority of the state, if you look at the map, is going to be conservative, of Oregon, of Washington, maybe even of California. I'm not sure if it works on California, maybe even like New York, right? You know, there's conservative areas of New York too. It's just like an argument from nowhere, an argument from ignorance, an argument from the fever swamps of Matt Walsh's unclean ass.
More on the left side. So I think the fact that the crowd is saying, hey, this is unacceptable, that's a big moment. But we just have to stop denying this, Piers. I mean, the silent majority, and I would agree that the majority, actually, the more vocal majority now, is saying that this is absolutely ludicrous. And listen, I think we need to stop talking about biological men competing against biological women in women's sports. This is a trans person, a trans woman competing against actual women. Stop.
Yeah. We got to make the transphobia more overt, right? You're not an actual woman.
Dismissing women by calling us biological women. We are just women. So I want to put that out there first.
Yeah, I agree.
Why are we constantly, and when I say we, why is popular culture constantly asserting that trans people,
popular culture? I thought you said you had the majority.
Feelings, their emotions, their inclusion is more important than the majority of women who just want to have fairness, want to compete, want to have achievements, accomplishments, and opportunities. Why do
you really want to put this up to vote with women? Because I think that's one subsection that might not vote the way that you think they would.
Feelings matter more than the feelings of the women that they're competing against. It's ridiculous. We keep coddling and kowtowing to this madness. I hope we're seeing the end of it, and I think within the next couple of years we will.
Yeah, I mean, I'm amazed that every woman, frankly, doesn't agree with you, because the unfairness and inequality...
Would you be amazed to find that the majority of women do not agree with Tomi Lahren? Would you be amazed to find that most issues, the majority of women do not agree with Tomi Lahren?
So obvious,
because you shouldn't be surprised. It shouldn't be that surprising.
Francesca, I can see you.
But this guy is phenomenally ignorant, and look, you know, some of it you can chalk it up to the fact that he lives in the UK. Some of it you can say, you know, like, oh, I don't know, maybe he thinks all of Oregon is just like super left wing. That all the left wing people live in Oregon, and the small town in Oregon is full of woke SJWs, right? But it just
actually, you know, going berserk here with indignation. So presumably you don't agree.
I mean, I just please don't speak for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, either of you, please don't speak for me. Please don't speak for all women. Just let's get that out of the way right now, because I do disagree. I think about, what if your 12-year-old kid was Aiden? Wouldn't that be incredible? Wouldn't you be proud of Aiden?
No.
And how much would it...
No, absolutely not. Unless
Pierce wouldn't let his child transition. Pierce would try to force an identity on his child that wasn't their own. Pierce is a fucking monster.
That child had not even reached puberty.
And someday that's going to be seen as the child abuse that it is.
And in the case of my daughter, for example, and someone is trying to convince her that if you just put your hand up and say that you're a boy, you can suddenly compete against a different biological sex. I'd say it's all madness.
Piers, this is what's crazy about it. Do you think that that's what's driving trans women to compete as athletes, is that they're like, if I transition to become a woman,
Well, it almost sounds like he's saying that that's what drives trans women to transition, trans women who are athletes to transition, right? And also that's just not true.
I can win a.
He's literally characterizing this as like self-ID is what classifies you into women's sports or men's sports, and when that's not how it works anywhere. And this is why you shouldn't have this question be politicized. This is why this should be a question for Olympic committees and sports scientists and people who know what the fuck they're talking about, because this guy sure as fuck doesn't. If he thinks that somebody can just like transition and the next day be competing at the top level of, also that there's something kind of arrogant and misogynistic about this in thinking that, any biologically male person, if you want to say it that way, right? Participating in women's sports is going to have this, insurmountable advantage, right? Like I said, there are two bell curves and they overlap. Pierce, there are women right now, biological women even, who would kick your ass at boxing, jiu-jitsu, mixed martial arts, any of these supposedly masculine sports. And I would pay to see that, honestly.
Gold medal in a high school track and meet competition.
Well, no, hang on, Francesca. I don't care.
That is so absurd to me. It's the same thing. Hang on,
Francesca,
let me speak.
I don't care. The reality is they're doing it, right? And the point is that, to me, the answer is obvious.
They're not doing it to win a medal. They're doing it because that is their identity.
But they're winning medals at the expense of actual women who can't compete with them physically.
Okay.
It's why we separate the sexes.
You know what? Like, I actually Googled this.
Hang on. I'll come to you too.
I'm embarrassed to be a woman when I see women freaking out about trans women winning one out of so many competitions.
It's not just one.
Okay,
it's happening in swimming with Leah Thomas.
Hang on.
It's happening in all.
Leah Thomas didn't win, jackass.
All sorts of sports.
Yes, because it makes us.
Leah Thomas didn't win.
Look really pathetic, honestly. It makes us look like losers and whiners. And guess what?
And Riley Gaines didn't even come close to placing.
I'm not a loser or a whiner. You know what I actually want to talk about when it comes to women's sports? Why is Caitlin Clark being paid 80 times less than her counterpart entering the NBA?
Well, that's
because
quite
she's in the
straightforward too.
Because nobody watches
Women
it.
don't want to talk about that.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Chat, can you help me out? Where have I seen Esther before? Where do I recognize Esther? That's Esther, right? We saw her be referred to in the sizzle reel earlier. I think it was another Piers Morgan debate. Was it the Hassan one? I can't remember. Riley Gaines tied for 5th, so received the same rank she would have gotten had Leah. Yeah, she wasn't going to be, and that was the tied for 5th in like not even the finals, right? Esther was on the Hassan segments. That's where I recognized the debate with Hassan. Okay, and she actually had decent takes when it came to the Hassan debate, right? Oh yeah, you're right. The blonde guy was there as well.
Hold on, Francesca.
Oh, but he had pink hair back then.
Let me ask you a question. If I hit you over the head with a bat and I said the plan wasn't to kill you, it's because you had a fly in your head, would you still not go to the police for assault?
What? What? Excuse me?
Hold on, Francesca. Let me ask you a question. If I hit you over the head,
counterpart entering the NBA.
Well, that's quite straightforward too.
Because nobody watches it.
Women don't want to talk about that.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Women don't want to ever
hold on,
talk about
Francesca.
that.
Let me ask you a question. If I hit you over the head with a bat and I said the plan wasn't to kill you, it's because you had a fly in your head, would you still not go to the police for assault? Does my
That seems like a gratuitously violent thought experiment. I don't know.
intention matter? Because that's exactly what you just said.
I'm just trying to Rube Goldberg
That's exactly what you
follow
said.
that.
That's exactly what you said. Just because trans people are not identifying as trans to basically erode women's sports, that makes it okay. That's exactly what they're doing. This is
you think that's what they're doing?
You
think trans people were put on Earth
let me finish.
to
You know what the issue
attack
is.
women's
You know
sports?
what the
Don't
issue
talk
is.
over each other.
You know what the issue
Let Esther
is.
finish her point,
You
then
know
you
what
can
the
respond,
issue is.
Francesca.
They are useful idiots like you that are validating ascientific nonsense. There's no such thing as gender identity. Being trans identity.
Now that's a pretty big leap, but do you understand that the trans women in sports debate is the way that the transphobes kind of get their foot in the door, right? They get their foot in the door. They say like trans women shouldn't be able to compete in sports. Why? And I'm quoting, I'm quoting the bigots on this panel. This is not my opinion, but they say because they're not real women. Okay, so then from there on, the indignities just heap upon, right? This isn't even like the debate, but like she's gotten to from, trans women in sports to this idea that gender identity is fake. Like, I don't know, did she read Tom Foolery's gender doc, maybe? Is that where she's getting this? Well, she's this genius man named Tom Foolery, the smartest man in the world. He's got a lot of riz too. He's he's fair and he's smart, and he's written a gender doc that linguistically traces down the origin of the word gender to be similar to the origin of the concept of sex and the characteristics thereof. And so therefore there isn't really a gender distinguished from sex, but these are two versions of the same thing. Thank you, Tom.
Is a mental.
Thank you for your contribution to the realm of human knowledge. Maybe we should talk about that asshole.
A reality that exists only in your head should not be validated, and specifically not at the expense of people that are just going about their business.
Now that he's getting roasted,
trying to win sporting tournaments or trying to use
There's
a loo.
useful idiots like you that are leading to the death of trans people.
So look, this is not criticism for Francesca. I do not relish her, having to her participating in these Piers Morgan's debates, right? I would have started off by talking about just the very basic thing that all of these debates are missing, right? He's able to portray, again, like just like the last debate that we got, like they're weaponizing ignorance, right? People don't know that trans women who participate in sports have, blood levels of hormones that are in certain ranges, right? Have been on, HRT, which means, androgen blockers and estrogen for like a certain amount of time before they're able to even participate. Like that is the first, exhibit that I would enter into evidence in this kangaroo court.
About people.
All right, let Francesca respond.
And you can basically go to an island where all women think like you, and you can compete with all the biological men you want, but do not impose your backward views on the rest of us and have the audacity to call us regressive.
Okay, Francesca, you respond. I'll come to James.
My response is this.
Yeah, I wouldn't take your bigotry away from you.
Look, I care more about human life and people actually. I care about the right to privacy. I care about the people surviving and living in this world. Yes, I do.
You don't seem to care about the right to privacy of biological women not wanting to share their spaces with biological men. What about them?
What about the number of trans youth who commit
hold on.
suicide every single year?
What about biological women not wanting to share a bathroom with a biological man? Talk about that. Don't do what about. Answer that question. What about them? Do they not matter?
Look, lady, you can go into every bathroom and pick a fight with every person who you think is in the wrong bathroom. That's your prerogative.
If a man goes into a bathroom with...
Don't chat. Just understand. She always knows. She always knows. Like she regularly probably uses the bathroom with a ton of trans women, but and doesn't even notice, right? But no, she always knows.
My daughter,
a teenager.
What should I do?
A teenager being booed. Guys, let's not bully, okay? I believe it was Melania Trump who said, "Be best," and we know what bullying leads to. Stephen Miller.
You know what
bullying. Okay, but Francesca, I'm going to come to James.
This is a very off the rails debate already.
Because to me, there's conflating two issues. You can absolutely support trans rights to fairness and equality, as I do and consistently have, but you can also...
So he's trying to say I'm not with her. I'm not with her on the dehumanizing takes of Tommy Lauren or Esther here.
Also see that there is obviously a massive problem now getting increasing now in women's sport. And there's a reason, and we've had this conversation.
You can see that there's a massive problem, right? Now, look, if there was a massive problem, how would we see it? With statistics. Has he got any statistics? No. No statistics, but we can see it because we have anecdotes. Who was talking about ascientific nonsense, Esther? Because the only ascientific nonsense I see is coming out of your mouth, Tommy Laren's mouth, and Pierce's pie hole. His pork pie hole, because I know enough about English culture to be able to say that this motherfucker is lying.
But you gave a preposterous answer.
Vamps would be proud.
Last time. There's a reason we separate sexes in the Olympics, in the World Championships, because otherwise women would never win anything.
Look, I think...
So that's why we do it. It's not because women aren't great athletes.
Women would never
They're great
win
athletes
anything.
when competing
What a quote
against people
is.
physically born like
Listen,
them.
I have so much to say. I want to explode. Firstly, Esther, you're the only thing making anyone angry or incensed right now. So you're causing me a mental health issue. So really, if there's a mental illness, it's actually you. I would like to take a pill
you can all be
to
mentally
remove
unwell
you
together.
from my life.
The
Going back to
Zaybevs.
the state here, like most of the female winners in this sport, they are hitting around 22 to 24 seconds, which is...
Oh my God, chat, I'm realizing this is catnip for me. I'm spending too much time at this. I'm paying too much attention to this, right? So what I really wanted to show you... Thomas Jerome. What about the Paralympic athletes using blades? Oh my gosh, you just opened a can of worms there. Yeah, there's a lot that we're not thinking about as far as sports. I don't think that, as Jacksby says, scrotum tightening cold. There's in terms of the art, the discussion of fairness in sports, like that, there's a lot more that we could talk about. I don't want to get into it right now, but you're absolutely right that. Sorry, I don't mean to be. I'm not trying to be mean to him because he's British, right? I'm just using British culture against him, sort of. Anyway, I had to be educated that it's called a pork pie when you lie. That's like I was like, is it called a Anyway, so what I wanted to show you was actually this. This is Francesca. Her reaction to. Yeah, I think it's this one. I think it's this one, right? And we're not gonna have time for the rest of it unless I've already edged it. I've already edged you for too long already. Also, Thomas, do you want me to put your Crystal? Thank you for the $3 super sticker. Lots of ableism there. It was making me ableist for a second. I usually try to avoid having a go at people's intelligence levels. That's kind of shitty of me. But just kind of came out. I love that sound. Thomas, I'm trying to remember, you were voting for MTG. Yeah, you were voting for MTG, weren't you? So we put that together into 2.4 plus 2.4. We'll call that 5. That makes MTG. Raises that up to 8 points. Dom Fockery's got 10 points. North Korea poop balloons have 10 points. And our dono goal goes up to 6. So we are 6/10 of the way there towards unlocking extra content. Crystal Safira, do you have an opinion about what our second... Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I spoke too soon. That's right. It was actually North Korean poop balloons getting 15%. Thanks for catching that, Shakespeare. Thank you for catching that. And Crystal, let me know if you have a preference on what our second content should be for today. When you donate, you can tell me what you want this next segment to be over. We've got these 4 options here. Looks like Roseanne Barr 62%, Pod Save America Bad TikTok Take 19%, Dom Fockery, the author of the Gender Doc himself, 12%, only 12%. North Korean poop balloons at 7%. That is in the main poll. Over on shorts, we have MTG. Oh, not quite winning by as much as she was before. North Korean poop balloons in a strong second over there on shorts. Pod Save America and Dom Fuckery in the single digits. So yeah, if you donate today, just let me know which of these options, like which of these content options you would like to see next as our next segment after the Anna Kasparian thing, which I still have to get to. And I will add 1% for every dollar. You can also say Vox Populi. Nobody selected that today yet, but what that basically means is you're like, I want whatever wins the vote to win. So Vox Populi is actually a minus of like all the pluses, right? Everything that that people, when they donate, they add a percentage for every dollar they donate. You can actually take away a percentage from everything across the board and just put it back to whatever's winning the poll is winning by saying Vox Populi. But yeah, just let me know if you donate. Porkies? Wait, they're called porkies? Oh, porky pies. Wait, are they called porky pies? Tu sais parler français? Also, I know how to speak French, yeah. MTG stole the steal. Oh, you're voting for MTG. I'll put your $2 behind MTG, which is there. And it now has 5%. And wait, am I missing anybody's? Thomas Jerome wants North Korean poop balloons. Don't we all, chat? Don't we all? It's because someone brought up kidney pie, so I quoted James Joyce's Ulysses. I think Crystal's the only one I haven't heard from. But I mean, you don't have to choose, but if you want to, just let me know. Oh, MTG. Okay, MTG. There we go. I see what you said. We're gonna add 3% more to MTG. So yeah, it looks like MTG overall winning, definitely destroying the other options in terms of the polls, but also up to 8%. North Korean poop balloons coming on strong. They don't have a lot of support in the main poll. They do have support in the shorts poll, and they also have support amongst the donors. The donor class is really like, look, I want to see those North Korean poop balloons someday, chat. Someday maybe we'll get them, but it's Tommy Lauren. Yeah, Tommy Lauren, Esther that was on the panel with Hassan. And then I can't remember what his name is, but he was on the panel with Hassan too. So at least she's got like you've been talking porkies, me China, and that's gonna go. If I know what Thomas has been voting for so far, right into the column of, we'll go ahead and top that off to 20%. Yo, look at that. Donors really wanting to see the North Korean poop balloons. Thomas, why am I missing? I'm not seeing all the chats for some reason. Like I'm seeing some of them come through on my OBS software and I'm not seeing them in the chat. It's just YouTube being YouTube. I cannot speak French fluently, but enough to understand some conversations. Me too. I mean, I can express a lot in French, but not everything. Tu es Québécois? I was almost customer support for Quebecois customers somewhere.
Discussion. Again, the kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, who went on the most simultaneously boring and reactionary rant during a Benedictine college commencement.
But if I wanted to be helpful in French now, I'd really have to knock the rust off.
Speech that included calling women basically, yay, good for you, education, but I'm sure you're really just looking forward to squeezing out babies. I'm sure you're really
okay, so this did get brought up later. Oh my god, chat, I'm taking so long on this, like, right? And there's no they actually don't have timestamps here on this one. Usually they do.
The logical conclusion of their ludicrous arguments facilitates the need to actually say these things.
Department. So? All this is a bunch of mommy issues that he laid out at a bunch of.
You're going to sanction him using to wear an LGBT pride badge. Now, James, again,
okay, so they're talking about like an athlete that refused to wear a like there was a badge on the uniform that said no homophobia, and he didn't want to wear that. There's also they're also talking about the kicker that gave the commencement speech at a graduation and basically said, you know, women, your main job is popping out those babies.
really looking forward to your perineum just ripping. Yeah, there's this 4th degree rips. I'm sure you're really looking forward to having to wear an ice pack between your crotch.
Strangely relatable, even though I haven't had kids.
For a good month. I'm sure you're really
I'm sure some of chat knows what I'm talking about.
Forward to your nipples being suckled on and just bleeding. Just, the stupid baby don't even know how to latch. I'm sure
definitely had an ice pack on my crotch before.
Really looking forward to waking up at 3 a.m. to feed said baby. I'm sure you're really looking forward to not knowing why the fuck this baby is crying and crying and crying. I'm sure you're really looking forward to having literally no help from anybody. I'm sure you're really looking forward to having to drag your baby to its doctor's appointments because we don't have house calls in this country. So you got to go at 1 week, at 2 weeks, at 3 weeks, right? And it's all on you. And yes, you're going to be waiting in the doctor's office for a really long time. Then I'm sure you're looking forward to those doctor's bills. Sure, you're looking forward to all of it. Who needs an education when you have babies and domesticity? And here's what was interesting is because I'm on with 2 right-wing women. And in order for them, they have to find an angle here, right? And their angle has to be, I support...
Oh, Crystal, I didn't see you with the weird champ. Why isn't it showing me when people... That's so weird. I see like when people gift memberships, but I'm not seeing when people get memberships for themselves. But I see you there, Crystal, and thank you for becoming a weird champ. Sometimes giving yourself the gift of weasels is the right move. It's the only way to make sure that you get those to get those weasels, because on YouTube people can't choose. It's just luck of the draw who gets the gifties. So I feel like, are we closer than... There's at least, yeah, it's like 7 out of 10 here. I don't think I've been counting these all, and I need to be good on that. I need to be
Butker, but not to the point that sort of like Back to the Future erases me from this picture, meaning I'm a woman with a career. I'm a woman here who is, you know, a professional pundit, and I have to be able to side with the right wing. I have to, and Republican women and right-wing women are put in this
weaselbation. I never thought of it like that.
I have to toe the line, but not advocate for my second-class citizenship to the point where I am no longer relevant, which is a very hard line to toe, and I feel for them. But here we are. Piers Morgan basically is like, tells us.
Jules says, I'm very curious about what the poop balloons are. Me too. Me too. I want to get to that story.
You know, what's wrong with it? It's there's nothing. You got terrible backlash, and where are my biscuits?
Butker first. Tommy, I want to come to you on this. Let's just play a clip. This is a guy who's a Kansas City Chiefs star. He made.
Oh, chat. That's a Stanley Cup. Now, there's some reason that I don't like. I wanted to get one, but I didn't end up getting one. Is there something in Stanley Cups that's like, was there like lead found in them? Why doesn't chat appear on the screen? Because my shit is busted, Nathan Drake. And I'm not talking about my looks. Or maybe I am, I don't know. But you be the judge of that. No, I mean the software that was doing that stopped working, and the person developing it stopped fixing it. I need a replacement from Twidget. I was using Twidget before, which I'm thinking maybe is what the Vanguard uses. I don't know. They're either on StreamYards or they're on or they're using Twidget to do the you know how like on the Vanguard, if somebody donates, it'll pop up right down here, or if somebody says something and they bring it up, you know, it'll pop out right down here.
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $5, donating, and I see there's a new vote. Voting for the NK
North Korea
poop balloons. Definitely want to know why they did that.
Yo, oh my God. Wait, this is starting to become a real, that's $5 for the North Korean poop balloons. We are at 8 out of 10 of our dono goal. That's a lot of percentage that's getting added to North Korean poop balloons. That might actually win. I was thinking that because of how one-sided the poll looks right now, that it was going to be MTG talks to Roseanne Barr for sure about QAnon. But now it looks like it's a competition now. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what makes it cool, is that the adding the donation to the chat makes it a contest, makes it up in the air.
The commencement speech at Benedictine College.
Thank you for the super chat.
Aspire to be homemakers. Take a look.
Izzy?
I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions?
It's not going to read your chat just because it's $5 Canadian? Oh, that's too bad, Bad Ash. I'll read it for you. Bad Ash 2029 super chats MTG.
And titles you are going to get in your career. Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. Not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it, but
he's definitely been watching Jordan Peterson. So this is that jackass. Like, what's his name, chat? Can anybody remind me who this is? I'm anti-food. I am too, but it's only because I just ate a whole bunch of oatmeal. I had oatmeal for lunch, chat. I'm so weird. Most people have it mixing donations with votes. Well, yeah, it makes it a competition, right? It makes it like there's like a horse race to Harrison Butker. Okay, but the motherfucker's name is Butker, and he's like, okay. Anyway, what is up with football players and their weird names? Like, isn't there a guy named Dick Butkus in football? Yeah, Dick Butkus is like a famous football player, and Bob Greasy. Like, I don't know. Football players, they got some interesting names for sure. Had oatmeal all the time at some point. Oatmeal's so good. The Scottish eat it all the time? Okay, so I'm not that weird. Do the Scottish have like a savory version of oatmeal? Because that's, well, not exactly. I guess it was still sweet oatmeal. North Korean poop balloons.
$5. MK poop balloon.
Those poop balloons are coming, and they're coming, wow. The poop balloons are up to 30%. That's a huge percentage to add. That's a huge percentage to add. Thank you, Izzy, for the $5 super chat. And I will put your money right here in the column of North Korean poop balloons.
The true God-centered pride. Be unapologetic in your masculinity.
$9.99. We must rebuke the reactionary false linguists.
Wait, that's for Dom Fockery, right? You said rebuke the false linguists. That would be Dom Fockery and his gender doc. Okay, I'm here for it. Salty porridge. That sounds kind of iffy. Clem chowder? Wait, clam crowdy? Wait, is there like a clam version of this? Is there a seafood version of Dom Falconry?
Fighting against the cultural emasculation of men.
Fight against the cultural emasculation of men.
The cultural emasculation.
I feel like that haircut is the cultural emasculation of men. What is that, the fash haircut?
I just don't even know.
The classic.
There's nothing more emasculating than whining about the emasculation of men, because now it's okay for men to like read books and cry. Do you know what I'm saying? Like what? Who is emasculating? Who? Where?
In China, they have savory porridges. Is that is that not millet, but what's that other stuff? Sorghum. Is that sorghum? Like savory sorghum porridge? Jules. Jules, with the 300 bits, can I put bits towards the poll? Absolutely. Yeah, bits works too. Any kind of donation, right? This includes, throne donations. This includes Patreon signups, which reminds me, I need to integrate that so that those show up on the stream. Basically any kind of donation. That money can go. Poop balloons. We have 300 bits, which translates to 3%. Yo, those poop balloons, they're flying high today. I'm surprised at how competitive this actually is, given how much MTG is dominating in the polls. That's something you don't hear, hopefully you don't hear often.
It's okay for men to...
No, wait, MTG does okay in her polls, right? MTG is actually... Like in her district, she's winning. It's Lauren Boebert that's going to be out on her ass, right? For her Beetlejuice escapades.
Spend time with their kids. How dare you emasculate me? Oh, it's okay for a man to be one of the ones who gets up at 3 a.m. to give
He's SSPX?
Their kid a bottle instead of the woman having to do that. How dare you emasculate me? We're trying to make you a good father, you fucking creep.
He is a creep.
Tommy, this created a huge furore, of course. The Kansas City, well, the NFL, I think, threw him under a bus immediately, so they were outraged. It wasn't their opinions and so on. But there's been a lot of surprising voices of support. Bill Maher, for example, a liberal, came out and basically...
Bill, I'm so sick of Bill Maher. Anybody else sick of Bill Maher? Also, my lighting is like, it's going too hard. Like I'm turning too pale because the summer... sun is anyway. I'll fix it, chat. It's my responsibility. I can deal with this. I'm a professional. Look, you have donated to give me professional equipment, and I'm gonna act like a professional. God damn it. My bad. Kranakan is made with Crowdy. Kranachan. I need to learn more about Scottish cuisine. People have told me that Scottish food is terrible, right? I think the only dish that I really have heard of from Scotland is haggis, but maybe there's good food from Scotland too. Wait, I'm putting... Thomas was donating to the poop balloons, right? Donating to the poop balloons. That sounds so weird to say. What did we do on stream today, chat? Oh yeah, we donated to the poop balloons. No comment Keisha, no comment Ghost. Yeah, oh wait, look, they just like the... Now it's better. Now it's slightly better. Yeah, it just depends on how much sun is shining in the window.
He supported his right to say this.
Haggis is the poutine of Scotland. I feel like if they made it without meat, I would like it.
It's obviously...
Okay, strategic eye roll from Francesca because Bill Maher being a liberal. Man, Bill Maher he is a cutout. He is a fucking... He's an op.
I think he's a turd. No, I'm not even kidding. No comment Coomer. Oh my gosh. That's what Stardust called me.
He is a false flag. The right...
Or no, she called me nocommentchick. That's right.
Must pay Bill Maher money so that he has reactionary takes so they can say liberal Bill Maher, which he's anything but a liberal. But I swear to God, using him is just so ridiculous.
Religiously motivated what he said. What did you make of what he came out with?
Listen, I don't agree with everything that he said, but I also think a lot of people are taking it out of context. He's a Catholic speaking to other Catholics, so you have to put that in context. He's not.
And as Shakespeare pointed out, not just any Catholic, right? Let's not put that evil on all Catholic people, on the planet. That is a traditional splinter sect of the Catholic Church, which, to my understanding, doesn't even acknowledge Vatican II, right? They're very out of step with the actual Catholic Church. That's the SSPX that he's a member of.
To people at a pride parade, he's speaking to Catholics who hold traditional Catholic views. And there's nothing wrong with him expressing his opinions. We can disagree with them. But I would also like to point out that when he's giving this commencement speech as a Catholic to Catholics, he's not like some of the other athletes who want to kneel at an actual football game or who want to force fellow athletes to wear.
You gotta love that. You gotta love that. Like, she doesn't want an athlete to be able to protest something like the systemic violence against like black people enacted by the police, like something like that, right? But she does want to make sure that Trad Kathy McSXPX can tell women to get back in the kitchen.
Rainbow.
Pop out those babies.
When they're going to compete at their sport. He's giving a commencement speech to Catholics. So the left really needs to decide, do they want athletes to take a stand or not? Because we are told that Colin Kaepernick and others, LeBron James, Megan Rapinoe.
Colin Kaepernick was fucking... Colin Kaepernick's gone, right? Colin Kaepernick got, fired, right? What is she talking about?
They should be hailed for their political speech. But then Harrison Bucker, who gives a speech, a commencement speech to fellow Catholics, all of a sudden, that's a bridge too far.
Okay.
Oh, please.
Honey, please, even though I don't agree with everything he said. I mean, but also I have to defend it because that's where I'm at. And
I appreciate the Tommy Lahren Muppet voice.
No, he spent half the speech. Oh my God, it's so boring. It's 20 minutes long. He spent half the speech basically talking about how Joe Biden isn't a Catholic. Joe Biden's a shitty Catholic. And then he just admonishes all Catholics the entire time. That's what he's doing. He's admonishing Catholics. So look, I think there's a little bit of rationale here. It's like, okay, maybe it's for the women there. Maybe it's for the Catholic graduates there. Let me tell you that the sisterhood, the nuns of Benedictine College, came out with a statement condemning and basically saying, fuck you, Harrison.
And chat, just so you know, I'm not dick riding the Catholic Church or anything like that. I'm just this is a very specific form of tradcath, right? This is
we've professionally dedicated our lives to God. And we don't have kids, and we don't take care of a man. In fact, bullet dodged, hallelujah, literally. All right. We just have Sister Mary Clarence, and we help kids out in San Francisco.
James, I think James, your response.
I mean, he talked about Catholic pride. Really?
Pride in God.
I think it's actually the most shocking part of that was the fact that he mentioned Taylor Swift and called
Trump is such a good Catholic.
His teammate's girlfriend. That is so offensive.
Why?
That is so offensive. He said that, well, she has a name. She's one of the most successful women on the planet.
He was obviously
and
joking.
He was talking about how
He was obviously joking. Okay, so then
he should be focusing on her kids.
You never laugh. You're supposed to be a comedian.
Piers Morgan, maybe Arsenal should take his advice and just sit at home and get married and not play football, because clearly they do a very good job.
Arsenal players are actually
fundamentally, why is he, as Tommy said, why is he not allowed to have those views? There are many women who sit at home.
Nobody said he's not allowed to have the most backwards ass fucking caveman-like views in the universe. Nobody's fucking said that. It's just does it have a place at a commencement speech, right? Should somebody that has racist views be able to get up and give a commencement speech and tell us how, he thinks that segregation was somehow good for black people, right? I think that most of us would recognize that as being inappropriate. I don't know, maybe with a few exceptions, but when this dipshit wants to get up and say, you know, get back in the kitchen, women's. It's like, oh, he's just expressing his point of view. It's just his, you know.
By the way,
oh my God. Isn't that the guy Hassan told to shut up when he was last on? I think so, Izzy. I think you're right.
Harder job than anyone sitting here,
because
right?
he has a responsibility.
Sitting at home bringing up children is a hard job.
Wait. Political theology of radical Catholic traditionalists? What is this cursed shit? Systemic violence by the police enabled by the church. Well, that is the one time and one time only I will read a citation out on stream. They said it couldn't be done.
I love the way, and this is, I don't have enough time to talk about this, but I love the way that the right likes to pretend and blame the left for supposedly diminishing motherhood and parenthood. That what's wrong with it? There are women who are doing incredibly hard jobs. Like, you know, Piers doesn't actually believe that. And the entire thing is justifying basically bigoted speech, justifying not having full rights when it comes to deciding when and how to have a kid, justifying getting paid 70 cents on the dollar to a man's pay, justifying all kinds of ways that sexism and patriarchy influence our lives. And it's like, well, what's wrong with being a mother? Nobody said anything wrong with being a mom. Nobody said there was anything wrong also with being a stay-at-home mom. But my God, this is Butker looking around at the graduation caps.
Butker. His name is really Butker.
And just seeing like a bunch of uteruses and just like, well, you know what? As much as you achieved, you'll never achieve as much as opening your legs, spreading them, and letting some schlub come inside.
No.
Like, straight up. And let me tell you this.
Sorry.
As someone who had a kid, it's not easy. Sometimes there's complications, but I didn't have to study to do it. Maybe I should. Maybe we should have had a few more classes. God knows I could have learned them, saved myself some reading and some help with the, you know, from the doula. But like, it's not, you don't have to get a degree in it. Although I do need a diploma at this point. These are
yeah, the doula gets the degree.
Graduates. So anyway, I
sometimes
take in a second now once these guys shut up.
So why do we denigrate it by saying that's all you're going to do?
I'm not denigrating it, but how dare you tell anyone what they should be doing? It's not an opinion if you're telling people what they should be
doing.
He's
allowed to give them advice.
Were in the room that they'd wasted 4 years.
You tell people what to do all the time.
I don't tell people what to do. But Tommy's point is right. He's allowed an opinion. But what you're missing is that this opinion is being broadcast to millions of people.
Hold on, James, would you have had a problem if he said go out there and be boss babes, girls, and be CEOs and all of that?
No.
You only have a problem because you disagreed with his stance.
Exactly.
And I think one of the interesting things he said is that many women would look forward to their promotions and all of that, but they'd look forward.
Vince Ryder Pierce, he doesn't agree with any with everything that the kicker says, but he does believe, he thinks that he should be allowed to say it.
To being mothers more, because actually many women don't have great careers. Most women don't get to be CEOs. They don't get to be business owners. They usually become administrators.
So is that a
working
reason to give up?
No, but the point is, we've glamorized this whole idea of women in the workforce, as in go be boss babe and do, you know, own Facebook and all of that. And the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of women are overworked, underpaid, doing unglamorous jobs, and somehow.
Well, wait. What? How's that your justification for fucking pushing women back into the kitchen? Oh, I guess we tried it, but sexism. Oh my God. We tried going out into the workforce, but we're still being held up back by sexism. So I guess it's time to just give it up. Stop getting college degrees. Drop out as soon as you find your husband and bang out a few babies, because that's your identity now, according to Esther.
Something to be glorified as being a boss babe.
But you know what?
Okay, so
It's such a fucking backwards argument. Yes, sexism exists. You got no argument with me there, but that's like your justification for what? Telling women to identify as a, you know, sperm receptacle?
I mean, Esther, my girl, she's just like, whenever you want to like touch the reactionary rail, just come to Esther. Just
everyone is overworked and underpaid. Yeah.
This is argument number 2. Argument number 1 is the left doesn't care about mothers, even though we're literally the ones saying we need paid family.
But especially marginalized people, you know, exceptionally underpaid, exceptionally overworked.
And we need to support moms with healthcare, pre and postnatal. We need to expand rights. We need rights for kids, all that, right? That Medicare should be expanded, or Medicaid should be expanded, for example, to all people. Regardless of income and whatnot. We're like, the left are the ones arguing for that. But the second thing, and this is the one that really has a lot of traction on the right that I think we need to dispel. And you got.
I don't get why this particular argument has so much traction. It doesn't make sense to me.
Like, what's the female Tate fucking Pearl? What's her bucket trad wife influencer who's like not even a mom?
Oh, Pearl. Wait, what's her last name? Is it Pearl Davis? Is that her name?
Not even a wife, just like some fucking like 19, 20-year-old who's like, I like being in the kitchen, like that kind of shit, is the idea that, well, women aren't even doing that great anyway. They're not CEOs. They're not even getting good pay. So honestly, we should all just give up. And like, they failed. They tried and they failed. So just have kids. And again, you're missing the actual problem. It's not women have rights.
Oh my God, chat. This is doing my head in. This is doing my head in.
Own property. And look, they fucked it up. It's that we live in capitalist patriarchy. And the system is not designed for actual equality between the sexes, not designed for equality between the races as well. It's designed for an incredible amount of power and stratification and hierarchy. That is how it is designed. So it's so funny to me, this like, it's fatalistic feminism. It's, well, you can't change capitalism. Well, you could never demand that you be paid equal to a man. So just pack it all in. Why even get an education, you dumb bitch? Don't you realize that this is not your terrain, right? And like, it is the most sick, like the sickest argument against real equality, right? And in a lot of ways, it's an argument for, again, an even more radical feminist movement that is all-encompassing, that fights for things like childcare, healthcare, housing rights, equal opportunity and access, to say nothing of pay equity and the rest. It is not a reason to be like, well, pack it in. Let me put on my Shimon fucking Ren Fair ass like apron. Although aprons are very helpful around the house. Look, I got schmutz on me all the time. Sometimes you got to have an apron. All right, let's see what this bitch from Trust has to say.
It also comes back to...
Oh, hey, wait. This is a good point right here. ChexBA says, parents who take care of children or stay within the home should be paid a living wage, since they do reproductive labor, literally, that is necessary to have a functioning economy and society. Yeah.
This whole idea of what activism is allowed and not, how should people be forced to do it? For instance, there's a football player who plays for Monaco in France.
Okay, so now Piers Morgan is being told they need to move on from this topic because they want to get as many topics in as possible. So now he's going to the player in France who's from Monaco, who's refusing to wear gay pride flag on their uniform. Now, meanwhile, Franny hasn't gotten a chance to opine about Butker here. I know I've been very quiet, so I'm pissed. And so here we go.
I would be pissed too.
And he's...
Oh, yeah, and here's something, like, look, I mean, there's, obviously misogyny is pretty fucking universal, pretty ubiquitous, right? But particularly in debates, I found, you're lucky if you get, like, any time. You never get anywhere near equal time.
Africa. It's called Mohammed Kamara, and he and the whole team were told to wear LGBTQ and the rest of it pride badges before a game, and he refused, right? And the French sports minister has now said he will be facing the strongest sanctions against him and his club for refusing to wear an LGBT pride badge. Now, James, again, I simply say this: why the hell should he have to? If his conviction is from a country, by the way, which is a place where they do not believe homosexuality is anything but sin. I don't agree with that. You don't agree with that, obviously. But that's where he comes from. His religious conviction tells him that. He's not being homophobic. He's not saying homophobic things. He just doesn't want to wear an LGBT pride badge while he's playing football. Why the hell should he?
What, LGBT and the rest of it, did you say?
Yeah.
Do you want to know what the rest of the letters are?
Even you don't know.
Go on, LGBTQ, FU. Now, that's what I'm saying. Let's have a conversation about it.
You actually can't remember the rest of the
I can.
Nobody can.
All right, they have nobody.
What the fuck? What a cringe lord.
Covered up.
This is not.
To be honest, I wouldn't wear an LGBT pride badge.
Do you support homophobia?
No.
Right.
But this is Piers. It is a private it is a football team, right? That's their prerogative. This is not a
And
nation
he doesn't have to wear it.
implementing this. Yeah, I mean, right. So I don't know why you're getting so upset, and also it's like a weird
Because they're going to sanction him.
Okay.
Well, they should.
Then
Okay, you think it's okay?
Then he can go play somewhere where they don't make him wear that.
No, Tommy, let me bring you in for some comment.
This is it's like the ultimate. This is such a fucking sad conversation. This is so boring to me. I don't give a shit. Ergo my okay.
Yeah,
Who cares?
Look, the sad thing is that the reason the football club, well, I don't know. I don't want to speak I guess I'm the American here trying to opine about issues in Europe without, like I was criticizing Piers earlier for being a Brit trying to opine about the state of Oregon without understanding the actual dynamics of rural versus urban, even within a state like Oregon, right? I don't want to be ignorant, but I kind of feel like at least, when this kind of stuff occurs in the United States, right? When you've got a sports club that wants to have some kind of usually just during Pride Month, but some sort of branding, association of their branding with with pride or with LGBTQ people, it's usually to make money. It's usually because they want to appeal to an audience that might not feel super welcome in a lot of sporting situations, right? Be kind of like, we're not like the other sporting clubs. You can come here and you can be as gay as you want, and you'll be accepted, right? That's essentially the idea of it, and it's to make money at the end of the day. But it's actually understandable on like a financial level that organization, that a company essentially that doesn't have reach into a certain demographic is going to try to appeal to that demographic. And that's not wokeness, that's capitalism.
But here's the thing. The right is so hell-bent on, if you take a job, you do what is required of that job, right? That's part of the job. If the job is wearing the fucking uniform, you got to wear the uniform. And if the uniform happens to have a gay pride flag on it, put on your fucking uniform. Like, that's all it is. So if you don't want to wear the uniform, then you should go somewhere else. They don't have to make you wear the uniform. And James clarifies that actually another player was mad that they had to wear a statement that said no homophobia on it. I don't care enough about this story. That's sort of what I'm trying to tell you. This is just bait. But I do catch Tomi Lahren because she's very vocal about athletes and whatnot. And then she has nothing to say to my response. Although I did want to talk about Butker.
Common sense as usual.
No, but I thought we were talking about Harrison Butker. I didn't get any bite at the Butker apple here.
Well, have a bite of the.
I want to bite the Butker
apple.
I
Go
think
on.
we all know what we're going to say, so we can just summarize that.
Yes.
Girl,
we all
don't you
probably
have
knew
a
what she was gonna say
Beyonce
on that.
album to
I
get
wanna
pissed
talk
off
about this because it's something.
She's in a cowboy outfit.
Okay.
Ooh, she got an American flag on. She thinks she's a country singer. I'm sure you've got a few
Never
videos
said
to do
anything
about
that, but.
So this is Tommy going, she goes, we can just summarize what she's going to say because we know what she's going to say. But the real thing is, and so then I said, girl, don't you have a Beyonce album to get mad at? She got an American flag on. Ooh, she thinks she country. And you know she does. I haven't checked her YouTube channel. I don't give a fuck. But I guess she's moved on from getting mad at Beyonce. Oh, getting mad at Black Panther Beyonce at the Super Bowl. This is her favorite fucking thing, is to talk about artists and performers at sports events. Like, she comes from the world of sports. So there you go.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's why. Please don't interrupt me when I'm
rather obsessed with my work, so I appreciate it. Piers, I'd like to get back to the point at hand.
Yes.
So
I'm sorry,
again,
were you
women
talking,
supporting
girl?
women, be quiet while I talk.
Support women and be quiet while I talk. So I'm like, I would like to bite at the butt grapple, and then they're like, I'm gonna actually just keep talking or something. They start talking over me, and I'm like,
You're selectively, he selectively, he moderates. You know what I mean? He's like the worst kind of moderator, because it's not like he doesn't do, like, there are times at which he'll tell somebody to shut up, but it's never proportional with like how much they're talking. And definitely when somebody's trying to get a word in edgewise, like, he's not great at at helping them do that.
Not gonna happen. No, you
It's very feminist of you, Francesca.
It makes Tommy Lauren sound like Kermit. I know, right?
Can you let another woman speak, please?
Yeah.
No.
So much.
No.
Oh my God! She didn't even get to talk about a whole subject, and you're like, let women speak. This is the one time you'll hear him say that. This is the one time and one time alone. Chat is still talking about food. You're making me hungry, chat. And I just ate.
About Harris. So much for being a feminist. Can you let another woman speak? I swear to God, revoke all of their vaginas. Revoke the vagina.
I mean, it sounds drastic, chat, but I think it's our only solution.
Including Piers Morgan's. Take his vagina first. Like, I love the
take their V cards. Wait a minute, that means something else, doesn't it? Sorry.
Idea.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that, chat.
In solidarity with you.
I didn't mean to imply that.
I will squirt breast milk in your fucking eye, bitch. Harrison, now I'm going to talk about Harrison. Harrison Butker's mom is a physicist who works in an oncology department. So? All of this is a bunch of mommy issues that he laid out at a bunch of female graduates who are trying to celebrate this incredible.
Oh my God. Now I just imagine what it's like to be his mom. God, that's gonna hurt.
Incredible achievement. And he tells them that they have been.
Your son makes news, right? Saying the most sexist, backwards. Shit ever.
A diabolical lie? I mean, that is absolutely disrespectful and degrading. You want to talk about women's rights? They've just achieved this. The other thing is the rest of his speech was about, oh, what happened to the Catholics and all the good Catholicism and where have we gone awry? And why don't we respect priests anymore? Gee, I wonder why we don't respect priests.
Yeah, what is that about
anymore? Can anyone think of what's happened to the priesthood in the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years? Anyone? No? Yeah,
I can. Yeah, there have been a lot of priests have been exposed as paedophiles, and it's completely outrageous.
Exactly.
I say that as a Catholic who's as appalled by it as you are. Tommy, I want to bring you in, though.
Oh, God, it's so boring. Anyway, so I made my point about Butker and the fact that he is like, why don't we respect priests? They were once respected in our
chat. I'll check it. I'll tabulate the results after this, and then we'll do the Anna Kasparian.
This is like, yeah, bro, because it turns out once you create a inner circle.
Yeah, Miss Jen, you're right. That's what the V card is.
A cabal of unaccountable old men who are not allowed to have sexual relations with anyone. And
maybe I should have attended the prom after all. Gus, I didn't attend it either, if that helps. I don't know if that helps.
You call them the voice of God, and you have them watch over a bunch of children from time to time, whether in choir or in Bible study or whatnot. Turns out that's ripe for pedophilia. So thank God that Piers was like, hey, yeah, there's a lot of pedophiles, but anyway, let's move on. Moving on. And then I made a point in a little bit. She wants to get back to the athletes thing, which I'm like, good God.
We've allowed you to have your Butker bite. Let's bring Tommy back into this Monaco player, because it reminded me, there's a Northern Irish footballer, And he refuses every year to wear a poppy, which is one of the red poppies that we wear in our country to salute the work of the armed forces. And it's something we do on Remembrance Sunday over here. Now, the reason he doesn't wear it, turns out, is that it represents all the military operations by the British Armed Forces. And he comes from a certain part of Northern Ireland where the British Parachute Regiment killed a lot of civilians. And it became known as Bloody Sunday. You two wrote a song about it. It became a hugely contentious thing. He comes from literally the very street where families of those who were killed live. So the idea that he would wear a poppy saluting the British Armed Forces would obviously not go down well with his own street. Now,
shout out to
that's fucking understandable.
The Irish. Piers Morgan, a little bit woke on the Irish. Good for him.
How many Let him finish. Look at Tommy. So my point is, I don't feel.
Are you comparing being against like bigotry to supporting, the British government's acts in Ireland and Northern Ireland?
Everyone here feels he should be compelled to wear it. I don't. And I don't think this Monaco player should be compelled to wear it.
Why did they invite two Americans to talk about, the Monaco thing, that's...
If you start spewing homophobic stuff, different issue, take him to task. He's not. He's just saying, I don't want to wear a patch, thanks.
Right. I don't think that athletes should be forced to wear anything outside of their actual...
Okay, that's cool. No. Stop right there, Tommy Lauren. I don't think athletes should be forced to wear anything. If we go back to the ancient Greek Olympic Games, we go back to the gymnasium. What does gymnasium mean? It means you're naked in there. I don't think athletes should be forced to wear anything. If athletes want to be naked and have their genitalia just hanging out for all to see, I mean, that's, that's in the tradition of sports. We could go back to that, right? They shouldn't have to wear uniforms, or if they don't like, let's say their uniform is like yellow and they're like, I don't like yellow. It looks like piss. Like, I want to wear green, and the other team is green. That athlete should be able to wear green and get mixed up by his teammates and get tackled when he's on their team, right? Just like whatever, do what you want. It's team sports. You don't need to wear, the same thing. Everyone on the team to identify yourself as part of that team. No, there's no reason for that. People just do what you want.
And that they should be
naked, oiled up sports, right? The way it should be. It's aerodynamic. Yeah, exactly, Jerry Jeff.
Do anything beyond
you got it.
The game that they're there to play.
Franny, know what she gonna say.
I don't understand about this forced pride on everybody.
Forced pride. Is that gonna be the new thing?
Why are we forced to celebrate who you want to sleep with? It makes no sense. If you're playing soccer, football, volleyball.
Oh, be careful. I will force you to celebrate who I want to sleep with.
Why do I care who you sleep with? If you are proud of yourself, which is what pride means, then why do I have to celebrate your sexuality? Why does your teammate have to celebrate your sexuality? Why does an entire team, an organization...
Why do we have to celebrate your sexuality? I mean, I haven't seen my vagina in 10 years because I'm afraid of it, and it's disgusting.
And it might bite.
But I enjoy...
My parents told me if you stick your fingers there, they will bite. There's teeth.
Just sort of virtual reality, and my boyfriend likes to watch pornography while we have sex. In fact, I redid my face so that I look like a porn star. Like, she's...
What is that? That is the sound of jellyfish. Agla, thank you for the gift sub to Patricia B. Patricia B, you just got weaseled. Doormat 9, you just got weaseled. MTG, you just got 10% added to your total. Look at that. Look at that. 23%. MTG. I'll tabulate the votes after this. I'll have to go fast, right? Because we want to do the Anna thing. And like the Anna thing was the whole reason for the stream, chat. I feel so silly. I really like Francesca. Will you forgive me, chat? Can I be forgiven? Can I be forgiven? I realize that I'm not like, I don't know. I'm supposed to be professional. I'm supposed to be professional. North Korea and poop balloons. I'm supposed to be professional and I'm not. Oh well, I'll endeavor to try.
This is not about celebrating who you fuck, dude. This is about saying no to homophobia and in a rampant...
I just really like Francesca, and I got caught up in this stuff.
Homophobic field.
Maybe we'll go long today, chat. If we can risk it for the biscuit. We haven't done anything with music that's sus. We haven't like watched anything that's gonna like. Maybe we could risk it for the biscuit,
which is sport.
Or maybe I'll just try to go fast.
Specifically, soccer or football in this case.
Bingo! Again, bingo! And by the way, if Tommy, hang on, if Tommy and I wore badges, hang on, Francesca, I'll come to you. If Tommy and I wore patches today saying straight and proud of it, imagine how enraged people like James Barr were.
This is the same shit. This is the all lives matter bullshit. This is the like, I don't go around. We're about to hit Pride Month, y'all. Gird your loins. This is the same.
Oh, chat. Okay, so I don't want to hang up too much on this, but like, right? You know how Pride Month is usually like the month to attack trans people? That's what it's become. In the last like 3 years, Pride Month has become the month for the most like homophobic like attacks for that shit getting, you know, mainstream acceptance in some way, right? So Chud Logic was looking for a leftist to drag over the coals for talking about kink at Pride. And you know what he had to do? Motherfucker had to go back like 1 or 2 years and find Alec Gunter. Do you remember Alec Gunter? The dude that said that lyrics looked 14 years old and then said that like he probably takes it in the that guy, the really inappropriate guy that was defending Tipster and ended up saying just really cringe homophobic shit about another streamer. That Alec Gunter, right? Foot and mouth Alec Gunter accused card posting of a bunch of like stuff that you have no proof for. Alec Gunter, that Alec Gunter apparently like had some take, and it wasn't even that like it wasn't even like a maximalist take on kink at Pride by any means, but like Chud literally had to go back and find the old Alec Gunter content in order to dunk on a leftoid about their terrible takes on kink at Pride. The Vosh Orbiter, yeah, that guy that we haven't heard from in a while. I think he's back to making videos, but he hasn't been making waves, if you know what I mean.
Well, I don't force my straightness on you. It's because you're the majority, you fucks.
You know, he did ask me to talk to him about Vosh. Maybe someday, chat. Maybe someday we should have a conversation with Gunter.
Because you haven't experienced death threats. You haven't had people like target you because of your sexuality.
It said no homophobia. It didn't say, "Oh, I'm proud of you for sleeping with a man."
No, it was also an LGBT pride badge.
Yes, but the real problem here is he covered up no homophobia. Like that's
he doesn't want a virtue signal.
He was wearing it on the unit.
He should have just covered up the no part and been like homophobia. Yes, please. That's
part of the uniform
statement he wants to make.
It was on the uniform.
He
it's like
didn't
covering
want
up
to be
sponsor.
seen wearing it.
Well, that is a real problem. Because the team and the reasons for us celebrating Pride is to try and stamp out homophobia in sport, which is really important.
This is how you get a word in, is when you say you agree with someone else, that actually works. I found that. So when I say, Piers, you're right, but then I switch it on him, that's how you start talking.
Francesca.
I think that's a really important point that James brought up. Like, it's like we are obviously missing the forest for the trees here, that there is a broader problem of homophobia, but let's leave that aside. Tommy said, and I do agree, you know, that athletes shouldn't have to be required to do anything other than play the sport. So what about the national anthem? Can athletes sit or kneel for the national anthem? Because last I remembered, the right freaks out.
You can
every
do whatever
time they
you
do
want,
that.
but people are going to criticize you for it. Yeah.
Right.
You can do what.
But it's beyond that. They're like, they want you off the fucking team. They think you're un-American.
Athletes can do whatever they want.
Am I wrong about this? Did like Kaepernick like lost his spot, right?
Kaepernick wants to sit or kneel or do whatever he wants. He's more than willing to do it.
Colin Kaepernick, the only guy who was literally canceled because he knelt during the national anthem, actually canceled, cannot get a contract, cannot get employed by the NFL.
So worse than just fired.
Colin Kaepernick were a right winger. This is what I hate about the left sometimes, man. Colin Kaepernick should be our hero every single fucking day. The Democrats should trot him out right? It's like the right has their Kyle Rittenhouses. We should have our Colin Kaepernicks, but we don't. He was actually canceled for standing up against police.
Yeah, when you think about the Pledge of Allegiance, it's super weird, right? And I've heard it looks even weirder if you're from a country that doesn't do it. Like, I mean, just think about it. Just think about it, right? We're supposed to be like a secular country, right? And you're up there pledging allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, before which the republic of which it does, one nation, under God, indivisible. I used to think it was invisible. I used to think it was like, I don't know, somehow like, I thought they were saying God's invisible. And like, he's fucking cool, he's invisible. One God, under God, who's invisible. But no, it's indivisible. With liberty and justice for all, yeah, but you're kind of SOL if you're not Christian in this theocracy.
Brutality by kneeling for the national anthem. We still don't talk about this enough.
But we're talking about a separate issue here. The national anthem
we're
is
not. That's
traditionally
literally
played
the
because
same thing.
there are
It's
people that have
personal
fought and died for
expression.
their country
It's being
in order-
required. It's being required, and if you say you shouldn't be required to do anything you don't want to do, that's the same thing. Look, there was a player on the Mets, right? Forgetting his name right now, but he was from Vieques, Puerto Rico, and he would never stand for the national anthem. Why? Because Vieques is a U.S. military base that bombed that corner of Puerto Rico time and time again. There's incredible toxins in the water, and he wouldn't stand for it. And then
it was obligatory under Pinochet.
Eventually, part of the contract was you better stand.
He is invisible
for this, or we're
no. I think I remember as a kid like drawing God, and like in my head he was literally made of clouds, right? Or no, he was like made of sky. Like he was, you know what I mean? He was like made of the sky and the clouds, but there was like something kind of like popping out of it. There was like the face of a man, sort of, with a beard. I don't know. I thought God was like made out of clouds.
Gonna boot you off the team.
I thought that the angels were on top of the clouds, right? They were. That was what I was told.
We did. He started doing it, right? That's what I'm saying.
And that when the the end times come, and the planet starts cracking apart and lava starts spewing everywhere, right? That's when Jesus comes down, flying, right? And he says, "Get on." And you climb on top of Jesus's back, and he rides you back up to heaven. That's what I thought happened in Revelations. That's what I thought Revelations was.
Every single individual club's decision, as well as that player's decision. Okay, so that is my...
Yeah, I thought it was a literal Sky Daddy. I literally imagined a Sky Daddy.
Argument. That was Carlos Delgado. I'm sorry, Carlos. He had a contract with the Mets, I think in like 2006 or 7 is when he started playing for the Mets. And he would never, wherever he was playing before, which I think was Miami, he would never stand for the anthem. And me, my little anarchist heart was like, fuck yeah, I love Carlos Delgado. Also, I was a Mets fan. Clearly, I know nothing about sports now. But, when you live in New York, you got to pick a team. I picked the Mets, even though people hated me for it. But go Mets, even though fuck Jerry Seinfeld because he's a Mets fan. But this was true. Part of his contract was, dog, you're in New York, 9/11, blah-de-blah, mumbo jumbo, hey, I'm walking here. You better stand for the national anthem. And he did. He had to. I didn't like it. I never stand for the national anthem, but he had to. So it was his protest to say, I protest what's happening in Vieques. But again, that's the club. That's their prerogative, man. This is part of the job. He stood for the national anthem because it was in his contract. It was
Real Mr. Pink says no, Cap just wasn't good enough as a quarterback. At the end of the day, Cap still got a multi-million-dollar. Oh yeah, he got sponsorship deals. True, media deal. Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying he's not doing okay. I'm just saying that he actually was good enough to be retained as a backup quarterback, and there's no reason to think that he wasn't. What changed was that nobody wanted the heat. No team wanted, the potential of getting boycotted like Bud Light. That's what happened.
It wasn't in Colin Kaepernick's contract to stand for the national anthem. That's not what happened. That's not what went down. But it was in Carlos Delgado's contract. So, yeah, you want those millions of dollars? Then you better fucking put on the no homophobia patch. You better stand for the national anthem. Do you know what I'm saying? Does this make sense? This whole like personal expression, I don't know.
But chat, if it was Tipster, you know what he would have done? If this was Tipster that we were talking about, he would have said,
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
He would have said no homo instead of, he would have covered up the phobia. No, just kidding. I don't think Tipster. I think Tipster wishes he hadn't added the no homo.
No, the companies we all work for do a lot of shit that I don't agree with, but do I want to keep working for them? Even though I literally don't work for anyone except for you, my patrons, you, my patron queens, you, my patrones.
I love her nail polish.
No, patreon.com/situation room. That's all I have to say about that.
And that's all I have to say about this situation. Yeah, she's fighting the good fight on Piers Morgan, but goddamn, I fucking hate it. I couldn't stand it. Look, chat, I got you remember how pissed off I got in the Hassan segment, and other people said that they thought Hassan came off really well. Other people thought that that segment was like, for Piers Morgan, that was one of the better segments. It's just like, it feels like it's engineered to cater to the most ignorant common denominator out there, and that's why I hate Piers Morgan. So I promised you, chat, that after this segment, I would count up the numbers and see what is ahead. All right, so let's check the polls first. MTG winning on the shorts side of things. Oh, speaking of which, the shorts needs to change to... Anna Kasparian is cringe. Boom. Okay, so we got 57% for MTG, talks to Roseanne Barr about QAnon. We have 27% for North Korean poop balloons. On the regular stream, we have 60% for MTG, talks to Roseanne Barr about QAnon. And we have 20% for Pod Save America Bad TikTok Take. Interesting. Okay, so let me just do a little math here. All right, we got 60 and 57. Oh wait, I know what the average of that is. Okay, so I don't even have to do the math there. So this is gonna be 57.5, or no, 57.5? 58.5? Yeah, it's 58.5. So we got 58.5 are the average for MTG. North Korea poop balloons 10 plus. Okay, now this one I've actually got to do the math for. Last minute donation for poop.
Super chatted $5. Last min NK poop balloon.
Yo. So we're not tablet. You'll still be able to vote for this throughout the Anna Kasparian segment. I'm gonna put your donation where it goes, though. I added 5% to North Korean poop balloons for you, Izzy. So 10% plus 28%. Stop the steal. MTG. That's going to go up to 27. Oh, I'll just give it 28%. I'll round you up. How is that? Okay, so 28%. Okay, I got to do the math now. I got to do 10% plus 28%. So 10 plus 28 equals divided by 2, 19. Okay, so we got 19% for North Korean poop balloons. So 58.5 plus 28 is 86. Is 86.5% for MTG, and then North Korea 19 plus 40 is 59. No, 59? 59, yeah, not 69. 59. Does Pod Save America even come close to rating here? %20 plus 8% divided by 2. It's 14%. 14 plus... Oh shit, it doesn't have anything. So that's just like 14%. So that's not gonna win. I mean, it's not winning right now. If you want to see Pod Save America's bad TikTok take, you can still vote for it. You can still donate for it. Dom Fockery is at 8%. See, nobody knows who that. Oh my god, a total of 8.5%. Yeah, it looks like it's definitely down to North Korean poop balloons versus MTG and Roseanne Barr. And even though North Korean poop balloons are winning in terms of the donors, it looks like they're still ahead of by like what, 17.5 points. MTG and Roseanne. So that's the poll as it is now. Like I said, we're gonna do the Anna Kasparian segment because it'd be weird if I didn't. And there's Anna's new friend. Now, who is this? This is Freddie DeBoer. I've been learning about this guy. All right. Now, first off, he just kind of struck me as one of those, you know, the kind of like Marxist that's like a zero books adjacent Marxist. You know what I'm talking about? They're Marxists, but they don't like woke stuff. They are always talking about identity politics. They're almost like more critical of the left than they are of the right. It's kind of you know, matches you know, his description. And but he also has this weird controversy. There is a YouTube account called Alice from, oh my god, what is it? Oh my god, I had it this morning. Alice from Queens. And Twitter seems to think that this is actually Freddie DeBoer. I don't know if they, you know, just post his stuff a whole bunch, but Twitter seems pretty convinced this is an alt, right? Just like Tom Foolery is accused of using alts on Reddit. Supposedly, this is Freddie DeBoer using alts on Twitter. I can neither confirm nor deny. Right, but this is Anna's new friend. Morons think I'm Freddie DeBoer even after he refuted it with medical records. In other words, Twitter isn't dead. What the fuck does that even mean? But yeah, there's a controversy. There's a lot of controversy around this Freddie DeBoer guy, and a lot of it stems from him being accused of using this as an alt. Again, I can't tell you if it's true, if it's fake. I just, you know, started looking into him this morning, but yeah, he's kind of controversial. The reason that is a big deal, though, is because Alice from Queens, in addition to having some really bad takes, gets retweeted by Nazis. There we go, right there. Elizabeth Brunig retweeting. Oh, this guy literally thinks I'm a Russian agent. Alice from Queens is just a fun New York City gal who sleeps at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern. Wait, I didn't do the math. Would that be Russia? And then Edward Snowden chimes in with this meme. And this is the tweet that Elizabeth Brunig is liking. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. But this is Freddie DeBoer. He has a Substack. He's a Substack. There's another aspect of his personality. Anyway, let's get going.
Recently, left-wing writer Freddie DeBoer pushed back on a piece that was written by Mark Healey over at New York's Curbed. The piece is titled, "How the Mayor's Crackdown on Illegal Mopeds Has Beaten Down Food Delivery Workers. They're mostly cracking down on people doing deliveries." In it, Healey seeks to provide cover for those engaging in illegal actions due to their marginalized status.
What is an illegal moped? Can somebody explain that to me? What makes a moped illegal? Like, I know they can be dangerous. I had a friend who hurt herself on a moped. She was also swinging a bass for some reason, though. So maybe that's why. She was kind of riding recklessly. And they say that she stole some guy's curry bread. Super spicy. Anyway.
DeBoer is not fond of that kind of thinking. In fact, if you follow his work, this is a common theme that I actually appreciate, and you'll see why in just a moment. So he wrote his response on his Substack, which is one of my favorite Substacks. I am a paid subscriber, and I want to disclose that to the audience. I think it's important for you to know that. DeBoer's response is titled, "The Marginalized Should Just Be..."
She's like a fan of a lot of Substacks, right? She's spending a lot of money on Substack. I don't know if I've seen anybody that like, oh, Colombia Rican Latin Dragon, thank you for the gift sub to Redolent Thought just got a gift sub for the NK poop balloons. I will put that on the NK poop balloons. So wait, like I'll add this as, okay, so just add the 5 there and add the 5 there and add the 5 there. Turn that to 64, right? Check my mouth, chat, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. That's a lot of North Korean poop balloon money.
Be allowed to break the rules is bigoted and unworkable. And we will include a link to that piece in the description box if you'd like to check it out.
Oh, thank you, Ezzy.
DeBoer highlights the severe consequences of just allowing people to use illegal mopeds in densely populated parts of the country with
So wait, illegal mopeds, like what makes a moped illegal? I still don't understand. I mean, I guess I shouldn't expect, maybe I should look it up or something. So it's not the mopeds that are illegal, it's maybe where they're riding the mopeds? Oh, are you saying ridden by a moped ridden by somebody who's undocumented is the illegal moped? Or, I mean, she does seem to be indicating that somehow, like, you know, race is involved in this. Local law might require insurance, and maybe moped riders don't have insurance. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I don't even know what kind of, do you need a driver's license? Do you need a motorcycle license to ride a moped? I'm gonna guess it's gonna be some usual laws are arbiters of right and wrong, and if you're bad if you break the law, even if they oppress you. Yeah. Well, no. So this guy, Freddie DeBoer, wrote a clapback at a at an article that said, you know, that was against New York's crackdown on illegal mopeds, and he said it was racist to be against banning illegal mopeds because he said that the mopeds are mostly ridden by immigrants, and that if you are saying that it's not bad because immigrants do it, then you're being racist against them. Anyway, Like, I'm guessing the article was something to the point of that the reason that this is being cracked down on, right? The reason that this particular law, because there's laws, right? Like, there's another law that you might be familiar with, chat. It's called speeding. Did you know this? There's a number posted on most roads, and that's a speed limit in miles per hour in the United States. Kilometers per hour maybe in Canada, right? And you're not allowed to go over that amount of miles per hour. Now, chat, one in chat if you've gone over that amount of miles per hour. One in chat. One in chat for all the lawbreakers. All the lawbreakers in chat, right? Anybody who's sped. Anybody who has not fully stopped their vehicle at a stop sign, right? These are laws too. These are laws too, right? And these are laws that don't get cracked down on. Everybody knows that you can actually drive, I don't know, what, 5 miles faster than the speed limit. And for the most part, you won't have any problem at all. I mean, unless you're somebody that's, getting pulled over for other reasons. And, that ties back into racism potentially, right?
Impunity, like New York. Now, a teenager was just killed after the scooter she was riding on got into a crash with an SUV. Last year, a 6-year-old.
So is it maybe that they're not legal on New York streets? Is that the illegal moped thing? Or does it have to be like a certain size to be illegal? So maybe what the author that he's clapping back at was writing was just like, hey, why are they cracking down on this particular law? And does it have anything to do with the people that are, perceived to be breaking it being, mostly immigrants?
Was struck by a scooter driving illegally in Harlem, causing near fatal injuries, including multiple skull fractures. But NYC transplant culture dictates brushing off each and every threat to basic order as a tedious concern of the squares, inspiring the LOL crime school of
NYC transplant culture. God damn that NYC transplant culture, always requiring brushing off every threat to basic order as a tedious concern of the squares. These NYC transplant culturists and their LOL crime school of politics
that such people endorse when on their web browsers.
Oh, I see. So they're only like leftoids when they're online?
I'm willing to guess that they embody a different philosophy when waiting at a low traffic subway station late at night.
I mean, if their name is Anna Kasparian, NYC transplant culture, excuse me, what Anna said is personally offensive. Well, it's not Anna, it's her guest, right? It's good. It's her guest, Freddie DeBoer.
100%.
Freddie the Boar.
Now, DeBoer does not
the Boar
words either.
Freddie the Borg.
Writing, are you telling me that a poor brown immigrant from Ecuador can't be expected to meet the standard of not driving their scooter?
I thought the article was about the crackdown, the enforcement of the law in general. I didn't think that the article was saying like, no, go ahead and crack down on the white people on the scooters. But if you see an Ecuadorian immigrant riding on the scooter, let him go. I don't think that's what the argument was getting at, but okay, Freddie.
The wrong way down a one-way street that's thick with pedestrians? I'm sorry, but I don't see any non-racist.
Wait, a one-way street that's thick with pedestrians?
Way to believe that. Finally, what I appreciate about DeBoer's work, including this very piece, is that even as someone firmly on the left, he's not afraid to critique the—
Wait, are those pedestrians jaywalking? Is that what we mean by full of I can't talk. Pedestrians? I almost said progestrians. Progestrians would be something different, wouldn't it?
Strategies of criminal justice reformers.
Sounds like a Tim Pool snippet. Yeah, but this is a Marxist writing this stuff.
Most of the people who—
Anna's like, this is my Marxist. Check out my Marxist. He's really cool. He's not like the other Marxists.
who had recently advocated for defunding the police stopped doing.
He's published by Zero Books. I'm sorry, Sublation Media. Let's keep current. Sublation. Sublation.
Police remained and powered many lefty debates, understandably, given how much there is to criticize.
So this is a Marxist that thinks that the left has too much antipathy towards police. And that there's a difference between Marxism and anarchism. He's a Marxist. He wants you to know he's not one of those anarchity Bernie supporters, right?
In American policing. No particular vision of responsible.
He backs the blue, just like Marx. Just like Marx.
And achievable criminal justice reform coalesce, though, because that's hard, and everybody mostly wanted to move on. As I said recently, in an incredibly short time frame, most people in media went.
Okay, here's the deal for anybody who missed it, right? We have an institution with a monopoly on violence in our country. This is an institution which traces its roots back, in other words, started from slave patrols and anti-union thugs. We have empowered a criminal gang to disperse violence according to their preconceived prejudices. So when I say I'm against the police, understand that that's what I'm against. I am not against the concept of public fucking safety. Thank you very much. Now that's abolition, okay? And that is not what the majority of the people were talking about. I guess I'm a maximalist in that, right? They're talking about defunding the police. What is defunding the police about? Well, it's about the fact that we have a militarized police force that takes up way too much of city budgets. City budgets, if you don't know, are not as flexible as like national budgets, right? The nation is able to to borrow money like more easily, right? And the budget's not, the budget's more flexible there, right? You don't have to cut an expense for every expense you raise. You don't have to raise revenues for every expense you raise, right? It's like in a city budget you do, right? So if we got all this inordinate amount of money going to the cops because people think like crime is bad, and they think that throwing money at the police will help that, right? What if we took some of that money that is going to a dude, a fucking empowered, glorified high school bully who's going around with a hammer thinking everything is a nail? What if some of those problems weren't actually best addressed with violent force? What if some of those issues might be better addressed by, say, a social worker, right? That is what defunding the police is about, right? But you wouldn't know it from these assholes because they're not even going to engage with that debate. They're going to argue with straw men instead. They're going to say there's a bunch of cringy leftists that came out and said defund the police and do all this and do all that, and then they just backed into the bushes and said, oops, that was embarrassing. I'm going to pretend that never happened. No.
From cosplaying as Black Panthers on Twitter to a stance of, look, this is all very...
Yeah, and it might not surprise you to know that this guy's been accused of racism a lot.
I'm tired. Can we not talk about this? And this has been a pretty big disaster in many large liberal cities, including my own place of residence, Los Angeles. We're left in this space where there's a reflexive anti-authority instinct, endless amounts of LOL crime, LOL, 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 and no actual tangible adult position on how to deal with law and order issues in a free society, all coming from people who self-identify as left of center, which means they should be inherently aligned with the concept of good government. Joining us now to talk about this piece.
To talk about Marxist cops, to talk about leftist pigs, right? Don't we need some leftist pigs, right? I'm tired of these right-wing pigs. Let's get some leftist pigs. Let's get some Nazgul pigs. Oops, did I say too much? I don't know, chat. You make up your own mind. You make up your own mind about this. Like, I'm suspicious automatically of conservative conservative Marxists, right? I automatically, like, I've seen too much of them that do end up being some flavor of third position.
And more is the man himself, Freddie DeBoer.
But at the very least, they're class reductionist assholes, and that's enough. That's enough for me.
Freddie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I, again, just want to tell you that I appreciate your work, and you're one of the individuals who basically forced me to think about these types of issues a lot more critically. I'm gonna raise my hand and say that I was part of the media that was super gung-ho with the defund the police crowd, because you look at the disparity in policing, you look at the way that people of color are treated in this country, and yeah, it disgusts you and you want to support any effort to change that. But as you point out, there are some issues that could actually lead the pendulum to swing back to a tough on crime direction. And in fact, we are seeing that in some liberal cities that had loosened up some laws, and in states like Oregon.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's gonna make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you, thank you.
I think what Jink was trying to say is that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. And if you don't have a little face by your name, you'll be swept away along with everyone else in that ad break. You'll have to watch potentially 3 minutes of ads, which is no fun. You can get out of that for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub, or by using $5. You can also get out of it potentially by if somebody's nice enough to gift you a sub. Although I'll be honest, on Twitch, people can choose who they gift. So your best bet is just to be active in chat if you wanna be the recipient of somebody else's generosity.
So the first question I want to ask you is, why did you decide?
Yeah, Marxists supporting the fucking cops, which, yeah, like I said, one of the, part of what the police, at least in the United States, trace their roots back to is anti-union thugs.
To
Pinkertons. It's the Pinko Pinkerton over here. He kind of looks like a cop. Am I wrong? Does he look like a cop? Oh my God, Chad, is this like? I feel like I'm bad for saying a guy looks like a cop. That's like, I don't want to put that evil on all. It's not his looks that are the problem. Okay, it's the cop mentality that he carries.
Focus on the moped issue for your argument in this piece, because
most un-Marxist looking Marxist.
I think a lot of people would look at that and be like, it's not a big deal.
Well, I think that first of all, it's just it's a big deal in the sense that these are many thousands of interactions that are happening all over the city. Every time someone on an e-bike or a moped or a scooter is on the sidewalk and very nearly comes close to hitting someone.
Okay, so I'll confess to the fact that I don't live in NYC. So, like, if there's some dynamic with mopeds on what is he talking about, on the sidewalk or on the?
It's not a big deal.
Well, I think that first of all, it's just it's a big deal in the sense that these are many thousands of interactions that are happening all over the city. Every time someone on an e-bike or a moped or a scooter is on the sidewalk and very nearly comes close to hitting.
So we're talking about sidewalk situations.
Someone.
So is that what they're cracking down on? Because I didn't get that from the article, but we didn't really say. We only looked at the headline or the first couple of paragraphs. Anna's heel turn is so hurtful. It was TYT that shaped my politics. Watching how she's fawning for DeBoer, or whatever his name is just sad. Wait, are we effing in chat? Yeah, it does seem like those. Well, I don't know about mopeds, right? But at least an e-bike and a bike should, should have bike lanes to use. I wonder if cop supporter here supports the police chase. Oh, police chases, which probably kill more people than mopeds.
And that's a real quality of life issue that affects a lot of people all the time. I also think that with this particular sort of framing of it in the New York Magazine piece, you really have a sort of classic example of what contemporary liberalism just kind of can't wrap its hands around, which is you have a genuinely unsafe set of behaviors that are being committed by people who genuinely are marginal, who are linguistically marginal, economically, and many of them are undocumented immigrants. And
like, I feel like if you want to make this claim, because the claim he's making is this, chat, that the only reason that anybody has a problem with the crackdown that the city's doing on these illegal mopeds, right, is that it's going to disproportionately affect immigrants. I guess is what he's saying, right? But I feel like I need proof to even believe what you're saying, and I don't think it's proof that, I mean, we could. He's on Substack. Oh God, that shit's paywalled, right? So we can't even. Can we even check on Substack?
The fundamental point that I have to make is the answer cannot be that we're just going to let people do whatever they want if we think that they're marginalized. Of course, these delivery guys are highly sympathetic.
I seriously doubt that's what's going on, right? He's making the assumption that, like, the sympathy for, you know, the reticence to crack down, like, right, a more logical, like, again, I don't live in NYC. I'm not like super connected to these issues, right? But it seems like it's more likely that the reaction is something like, "Hey, we shouldn't be cracking down on mopeds just because they're associated with immigrants, especially at a time when there's so much moral panic about immigrants." And when you have an institution which we know has even like a higher percentage of like racism particles than like the average public, which is already, you know, somewhat, you know, racist, somewhat activated against immigrants, right? Then yeah, there's every chance that they're selectively enforcing this because of the perception of these mopeds belonging to immigrants.
And I think a lot of the blame lies on the feet of the delivery companies that don't pay them by the hour, but pay them by the delivery, which necessitates them driving like madmen all over the city. But fundamentally...
Oh, wait, so the problem is not with the fucking drivers then? Are you telling me, Mr. Marxist, last time I checked, that the problem might be with the companies, with the capital? Jeez, I wouldn't have seen that coming.
The idea that, okay, these people cannot be expected to follow basic rules and laws that keep the rest of us safe depends on the notion that they're incapable of doing so, which, as I say in the piece, is a deeply racist notion.
You know, it reminds me of what happened in the Culver City School.
This is your brain on Zero Books.
District in, you know, LA, where they decided, okay, look, there's a lack of Latino students in our advanced placement classes or honors classes. And because of that, we're just gonna scrap the honors classes altogether. Which to me is an incredibly racist way of handling it, because it's just this assumption that, you know, the students can't rise to the occasion. You know, how about approach it from...
Wait, I mean, like, I don't necessarily agree with the policy, but how is it racist? Excuse me?
A mindset of what can we do to lift these students up, right? And so when it comes to, you know, that...
Like Anna's saying, not that, like, you know, the maybe the honors program, the admittance to it is like, you know, biased in some way, which is like more obvious conclusion to draw, but that the elimination of the honors program we're sort of taking her word for it here, and that's maybe not the best idea, but you know, she says it was eliminated because of the low percentage of Latinas that were part of this program. But how is eliminating the program racist? Why is there a marginal underclass of delivery drivers incentivized to do Danish shit in the inner cities? Yeah. No, this is I mean, like, this is like, look, I never did this with a moped, right? But I did do deliveries on my bike, and it was dangerous. It was a dangerous situation. Again, not in NYC or anything like that, but in a major metropolitan area. And I was constantly told by my boss that I needed to go faster. And when you're pedaling as fast as you can, you know what that means? Going faster, he wanted me to run red lights. He wanted me to run stop signs, right? And you know, so a lot of people do it. You can ride a bike that way. You know, there's things you can do to try to keep yourself safe while you're riding like that. But yeah, no, inherently it's dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. And it was only through the intervention of my friends, right, who were like, hey, listen, we don't want you to die. And this job sounds terrible. And the fact that they're expecting you to break the law, you know, break the traffic law in a way that's, you know, makes it even more dangerous. Like it's dangerous enough, you know, just being on your bike in the city, you know, and making so many deliveries, right, in a high congestion area, like, right. It's like I had to have my friends tell me that, like, as much as I loved doing cardio for a living, that I needed to stop.
Type of thinking in the, you know, law and order sense, it's the same feel. Like we're expected marginalized people.
She explained it. They did it because, well, this is what we're taking her word for it, Nathan, here, and I'm not entirely. I don't think that's always a good idea with Anna. But how is that racist? That's what I'm asking. Like I kind of don't think that, you know, ending. I mean, I don't know. There's probably a discussion to be had about like gifted and talented classes and stuff like that. But aside from that, right? I don't. The logical conclusion I come up with is not like, you know, cancel those classes, right? So I don't necessarily agree with the policy. I just don't see how the policy of canceling those classes is racist. Because to me, it looks like they're finding a, you know, section of their school that's like perpetuating racism, and they're, you know, taking kind of a drastic choice to just go ahead and shut it down instead of trying to do something to change it. But I don't see the Anna's saying the shutting down of those courses is racist, and it's because that implies that the people in charge don't think that people can compete if they're Latino. Posted a related meme to share. I'll check it out, Thomas.
To behave a certain way, and I just have higher expectations for people, and I think that we can reform our criminal justice system in a way that's actually beneficial for everyone. It includes the individuals who could be reformed, it could or rehabilitated. It includes justice for the.
Also, I actually don't see why that. What? No, I really don't see why that's. How is this even a parallel? Like, why is she bringing this up? It feels like she's just like sharing. Maybe sharing too much.
But, you know, I'm curious, have you seen any examples of efforts to reform policing that's been effective, or maybe reforms to the prison system?
Well, I think that we have the framework for that, which is the George Floyd Justice and Policing Bill. It was a big omnibus police reform bill. The fact that it was happening at the federal level kind of limited what it could do given how local policing is, but it contained lots of great provisions related to body cameras and to banning chokeholds and to just many, many different things. Small bore, but if you add them all together, they become a big deal, these reforms. Unfortunately, the George Floyd Justice and Policing bill got.
Okay, wait. So this is Hawes. This is Infrared Hawes here, friend of the VOD. Enemy of the VOD. Let's be real. This guy's a Nazbol. Facts. Pedestrians are treated with the same cruelty that serfs were. Any moment they can get a bucket of diarrhea thrown on them if they dare to not pay rent to the sidewalk lords. Yo, I mean, I'm surprised he's not calling them labor aristocracy or something, knowing Haas. Knowing his brainworms and shit takes.
Got middled because
this is the Mecha Tankies guy that says that if you work a job as a barista, you're not really working class. You're bourgeois with your serving that espresso.
the Republicans are always going to hate it because they're going to be pro-cop no matter what. And at the time, a lot of the activist class sort of dismissed it as a watered down compromise. This was at the time when everyone was talking about a reckoning and how small measures weren't going to work. And so it didn't have the left-wing champions that it needed, and it died twice in Congress. But that's what it's gonna take. Unfortunately, there's no one magic policy change that we can enact to fix American policing. It's gonna take a lot of small changes over time in many places, which means that we have to be, number one, committed to actually looking at what the data and the evidence tells us. We have to be committed to not thinking that we're going to solve all of these problems immediately. But at the moment that all of that stuff was happening, when Nancy Pelosi is wearing kente cloth and kneeling in the halls of Congress, that nobody wanted to hear about reform.
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point there, because I think a lot of those
the reform that was introduced, the reform that was discussed, were things like cop trainings. If we train the cops better, right? It was worthless. It was absolutely worthless, right? The problem is not that the cops don't have training, right? The problem is not that the cops are like, they have to be taught, hey, don't kneel on somebody, on somebody's like artery. It's the systemic racism. I don't know. Right, you're not gonna get rid of this with training, and that was what the reform was mostly talking about.
Reforms were good ideas, but I feel like the criminal justice reform movement was, to some extent,
the institution is not going to do anything on its own accord, right? The institution is not going to police itself. That's one thing that we have proven time after time again, is that like policing, the one part of society police fail to police is themselves.
Kind of co-opted with like this anarchist flavor, and by individuals who suddenly were promoting,
what were we talking about yesterday when stuff was taken on like a flavor? Was that like Jordan Peterson? Who was saying stuff takes on like a flavor?
Maximalist
takes on a anarchist flavor, the maximalist
solutions in their minds, like prison abolition. And so am I kind of exaggerating that, or did you notice that as well?
Well, I think there's two things to say immediately. The first is that like, don't underestimate the fact that like defund the police was something.
She is actually making out something like prison abolition to be a much more popular policy than it ever was, right?
Right. In other words, people were casting around for something, for anything. And again, criminal justice reform isn't like reforming the American medical system, where you can say Medicare for all will utterly change the system and they're going to fix a ton of problems. Criminal justice reform, there just isn't that one thing. And so,
Rob MC says the bill didn't fail from lack of left-wing support. It failed from lack of center-right Democratic support. Yeah.
Is sort of police abolition or.
Well, I don't know. It's almost like what Anna's saying is that like you haven't watered down your legislation enough to attract those, right? Rather than blaming the shitlibs for being shitlibs, Anna's like blaming the rest of us for not going along with the shitlibs and doing some meaningless thing like, the cops should have an extra 5 hours of training every year, and that'll make them stop being racist somehow.
Prison abolition stuff goes back a very long way. And so there was this pre-existing sort of set of attitudes about it that people could grab onto. I think a lot of people grabbed onto it because they didn't know what else to do. But I do want to say, like you mentioned anarchism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
one of the things that really drives me crazy.
Look, if you want to like be like, this is why I'm a communist, not an anarchist, fine. I will listen to you. I don't think that that's an unreasonable thing, and you have your say, whatever, right? But this guy just fucking hates anarchists, and furthermore, he wants his Marxism with a side-serving, a hefty side-serving of hierarchy, right? And to me, that's somebody that fundamentally is not on the left. What does conservatism conserve? It conserves hierarchy. And it can do so, I suppose, under like a Marxist rubric just as well.
Which is that if you talk to most of the sort of young lefties who have been minted, let's say since 2016, right? If you
So he's hating on Bernie supporters, basically. And granted, like, it's not enough to support Bernie, and there's plenty of people who supported Bernie that I would not call leftists, right? In fact, even plenty of people who self-identify as leftists but are in actuality Voshites. That's all true, but I don't think that's who he has the problem with, right? I think his issue is an issue of class reductionism.
Talk to
in other words, he also fails to understand solidarity as a principle, as a organizing principle.
Who became socialists or came out as socialists or developed socialist identity.
Are Bernie supporters anarchists? Look, in his mind, yeah, right? He's saying anarchities, right? In no uncertain terms, like what this guy is signaling is those fucking anarchities. They don't understand real Marxism. Real Marxism is absolutely compatible with keeping this. Can you imagine that Marxism, but with the same police force? Like, right? We change our mode of production. We empower workers, but we still got the same fucking high school bullies with their monopoly on violence. The same assholes that whose institution like came from slave patrols, whose institution came from anti-union thugs, and that same fucking culture. And that's the, that's what's serving as public safety. Is that the kind of is that the kind of like leftism that you envision? Because it's not for me. Like, right, that is some weird right-wing shit, my dude.
That's what they'll say. They'll say that they tend to identify as socialists, but there's no engagement with the fact that socialism and anarchism are two different things. Like there's this constant tendency to say, well, okay, reform.
Well, here's the thing. I think it really is to you, because your socialism is not fundamentally anti-hierarchical, right? That's not true of all communists, of all socialists, right? So, some, like if you really believe that the cops, no, leave that institution alone, and you know what else, other institution we should make sure makes a comeback? You're going to hear it later, right? But this guy wants the return of institutions. This guy wants the return of, sort of compulsory, institutionalization, right? And not in combination with other means of improving people's material conditions, so that maybe some of the mental health issues caused by or aggravated by things like homelessness, things like a lack of means, right? But as a first step, as in, yeah, we need to, like, looking at these homeless people, let's open up these institutions, warehouse them. This is a fucking cop. This is a cop Marxist. I don't know.
Form of policing is a sort of liberal or not as far left sort of idea, whereas just getting rid of it all, that's the left idea. But that's not the left idea, all right? You can go back through hundreds of years of left theory of what the proper role.
Well, no, let's go back to Marx and see what he wrote about Jewish people. Oh shit, he was anti-Semitic? Is it maybe possible that we shouldn't worship Marx like a religion? Is it possible that even the people that came up with some of these ideas that we're using to envision a new mode of production might not be perfect individuals in and of themselves, right? What the fuck are you appealing to? Because it feels like you're appealing to tradition as a good in and of itself. Right. I mean, here we go. Conservative Marxism.
Of the police are in the state. Many very far left societies have also been quite authoritarian when it comes to law and order. And it just speaks to the sense in which, we recruited a lot of soldiers in the last 8 or so years. And I'm happy for that. but many of them just don't have.
Yeah. Hey, who is this we, Nazbol?
In the theory that underlies these positions. And so you get these sort of this constant slippages, like anarchism and socialism are the same thing, when in fact that's been the biggest division within the far left for hundreds of years.
Yeah, and you make a really...
Obviously they're not the same thing, but that doesn't mean that they're antithetical. That doesn't mean that they don't share goals in common. Marx was referring to Jewish capitalists. Yeah, it is what it is, right? And granted, Marx, had some like some of what he was dealing with was, I guess, self-hate, right? But we don't need to worship Marx. Everybody knows that, right? It's not what this is about. Like that is actually pretty antithetical to Marxism, right? It's not like the founding fathers where we need to turn them into a fucking religion and venerate these great men of history, right? That is not what leftism is about. If you are venerating any great men of history, you are doing it wrong.
Great point in your piece about how it's important for the left to pursue policies that show how government works, how government can be helpful and beneficial to your life. I'm not talking about overreaching actions by the government, but I'm talking about funding things like, let's say, public parks or public transportation. Actually, public transportation is a good topic to just touch on right now because there is a problem in places like LA with people who typically would use public transportation no longer wanting to because there's been this permissive attitude toward drug use. And I'm talking about hard drugs, like people literally smoking methamphetamine on the train, which bothers people. You don't want to inhale that. You don't want to see that. And so when the government just allows that to happen with impunity, well, then it kind of signals to the population that government's ineffective and they don't really know how to do that.
Like, I know people who wait, she's in LA too. Remember this, okay? When they're talking about New York here, Anna Kasparian, like, I don't know how much she knows. Like, is she talking? What is she talking about? Freddie is a revisionist of anarchist history. I have no problem working with anarchists or communists because in the end, we want a better society.
Jobs. I think that's pretty damaging, no?
Oh, totally. And I mean, I think public transportation in New York is a very good example, which is just that it costs money. In order for that money to be secured, you need to have riders who are paying the fare and you need to have tax dollars. In order to have tax dollars, you have to have people who are enthusiastic about taking the train.
It's her baseline attacks on the poor and the homeless, yeah.
People who are enthusiastic about taking the train. But
yeah, I mean, when you find a fucking Marxist that Anna actually really likes, there's something sus about the dude, right? In some way. And also, what is he doing on TYT? This Marxist, right? What is he doing on talking to Anna Kasparian?
Have to be safe.
I mean, this is really like a strange no pun intended, but strange bedfellow. I'm not implying anything is what I mean. It's a strange bedfellow situation. It really is.
And it is so mind-boggling.
Like reactionary centrist IDW lib and fucking acid Marxist over here. Just kidding.
The notion.
I'm going too hard on Douglas Lane, aren't I? He deserves some of it. To be 100% clear, he deserves some of it at least.
Talking about train safety is somehow some sort of liberal squish position. Everyone should have the right to travel
without inhaling huge clouds of meth on their plane. What is she talking about? Who's fucking? Is there really an issue with people smoking methamphetamines on the train?
Effective, safe public
and the cops not doing anything about it. I fucking somehow doubt that.
Transportation. I was horrified by the killing of Jordan Neely, and I've written a bunch about it. have been incredibly frustrated by the way that his death has been discussed in much of these discussions, because the presumption from so many people writing in the media is that the two choices
is Anna trying to tap into the Vosh and Destiny communities. Definitely sounds like what a grifter would do.
Were either Jordan Neely got choked to death.
I don't know. I fear that she might be going further right than that. Like, she's been chatting up Ben Shapiro lately on Twitter.
On the floor of a train.
Anna will go Tucker Carlson in the future, possibly.
Or, he should just be free to wander around, psychotic, emaciated, smoking synthetic.
Okay, wait. Here's another idea. How about if we try a little concept that works really well in Finland, even though it's in America, it came from America. It's called housing first. How about we take somebody who's, possibly pre-existing mental illness, is aggravated by his material conditions, and we put a roof over his head. How about we try that first, right? But no. Sorry for slowing your roll, Freddie DeBoer. Freddie DeBoer wants to institutionalize Neely, or would have wanted to institutionalize Neely as a solution.
Committing at random acts of violence,
which is also convenient for a lib like Anna, who just doesn't want to see homeless people around. So you put this guy in an institution, and Anna Kasparian no longer has to deal with him. Anna Kasparian all of a sudden says, hey, the public transit's pretty nice. I guess I'm going to buy a rail pass. I guess I'm going to buy a transit pass after all. Yeah, no, this is pretty bad. Nobody's blowing meth in my face now. No, there's no, I don't have to see the pores, right? Anna's going to contribute, and now we're doing sewer socialism, I guess.
Those are not the choices, right? But the only way to be able to save someone like Jordan Neely and a lot of other people is if you have a government that is willing to use force in order to help them. And again, I don't know where the notion that to be on the left means that you think the government should never use force in any capacity. I don't know where that came from. And
it's funny for me to see like how many MLs just get like how many people like reflexively call MLs tankies, accuse them of being authoritarian leftists, right? Versus this guy who's literally like, oh, you know what? Actually, authoritarian leftism is my thing. This is my fucking bag, baby. Yeah.
Contrast it with all kinds of regulation, right? We stand for good government. We stand for regulatory systems that ensure that things happen in a way that is beneficial to society. And regulation always comes at the barrel of a gun.
Yes, what happened?
Yo, what the fuck? Regulation at the barrel of a gun.
What happened to Jordan Neely was a disgrace and a complete.
This guy gets off on authoritarianism. If he wasn't a cop, he should have been. He's got a cop personality.
And, the argument that you'll typically hear from lefties is, well, it's because government failed to get him the mental health care he needed. But that's not actually correct, because due to other crimes he had committed previously, which could be tied to his mental health condition, he was given the option to either go to prison or go to inpatient mental health care. So he obviously chose.
Again, I don't remember the story entirely, but I do remember that he was definitely like, had less like problems prior to being homeless. And does that surprise anyone? That whatever, whether there's like, pre-existing, mental health issues or, that are aggravated by homelessness, or there are, issues that are caused by living in an intolerable situation, that might increase the levels of
latter. That's a way better option. But unfortunately, he was just able to walk out. And
Right.
that's not mandatory inpatient mental health treatment. That's the opposite of that.
Authoritarian left without a base, the poor and working class is just oligarchism.
And so, you yourself have openly spoken about and written about your own mental health, condition and how that experience has led.
Forcing addicts into treatment violates their civil rights and doesn't work.
To your opinion that there should be forced inpatient treatment for people. Can you elaborate on that a little more?
Yeah, sure. So forced treatment, right? Involuntary treatment saved my life. I would not be here without it. Just literally would not be here. When I have been psychotic, I have been forced into treatment in a way that has saved my life and potentially the lives of others. I wrote a piece for the Daily Beast about Jordan Neely, and I said, involuntary commitment could have saved Jordan Neely's life.
Housing could have saved Jordan Neely's life. And I think it's a more logical place to start than fucking involuntary commitment.
And after it came out, I stuck it into the search bar on Twitter to see what people were saying. And person after person after person said, well, actually, maybe that guy could just not kill him.
That too.
Which the answer is, okay, maybe if he didn't kill him, Jordan Neely would still be rotting to death on that train, right? Like he was in a state that was where he was going.
Okay, I feel like you're dehumanizing Jordan Neely, right? I get that, dealing with something like mental illness and compounded with homelessness is got to be, miserable. But saying that his life is rotting away, like, I feel like that's eugenicist. Am I the only one who sees this? I can't be, right?
To die of something sooner or later because he was so unhealthy. These activists, disability activists who I fight with all the time, they love to talk about autonomy and freedom and independence.
You're fighting with disability activists all the time. It's a self-report. It's a self-report.
But there is no autonomy or freedom.
This guy is ableist as fuck.
More independence.
I feel like ableist is underselling what he is, right? It's
Our brain is being hijacked.
He's got eugenicist brainworms.
A defect of neurochemistry.
Which is where this is kind of like all ableist roads sort of lead towards that, territory.
Not free when I am psychotic. I am quite the opposite of free. And I think it's really important that people at home know, if they don't, we have been making it.
This guy is talking BS. No one would call themselves psychotic rather than saying what you were dealing with.
Harder to involuntarily treat people for 60 plus years. There has been a whole string of policy choices, of laws passed, of court decisions that have made it harder and harder and harder to compel someone to get care when they really need it. And part of the wreckage of all this are families who desperately want their loved ones.
So look, I'm trying to I could probably study this subject more than I have, right? I don't think that I'm an expert by any means, right? But my understanding is that a lot of the institutionalization was ended under Reagan. And, although, there was definitely Ken Kesey's book that got made into a movie starring Jack Nicholson. I always forget which one's the golfer and which one's the Joker, but one of them is, anyway, there was a lot of sentiment against the dehumanization that went on in these institutions, right? But what Reagan did was end that practice and just throw everybody out on the streets. And that combined with his supply side economics increased the overall misery in this country and compounded multiple problems into one perceived and dehumanized population. When when those who legitimately do need mental health care are thrown out onto the streets, along with those who are unable to unable to stay housed because of like economic conditions. You have the perfect recipe for a group of people to be considered the problem when they are actually the ones suffering from the problem. They are the victims of the problem.
Medications and stay in treatment. And we have not created the policy atmosphere where it's possible to force them to when they really need to be forced.
What would you say to those who push back?
And I don't even know if that's true, right? There is like mandatory, there is like, there are people who are non-voluntarily, you know, forced into treatment. We lack wraparound services, and you can't fix that with forced hospitalizations. Reaganomics is the downfall of American economy. The destabilizing of wealth to provide haves with everything, taking everything away from the haves, and taking their humanity away, so that everybody's okay with it, or like marginally, you know, accepts it at the end of the day.
Back against your argument here.
Psychosis is a temporary state, true.
And say, well, we've already had experiences with the asylums of yesteryear, and they were awful. The conditions were terrible. People were mistreated, and we don't want to go back to that, because that is a common argument or counterpoint that people make.
Sure. Some of the asylums certainly were awful. It's not the case that all of them were. Unfortunately, when you talk to people about this, their reference point is almost always a handful of movies.
But wait. We're under later stage capitalism now than we were in the 80s, right? When these policy changes were made. What do you expect? Were we to reinstitute like institutions on a large scale, what would you expect for the nature of those institutions to be better, to be more like the bad, you know, like to be more like the so-called good institutions in your mind, or would you expect them to maybe be worse? Because I would expect the latter.
There is no attempt to sort of access actual history.
I was right. It was Jack Nichol's son. Okay, wait, which one is which? Nichol's son is the. Oh my God, I always get them mixed up.
Data on this question.
It's like Posey Parker and Parker Posey.
If I ever hear someone refer to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest one more time, I'm going to lose it.
The ghost of Ken Kesey haunts this man.
The reality is that, yes, there were absolutely many things about the asylums that were ugly and undesirable. But again, we started the deinstitutionalized process, and a ton of people were not shepherded out of the asylums into, autonomous and successful lives. They just ended up on the streets. It is incredible to me that people think that sleeping under a bridge is somehow better than being an inpatient in an asylum. Of course, we need to always put patient safety and patient rights.
So Context Wrench is talking about the medical model. If you're not familiar with that, there's a medical model of disability and there's a social model of disability. In general, the medical model says that those that are disabled must change to fit into the whatever society decides it's going to be, whereas the social model says that society can also and should change to meet the needs of people abled and disabled.
As a paramount part of all of this. But the reality is
Nichol's son is the actor. Nichol's son. Okay, Nicholas is the golfer. Okay, so I did mean Nicholson, right?
People cannot define another possible way in which we might save these people than through compelling treatment. The fundamental issue, you said it yourself about Jordan Neely, he was diverted out after randomly assaulting a 60-plus-year-old person for no reason. He was diverted out of jail through a mental health treatment program, which is exactly what we want and what liberals want. But as you said, he just walked out the door. And if we actually want to be humane,
what's really funny, does he realize he's talking to a liberal?
We have to come up with a systemic solution to a systemic problem, which everybody talks about all the time now, is systemic solution.
A lot of unhoused people just want to be left alone, and it's their own goddamn prerogative. Neoliberalism cannibalized all, yeah, and a lot of the, like, you know, conditions of being so-called sheltered are you know, either impossible for a person to you know, to meet, or being an inpatient is being essentially being a psychiatric prisoner. Neoliberalism cannibalized all state institutions, then privatized everything in its wake, causing the unhoused crisis, which has never existed in this way before in human history.
But you can't just say the word programs, right? I mean, so often when I get into these debates with people who are opposed to involuntary commitment, I say, what should happen? What could we have done to save Jordan Neely? What could we do to save the people who are currently dying of
group homes and nursing homes? Still wretched. There's a reason a protest cry of disability activists is rather go to jail than die in a nursing home.
Gangrenous limbs in under park benches somewhere, and they say, "Oh, we need more programs. There needs to be government funding. There needs to be programs." The problem is none of that stuff matters if these people are treatment resistant because of their mental illness. It is a very common feature of psychotic disorders that they prevent people from being able to understand that they're sick. And if your solution is just give them voluntary programs, the problem is that's tried many places, it's been tried for many years. And if you can't compel people to stay in their treatment, they're just going to end up on the streets again.
Freddie,
it's so weird to see a Marxist that is like so gung-ho about authoritarian mental health measures, and is not even talking about, you know, some of the you know, baseline you know, material conditions oriented interventions that might actually, like I said, like housing first, right? Which is not, it's not mandatory housing first, right? But it's housing first with no conditions, and those conditions are often, and not to mention the conditions of shelters that are offered, the, you know, the literal situation in the shelter are some of the main reasons that people, you know, refuse to participate in programs like that as a oh my god. Anyway, chat, yeah, I'm pissed. Okay, so we watched some very frustrating content today. All right, let me take a look at our poll, because we might have something that's a little bit lighter, a little bit more fun. I gotta recalibrate, retabulate. 53 plus 59 plus 59 divided by 2, 56. Okay, so this comes down to 56%, meaning that this is going to be 84.5%. North Korea is 19. Oh wait, yeah, 19 was the, like, okay, so 12 plus 28. 8 divide 12 plus 28 divided by 26. So North Korea is 26 plus 45. which makes this 71 altogether. It did get closer. It got a lot closer, okay? But it does look like MTG and Roseanne Barr are still in a commanding lead. Wait, terrifying cat stuff? Terrifying cat attacks? He can leave without the threat of a cat? He did his best? The Kittysaurus? Wait, do I need to look at this? You posted it in Discord, okay. The Kittysaurus, wait. In what channel? Okay, chat. So I'll give you a chance, okay, for anybody who hasn't voted yet in the poll, you can still vote while we watch this Amon Animations thing, and then we'll get into the content that what's everybody's waiting for, which I assume will be MTG and Roseanne Barr talked about QAnon. But if anybody wants to donate in the meantime or wants to vote, I'll give you a chance to get your last votes in, to maybe put your money where your vote is and try to affect the results of the poll. But right now, I'll tell you that MTG and Roseanne Barr is in a commanding lead, and it's also winning in terms of the poll. So we're not, it's not good. There's no steal today, right? It's not getting stolen.
Which it does.
This is the content that would. God, there's so much music in this. But yeah, if you haven't guessed already, this is the new Amon animation of Cobra Tate, which I don't know. I kind of feel like I don't know. Like these things probably take a long time to get done, but I feel like a Trump one would be pretty timely.
This is not your bottom of the barrel virus.
A lot of guys are asking me how you get rich. I'll tell you how you get rich. You go to corporatetape.com and you join Hustlers University. Buckle the fuck up. This is the smartest thing you've ever done, because this is the first time where I'm going to lay down all of my knowledge in the world. I've always been rich, but I'm not just rich because of money. You have to understand, I'm rich because of a bunch of things that money cannot buy. Like, my life is GTA. I don't need to play a game for GTA. If I want a gun, I'll fucking buy it. If I want a car, I'll fucking buy it. I want a bitch, I'll get her. It's me. I am GTA.
Bro, how are you calling him a loser? He's like a 5-time kickboxing champion.
Yeah, what channel of Discord is this in?
He has like a $30 million net worth.
The reason
okay, Sneeko
18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. If you lose in the game, you get another chance. In life, you get one shot.
Aiden Ross.
But if you get some balls, that's what life is a game.
But that's not lame. Like, he's saying a lot of the shit that needs to be heard.
Women are the true currency of ballers. Fuck money, it's women. As a business, your primary concern is always making money.
If anybody deserves to be cocky, it's kind of him.
Everything must happen instantly, quickly, fast, speed, attack. Hitler conquered Europe with blitzkrieg. You need to go quickly because females have no innate responsibility or honor. How can I feel depression when I've smashed and destroyed 68 people's faces in front of me? Men who thought they could test me in fair combat.
I thought he wasn't actually that good at kickboxing.
How can I feel depressed? It's impossible. Do you understand?
Bro, you got like the best fucking mentality, like brain, like ethic I've ever seen in my fucking life. What the fuck?
Bro, it's Andrew. It's a polarizing situation. It looks like you're on the side of the resistance. So, you're on the Nebuchadnezzar with us, broadcasting pirate signals into the Matrix. If I'm Morpheus, you can be Neo.
You're talking about spending.
Nico is Neo.
I'm talking about making money. So as a hustler, you always have to be about making money. And females are an asset. So when I realized I had all these assets, I had to find a way to monetize the assets. I knew some street pimps. I've known them for a long time. Straight street pimping is a completely, in fact, no, it's not a completely different game. The psychological aspect is the same of what we're gonna do. The skill I'm gonna teach you is exactly the same. I could easily translate mine to a street business, and you could easily street pimp with the things I'm gonna teach you. Your goal is to inspire a girl to make money and give you the money. So the way you're gonna do that is, you have to have some element of influence. I had a separate phone with all my girls' guys in that phone, and I kept control of it. You don't let your girl have this, because if your girl ever runs off and leaves you, you don't want her to have an address book of all the guys she can get money from. It's important. I'm telling you, it's a very important element, that control. So I end up with all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with me.
Wait, what game is this from?
And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out. You stay in the house. You don't go nowhere. You're not, no restaurants, no clubs, economics, and the way societies work, would look at society and say, you know what, a society with brave, strong men who are full of honor and duty, are there going to be a safer societies overall? So time will prove me right, but I have nothing against the guy. He's fine.
Andrew, I've seen some of your work as you're doing the rounds on Twitch here, and a lot of the...
Wait, we got, is that XQC? And I don't know who the other guy is. One of these is the juicer, right? Is that supposed to be XQC? I don't remember who Tate was. I remember he was doing this shit. He had like 2 other streamers on with him. And he was like doing debates with people. And that's when he pulled Hasanabi in, right? But I don't remember. It kind of looks like XQC. I mean, not really, but
the things that you said that
is it Aiden Ross was the other
called out on, specifically in regards to like women driving, are just generally untrue. There's no empirical evidence to back up those claims, which is why you resort to anecdotes quite frequently.
I can say the world is round and there'll be a percentage of people
I thought we already saw Aiden though
who disagree with me. That's totally and utterly fine. I come on here and talk about my own personal experiences, and my experiences, men are better drivers than women.
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Or are these supposed to just symbolize like Tate's audience?
There is a truth, and then there is your own personal experiences backed by anecdotes, right?
No, listen. You're deriving your truth from an internet study. That's fine. The truth of life is the truth that you experience as an individual. That is the only truth that we all live within. You live within your truths, I live within my truths, because these are the truths I've
experienced. It is XQC.
As an individual. People are listening to me and they're either agreeing
I know,
with me
but
or
you're
not.
still wrong, and that's the problem. And
Prove
then,
to me I'm
you know,
wrong.
Well, if you just completely devalue empirical evidence, the entirety of the insurance industry that relies on making these sorts of calculations to ensure that these quotes are as profitable as possible, which ends up charging men higher rates than women, is a statistical likelihood that men are more dangerous drivers than
the frogs
and women, and get into more car accidents across the board. If you're going to look at all of that and say it doesn't matter because that does not correspond to my own personal experiences, then you're silly. You're being silly. You're being a silly person. If everyone thought like you did, right, we would have no scientific achievements on this planet. We would still be living inside a fucking cave.
Everyone's saying kick you. You've come on here deciding you really want to stick up for the chicks, and maybe, you know, one of them will drive over to your house. It's cool. We've got better things to talk about.
Look, his neck keeps on getting longer and Hassan's neck keeps getting shorter.
Look, let's be real. I don't think I need to be a male feminist to be able to attract women, okay?
It all makes sense to me now. You believe what you're told to believe. You don't believe your own eyes. You don't believe your own ears. And that's why you're going to sit here and talk about empirical evidence that you found on Google. Cool. If you believe everything that's on Google, that is your prerogative, my friend. And if you think
that's you, chat? No, the chat would be weasels. Thomas,
you sound smart in the modern world to say that I read a piece.
It's like Cloud XQC, yeah, Cloud QC. Okay, I'll take that.
So I believe X, and I ignore my own personal experiences. And you think
I'm not asking you to ignore your own personal experiences. I'm simply asking you to look at the data.
So let's change the subject because you've just proven your point.
Okay. Do you believe the Earth is flat? Oh, he took his headphones off?
He gets very stressed sometimes and, you know, takes his headphones off.
Yeah, it's cool. Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round? Spherical? Globe?
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I respect...
It looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space, and I looked down on Earth, and I saw a big circle.
That's crazy.
Where did I even put this? Oh my god, I have to pee. I'll be right back. what's that song from? Okay, so chat, I just had the weirdest thought, right? Why do we call it peeing when it should be called unpeeing, right? Like, right, peeing should be what you do when you drink water, right? You're peeing up, right? And then when you're peeing, you're not really peeing, you're unpeeing. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense at all? It's like the pee leaves, so it's not really peeing as much as it is unpeeing. Am I the only one that makes sense to? What time is it? Oh my god. Oh my god, we have precious little time. And we have this whole ass Roseanne Barr thing with MTG. We have to learn all.
No.
We have to learn all of the QAnon and conspiracies.
They're a victim of these people.
It looks a little Dead Spacey to me, but it was a parody. But yeah, there was the music right at the end. Then puking would be eating? Wouldn't puking be eating? Because you're uneating, right? Is that how that works? Does that mean that using a hoe is called hoeing? Yeah, it's hoeing around. That would be hoeing around, Catalina Gearbox. I don't know. It probably doesn't make sense. Yeah, speaking of Titans.
Parents that didn't do it right.
That's true.
They are. And that's like the real tragedy, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I just hope Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't use Harden, because then we can't.
You hear so many people criticize younger generations and say bad things about them, but I almost would rather criticize other moms and dads my age.
That's what I do.
And go, what the hell have you done to your kids?
I say that too. They didn't even pay attention.
Oh crap.
To it.
Good.
Do you agree?
Good.
Do you agree?
What does she agree to?
Such an exciting one for the Roseanne Barr podcast, because I have a great guest, MTG, and you know what that means. Yeah, you don't even need to say it. Check it out. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
So you see, are you gonna do some CrossFit?
Intelligent life.
That's right.
All intelligent life will be tuned right here today when they understand what.
I think truth is under attack. Freedom of speech is under attack.
That's right.
And they're doing everything they can to silence those that are telling the truth.
Well, that's why I feel sorry for you, because you're right there in the, Daniel, the lion's den.
You're like Daniel in the lion's den.
Wall lies.
Yeah.
How can you stand it?
I hate it. So I call Washington D.C. the District of Communism.
Oh my God, you're hilarious. You're hilarious.
It truly is, and there's so many foreigners.
I gotta love her accent though. Like I said, chat, I very could have ended up with some kind of a Southern accent. I know my sister has one. Somehow I didn't get it. I didn't. But yeah, it wouldn't be this one. It wouldn't be it would be a different Southern accent.
Here, because they're all interested in their countries, and unfortunately the federal government is too interested in everyone else's country, and they have totally abandoned Americans, the American taxpayer. Forget having a border. We don't have a border anymore. And
so yeah, like confirmed, like when they're talking about like, globalism, like to the degree like there's also the anti-Semitic dog whistle, which Marjorie Taylor Greene is big on too, right? And lest we forget her Jewish space lasers canard from 2018.
The people there, I literally think a lot of them are traitors.
I have to agree. I think the lot of them, not a lot.
Yeah.
The lot of them are traitors. Mm-hmm. And they continue on as if they're never going to get caught, or there's never going to be a reckoning of any sort. They're not even worried.
No,
maybe they are in private, but
I think they are worried, and I think that's why we're seeing the extreme persecution.
Yeah, Roseanne Barr is bordering on like calling for violence here. This is like
of January 6th defendants.
They want another January 6th.
I think that this is the message that's being sent loud and clear to all Americans, that if you ever rise up and challenge your government, which the Constitution gives Americans the right to do that.
Right.
Yeah, that's what the Constitution says. If you ever don't like the results of an election, in other words, if you don't like the candidate that the majority of your country has chosen, go ahead and hogtie the elected officials of the country and force them to, abandon the peaceful transfer of power.
Grievances with your government. I think that this is why they're persecuting those people, to warn Americans, don't mess with the federal government.
I think it's like making an example out of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, making
A
an
test
example
case.
of them.
Yeah.
Test case. That's what they did to me. I feel like I was their test case.
It's all about you, isn't it, Roseanne? It's all about Roseanne. Like, she cannot help but insert herself.
For, though I was the first one that got.
Hey, Roseanne, we're talking about the real political prisoners out there, all right? Stop stealing valor. You just got canceled, Roseanne, and not even that hard. You got your canceled into a comedy special, right? And we're talking about the real victims, the Gen 6ers, right? The political prisoners that must be freed. They are a beautiful choir chat, and they will sing the national anthem for you, right? This is their America's most racist grandma, exactly.
Magnificent cancel culture aimed at. But I think that what they're trying to do is to provoke people who.
I don't know. Look, making an example of them implies that they're doing more. It implies that they've got stiffer sentences than another group if they were to. And look, I think it was cringe when Biden brought it up, and the way he said it, the way he always is cringe like this, right? But does anybody think that if it had been, black people there instead of, the Gen 6ers being who they were, do you really think that they wouldn't have gotten, just as harsh, if not harsher, and most likely harsher, and most likely not just in terms of sentencing, right? Most likely in terms of law enforcement action, use of deadly force against them, right? Isn't that wild? They literally try to stop the peaceful transfer of power, and only one of them, only the one of them that was trying to climb through the fucking window to come and get the elected officials, right, was actually shot.
Country, and love the fact that it's a constitutional republic, and that we have.
Oh God, they fucking love this shit. It's not a democracy; it's a constitutional republic.
Bill of Rights, and that we're going to stand behind it. So I think they're just kind of. Fuck? It used to be that that story.
I can't find something.
The emperor's naked and everybody's like, nobody tell it.
Okay,
and they're like,
Roseanne, the emperor's Trump, okay? And yes, he is naked. And yes, his balls are gross.
Right in your French designed outfit, but somebody goes, hey, you're naked as a jaybird. And then everybody's like, takes them a minute, but they go, yeah, you're naked.
And chat, this isn't all that Roseanne has. I looked at this for a moment. She's got interviews with Jesse Lee Peterson. Would you have voted for that if I had put up Jesse Lee Peterson and Kevin Sorbo, Greg Gutfeld, Jim Brewer? Oh my God! Talk about two cringe comics being cringe. Wait, for a second there, I thought she had Dracula Flow on. For a second there, I thought it was going to be Dracula Flow. There's Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peterson and Roseanne. Yo, why is she looking like, she's looking a little like Posey Parker there. Dom Lucre, Mel K. Wait, isn't that a Spice Girl? Is it the Spice Girl? Tom McDonald. Kash Patel, Jim Corsetti, who I forget who that is, Vivek Ramaswamy, MTG. We got MTG, Tucker Carlson, Rudy Giuliani, Dinesh D'Souza, Kurt Metzger, Marianne Williamson. What the fuck, Marianne? Why did you agree? Candace Owens was on. JP Sears. Oh, cringe. Jack Prosobiec. Scott Adams. Anomaly? I have no idea who. Alex Stein? Blair White? Monique? Michael Malice? James O'Keefe? Wow. Anyway. So many options, chat. Especially that Jesse... My eyes on that Jesse Lee Peterson one.
They join in.
Yeah.
Too.
Wait, Mel B would be there? Wait, it was Mel K. Maybe it's somebody different. Maybe it's not a Spice Girl. I don't remember what the Spice Girl's initial is.
Mock the person in power. But I think that everybody knows he's naked. He knows we know he's naked, the emperor. But that's not enough for him. He's got to put his wiener right in our face on top of it. He's got to come.
Excuse me?
What they were doing is marching down the street and putting their wieners right on display there,
right,
to show us you can't do nothing about nothing.
That's right.
But it's almost as if they want to go, come on, do something about it.
Yeah.
So then they can start the big crackdown. And
I get it. So if violence breaks out at Pride, it's gay people's fault because they're putting their wiener in our face.
So smart that they're like, I'm not going to be pushed into this reactionary thing they want.
Wait, is Mel K not a Spice Girl? Maybe Mel K is somebody different. Maybe I just don't know.
Me, so they can take everything I have and put me in prison.
You're right.
People are so smart, they can see.
You're right,
the writing
Roseanne.
on the wall, don't you think?
And I can tell you that's true because people don't come to Washington anymore.
I mean, I don't know if you should have gone to prison, but you probably, like, I would say that Ambien probably has a defamation case against you, maybe.
Right.
They just don't show up anymore.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Before January 6th, people would come, they would protest, they would come.
She's like, I can't get the QAnon hogs to come out to Washington to protest. Now they're all scared. I used to take them on guided tours. Here's where Nancy Pelosi's office is. Here's where AOC's office is. Here's how you break in if you want to unalive members of Congress, just in case. Right? Like, MTG is a straight up, like, if anybody's a traitor, it's her.
Talk to their congressmen, their senators. They would have rallies.
Mel B is the Spice Girl. Who's Mel K?
Very few people show up anymore.
Well, what about all Hamas was just there, though?
Hamas was there. That's a good point. Yeah, they did. They dug the tunnel from Gaza over to Washington and showed up and said, "Hey, everybody, it's us, Hamas." No, she's talking about students. I think she's talking about students. I think that's who she means.
Show up.
Yeah.
But they're supported.
Yeah,
I mean, they're supported by the intelligence community. They're protected.
They're so protected.
That's right.
Here's these January 6 guys that are in prison, triple.
Yeah, the students are so well protected that they're getting fucking doxxed and they're having their lives ruined. We're standing against genocide. Yeah, they're totally protected.
Purple Heart winner. That breaks my heart.
Yeah.
A patriot who put his life on the line for the country.
So wait, Mel K was has a show with Karlin Borsenko. Okay, maybe I don't know who Mel K is. I thought it was a Spice Girl.
And got 3 Purple Hearts. Can't see his baby daughter because he's in prison in the Gulag, Washington, D.C. But yet Hamas comes in and sits there, and they do the things that you do when you insurrect.
That's
None
right.
of which the people did on January 6th.
Oh, no.
And they don't.
What is she talking about? What is she talking about? You do the things you do when you insurrect? You mean like hog-tying Congress people? Oh, no. They didn't do that. What is she talking about?
Don't even take their names.
No, well, I can tell you what they did do because it happened in my office building. So, and then I have my book. So, talk about January 6th. I was in the...
So this was 5 months ago, Chad. Was there a protest in Congress, in the halls of Congress 5 months ago?
Chamber, and I hope people get a copy. And the second chapter is all about January 6th because I was there when it happened. We were objecting to Joe Biden's fraudulent electoral college votes.
Right.
I don't care how many people make fun of me. The election was stolen. I'll say it
100%.
all day long.
I know it too.
the truth.
We
For
all
real,
know it.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
And then you know, people came in the Capitol, and I wrote all about that. And then that same year, just some months later, I went into the DC jail and visited the men that were being held there, being held on solitary lockdown for 22, 23 hours a day. I mean, living in horrific conditions. Some of the jail cells didn't have working toilets, so they would stay in the cell 22 to 23 hours a day without a working toilet.
Oh, wow. Wait. Are you telling me that the jails in the United States of America are not humane? Are you telling me that people are in bad conditions while they're imprisoned? Marjorie Taylor Greene, this is completely novel information to me. I never would have suspected. I thought that they, you know, it was all on the up and up because it's the...
They would be let out, and they were given the option, and it was an option. Call your family, or go outside, or call your attorney, or take a shower.
That sounds like anyone in administrative segregation to me, right? That sounds like that's literally what that is. And there are a ton of, you know, it's used as a punishment. It's used on, you know, populations who they think might be in danger. Yeah, there's a lot of people in jail under those fucking conditions.
For in their
But she only cares about it when it's the Jan 6 choir.
2 hours they were out of their jail cells, and that's the kind of treatment they were receiving, and that went on for months and months and months.
Well, that's cruel and
over a year.
unusual punishment against their constitutional rights, isn't it?
It is, but the people you're talking about, the ceasefire now, pro-Hamas, they call themselves pro-Palestinian. I don't give a crap about any of that. They are pro-terrorism.
Wait, somebody's calling her a trans man? What's that about? I don't get it. Yeah, MTG scoffed when AOC and other progressives shined a light on how undocumented immigrants were being held and in the makeshift prisons during the Trump years.
And they came in and...
Yeah, is the Hamas in the room with us right now?
The exact same thing that many...
I wish hummus was in the room with me right now, chat. I'm hungry.
Defendants did.
Chat's always talking about food and making me hungry.
And they illegally occupied...
And now I'm starting to get her accent. It's starting to stick, chat.
Right, exactly.
The Cannon House office building, that happened.
I didn't come in here with the Southern accent, certainly not a Marjorie Taylor Greene type accent, but I'm sure as hell gonna leave here with one.
In my office, over 300 of them were arrested. Several of them attacked police.
How long, chat? How long before I go full hog?
Police officers, not one of them are sitting in the DC gulag. Nope. None of them are being arrested.
Yo, I wish we had a DC gulag.
And prosecuted by Matthew Graves.
You're really selling the idea of a gulag, okay? I gotta say, I'm not usually a fan of gulags, but...
The Department of Justice.
It's a fake accent.
Total double standard.
It is, and it's...
Irene is hungering for some grits.
It's so obvious, and it's so in everybody's face, and yet... I mean, you know, Twitter is where they manufacture consent.
Yeah, she's the one that came up with the Jewish space lasers theory. She thought she's a, I don't know, like, what is there, like, there's like an idea of putting solar generators in space or something like that, and then beaming down the energy to the earth via a laser. It's not technology that's ready. It's not technology that's going. It doesn't actually exist, right? But she assumed that was what was going on. Was it the campground fires in Hawaii? Was that what it was? She tried to blame that on, but then it was like, it's paid for by the Rothschilds, and you know what that means. Those globalists.
And it's all probably, I mean,
is my dog barking? Is that my dog barking? It's like it's hearing something. I don't know, Chad. I don't know what kind of whistle that dog might be hearing, but
until Elon bought it, it was all
for having muscles. Oh well, yeah. Like in Congress, like she got called What was it? Like a bad body, wait. Butch body, bad, wait. What was it again? Somebody remembers. Bad built, butch body, bleach blonde. I'm getting the order wrong, aren't I? Bleach blonde, bad built, butch body? Is that what it was?
Manufactured consent and
oh, it was the California. It wasn't the Maui fires. It was the California
dissent
Of
too.
course.
Why just robots and trolls and stuff are just, but they're still
on her stream. She doesn't have that fake accent.
Doing it. I mean, I don't.
Oh, you're saying Marjorie? You're saying Madge has the fake accent?
I guess it has changed their.
She got her start as a QAnon influencer.
Somewhat that they're letting old patriot, people back on and stuff like such as Alex Jones.
Old patriot people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones and Cobra Tate
and stuff.
Thank God.
Yeah, I mean, they so smugly sit there and root for people to lose their constitutional rights.
That's right.
And I cannot believe that they actually think.
Roseanne, I hate to break it to you. I hate to break it to you, right? But we'll lose their okay, you don't have a constitutional right for Twitter, first of all. And second of all, like, yeah, you don't think right-wingers root for, like, lefties getting banned? You don't think that they were happy that the Antifa accounts got banned? They don't love it when a journalist like Matt Bender gets temporarily banned?
A day of reckoning for people who root against the
yeah, we gotta wish Nick Fuentes happy Pride.
Country, who root to break down the laws of our constitutional republic. Do they
threw in the extra implied B? Oh no!
They not think we can?
There is another B, isn't there?
See them?
I do think they think.
You don't get a copyright for playing. There's a Beetlejuice 2? What's Beetlejuice 2?
I think they know the American people are upset. They see the polling numbers. They can't. No one can deny the tens of thousands of people that show up for President Trump.
Right.
No one can deny what people are saying, especially when they're answering questions on these polls and these calls. It is definitely coming.
It just came out. Like, what's it on?
And I think the Washington establishment knows it's coming, and they're trying to do everything they can to prevent it. They're in complete prevent defense mode.
Yeah.
And I think,
what are they mostly trying to prevent? It seems like, well, the Epstein list.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
terrified. They don't want that out, right?
Right.
Trump doesn't want that out.
Well, there seems to be this rise.
Although we already know that he was close friends with Epstein. We already know that he hired people in his administration that were instrumental in letting Epstein out, even after he was revealed as a predator.
Among the people demanding the truth, everyone wants the Epstein list.
Right.
People.
I can probably give it to you. It's gonna it's gonna be like a list of the people in the Stop the Steal movement, but I'll give it to you.
Know about the UAPs. People are like, what are these UFOs and UAPs? People want to know about the Kennedy files.
Right.
People want to know.
She really is a grifter.
All about the Department of Justice and these terrible persecutions. People want to know the truth out of the federal government, and they have every right to know it.
Absolutely.
They want to know.
Is Hillary Clinton eating babies every night? That's the truth that people want to know.
About, Pfizer. They want to know about the vaccine.
You got the wrong fascist. Oh, you're talking about the Beetlejuice fan, Bobert.
They
want
to know about Fauci, and they deserve it.
I know.
Want to know all about Fauci.
And people deserve the truth, but it seems to be.
Is Fauci doing spirit cooking?
There's like this.
Is he spirit cooking?
Rising swell of people that maybe never paid attention.
I know entirely too much about the fucking QAnon bullshit. I know way too much.
Attention to politics before.
If I disappear, just understand that I am very happy with my life, and in no way,
They're getting hungry for the truth, and I think that's the day of reckoning.
I do too. I think the day of reckoning is, if there is going to be an election. I wanted to ask you if you think there is, because I think it could go.
And wait, now this guy here, I think is Roseanne's son. Is that right?
Go either way, depend on what they do between now and then, because they could do a lot of dirty things and just say, oh, well, when they figure, hey, we can't.
They'll just say dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. I feel like Marjorie Taylor Greene missed her calling in a hard rock AC/DC cover band.
Cheat because they're going to make
done dirt cheap,
dirty deeds and done dirt cheap. So we can't
dirty deeds and done dirt cheap.
Shut down everything, including the internet, and nobody will go anywhere, and they'll just sit home.
Or like including the internet. Okay, look.
Quarantine.
If you're mad, like why would they shut down the internet? Like they love to like, brainwash fucking racist grandmas like Roseanne. Do some Primus? Do I know any Primus?
Absolutely, and that's what the great democracy of Ukraine did.
Yeah.
They canceled their elections, and Washington, D.C. thinks Ukraine is the greatest. I mean, that's their 50.
I can't believe that they would cancel elections just because they are under an existential crisis and attack from Russia. Oh my God, I guess Zelensky really doesn't believe in democracy.
State of America. So why
eat the bugs, sleep in the pods? Yeah, put on the internet.
They do it here in our country. They're always praising the democracy of Ukraine.
Dirty,
no elections. They can't
done dirt cheap.
They totally silence people on
chat. You got to give me something else to do. Like
media, they throw their press in jail. Full clampdown. That is not a democracy. I mean, it's a tyrannical government that we pay for $1 billion a month.
Jeez,
the American a month. People think it's been just $113 billion that Congress allotted, and
You're telling me I'd be a billionaire every month if the government wasn't taking my tax dollars to pay for Hunter Biden's crack addiction.
Been doling out. It's $1 billion a month.
Oh wait, they sing the song for South Park? Primus sings the song for South Park?
Our country pays for him.
Getting on down to South Park, gonna have myself a time. Something. Going on down to South Park, gonna get myself fun.
Of course.
We'll talk about him. I mean, what a showman.
Unswined? I don't know.
What a liar excelente.
Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap is more of Lauren Southern's thing?
But they just love him. I can't stand it. But anyway, the truth does need to come out. But yeah, they want.
I'm good at the hug accent, so I should leave the left.
The truth about Obama, I think, about the Obama administration and how exactly like the Bush administration it was.
Wait, I should have a separate channel where I just talk in the hog voice, and like I'm all like, we all know that there's only one person with top level Q clearance to give us the real information. They say that JFK Jr. is dead and buried, but we all know the truth. That he's a shoe salesman in Dallas.
We say, people I talk to, we say Bush-Bama.
Right.
Because, it was taken
the thing is, you assholes voted for Bush. You assholes gave us Bush. Don't try to rebrand yourself like you always do, right? You're the Tea Party. You're the Bush people. You're the fuckers who got fucking genocidal after 9/11, just like you got genocidal after October 7th, right? You're the same assholes. You're the same fucking assholes. Don't lie. Don't know. That was liberals that voted for Bush. Bush was a big spending liberal Democrat.
All the way through it.
That's right.
Through the whole Kennedy thing, all through it. The same hands.
Yep.
Right?
Well, that's
Bush-Bama sounds like something from porn.
It's true because it was in 2008.
Why am I so thirsty?
Bush's presidency that they created.
I feel like dehydrated.
702 of the FISA court.
Right.
And now look at the abuse that carried on through the Obama administration, and then horrifically, especially in 2021, with over 200.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God, Thomas Jerome. I'd forgotten what that was. Yeah, it's called the Kenny and Ken show. This was like the Sam Cedar fake. So there's like Hank Packer. That's Hassan's like fake hog Sona, I guess. And then Majority Report had one too with Matt, Michael, and Sam, and they were like Kenny, Ken, and Ken or something. Moonshine. Yeah, that's what's making me so thirsty. It's all the moonshine.
Americans being spied on by the FBI, by the federal
How
government.
am I so thirsty? Oh.
No, I completely agree with you. What's the difference in the Bushes and the Obamas and the Clintons? I mean,
they all hang out. They like Michelle Obama called.
Like I said, I got no problem with prosecuting war crimes against like the Clintons and the Obamas. Like seriously, don't tempt me with a good time.
Her partner in crime.
Like I would love it if somehow, for some reason, all of the fucking institutional Democratic people who they force on us as these shit tier candidates, these shit sandwich candidates, were all of a sudden ineligible to, run for president. I mean, it's not going to happen, but
he gives her little candies and they have a big laugh.
He also paints strange paintings of himself in the bathtub in the shower.
What? Wait, is that true?
Partner in crime.
Completely agree with you. What's the difference?
So he gives what, Michelle Obama candies or
Bushes and the Obamas and the Clintons. I mean,
they all hang out. They like Michelle Obama called Bush her partner in crime. He gives her little candies and they have a big
look,
laugh.
that is legitimately gross, right? The libs who rehabilitate George Bush Jr., the people that play down, like, oh look, he's doing paintings, oh that's so cute, he's got an artistic soul. That's gross. That guy's a fucking war criminal.
He also paints strange.
He also paints. Wait, why is this? Okay, I hear the sound. Whoa, whoa. Thank you. Thank you.
Paintings of himself in the bathtub in the shower.
He is a better artist than Hunter, though. I got to give him a little.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
His stuff
Hunter, so he doesn't show up at.
Hunter is a tortured soul. I bet Hunter's a really good artist. You just don't appreciate abstract expressionism.
They don't ban him. They don't go and get him at the airport.
Yeah,
and put him
can we talk about that? What happened? Because
Yes. So I'm on the oversight committee, and we've been leading the investigation, and it's into Joe Biden.
Right.
Hunter Biden is he's the gateway.
Yeah. Right.
The laptop's absolutely real.
Wait. Oh my gosh. So, thank you, Chat Lurking. Chat would like you to karaoke either your favorite song or the song I feel most comfortable singing. Oh my god, thank you for the thank you for the contribution, Chat Lurking. Oh my god, that's so sweet of you. Okay, Chat Lurking. I'm gonna look, should I get my guitar out?
Yeah.
I think there's one song I can play, maybe.
Entire media establishment lied to the American people. 51 and
let's see if I can.
People lied to
those
us.
people should be prosecuted for that.
Yes, they should.
They should be prosecuted.
And that's election interference.
100%.
Right, that's the fraudulent election right there.
The votes were
plus
perfect.
Google and everything else they did. There's 300 levels to their fraudulent election.
Absolutely. And that's a big one. And it's not, we don't do enough about it. So we had him coming in. And in oversight, in committee hearings, whenever you subpoena someone, you always do a private deposition, and then later you do a public hearing. That's what they did to the Trump kids, Don Jr., Ivanka, Eric, Kimberly Guilfoyle had to go through it. All
over and over for hours.
Yes, hours and hours. They did the private depositions, then they came in for the public hearings. So we had Hunter coming in just last week. And he was supposed to come in for the private deposition, had been subpoenaed, agreed to come in. We're all prepared for him. He shows up about an hour and a half late, goes to the Senate side of the Capitol, where Eric Swalwell had reserved him the press circle where he could hold a press conference, holds a press conference, lies in his press conference about everything, and then leaves and doesn't even show up for his deposition.
And he just walks away from it. What's going to happen?
We are going to hold him in contempt of Congress, which is the same thing the Democrats did to, like, Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon, who both have been, the Department of Justice prosecuted both of them. So now we'll get to see, will the Department of Justice prosecute Hunter Biden when we vote to hold him in contempt of Congress?
Well, of course they won't.
No,
they're not going to do it. And they're like, go ahead with your...
Just to take us back to 5 months ago when this was recorded, Hunter Biden was being called before Congress because they wanted, somebody to yell at and to try to make hay over the Burisma stuff. and he said that he would be willing to testify, but he didn't want to testify in private, because what they wanted to do is record him testifying and then release the parts that they think look the most damning, right? So he was like, "Nuh-uh, I'm not going to let you do that, but I will." You know, so he shows up in on the steps of Congress, basically being like, "I'm ready to testify. Bring me in front of Congress." And they're like, "No, we want you behind the scenes. We want you in private," right? I think he eventually did. Did he eventually testify in private? I know they've definitely brought him up in public recently. Or no, he's on the actual criminal proceedings are going on for Hunter's gun charges. But I think he did actually, he did come before, he did at least testify before Congress and have at least some interaction with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Didn't he show up like unannounced? I feel like that happened.
Little show. We don't care what you do.
Yeah.
We're power. We're in charge. We're the establishment. And, you know, obviously we're telling people you're on our side or you're not. And if you're not, we're going to crush you. Right. So what do we give a damn? We are Eric Swalwell. Don't you think it's horrible that Fang just happens to die in a plane crash? Everybody who's going to say anything just happens to die in an effing plane crash.
That's true.
What the hell? Everything's a damn lie. Hunter is a lie to me because I think that I don't know. You used to follow Q or talk about Q.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I love you for that because they're trying to shut us all up who know something else.
That's right.
And we do
Nothing
know
wrong with
it, so F it.
I thought it was better than the news.
It's more entertaining.
Holding sway right now because it's starting to move now.
So look. Here's the deal.
Drip, flop.
So with Marjorie Taylor, communists invading radicals, with Marjorie Taylor Greene, there is like she was a Q influencer. She came up in Q. She got famous through Q, right? She's only a congressperson because of Q. And she's been downplaying it for years and years and years, being like, well, I don't necessarily believe in all that, you know, or trying to distance herself, right? But Roseanne is like, you're one of those Q people, right? And she's like, wink, wink, you know, like, right? She's not allowed to be. She's not supposed to be. And especially if she wants to go further in politics than just being the fucking wacky CrossFit lady, then, you know, she needs to shut up about it. But no, she still believes it. Here she is.
Of information.
Wow.
D-class. Okay, well, D-class, how's that happening? It's happening right now. The more they persecute Trump, stuff D-classes. Have you noticed that?
That's true.
So that's going on. But anyway,
that is
always fight about it because
he thinks whatever.
Well, no,
definitely conspiratorial thinking, and that's your relative trying to talk you down from it, right? The idea that, like, I don't know what you have to believe, right? Because one of the things that QAnon did was cope, right? They said the storm is coming. The storm is coming. Well, what was the storm? The storm was Jan 6. It came and it went, and those people got locked the fuck up, right? And Biden won and Trump lost, and QAnon could not deal with it. So they made up a fucking theory that the fringes, the yellow fringes on some of the American flags in DC mean that we are under maritime law, which means that the military is actually in charge, but they've replaced Biden, they've replaced Hillary, they've replaced all the people that are supposedly pedophiles that the QAnon people hate with, like, either in Biden's case, like a robot, and I don't know who the other ones are supposed to be, right? But there's Hillary Clinton's actually, like, you know, half of these people have been executed, the other half are, like, locked up in Guantanamo, you know, according to Q. So, like, what she's talking about is this idea that Biden's actually not running the show, that there's, like, the white hats in DC, and it's the good people in the military, the good people in intelligence, and they're like, yeah, okay, well, if they keep on going after Trump, we're going to have to declassify. But they can't decide, right? Trump is supposed to be secretly in charge. That is, like, I don't know how they are coping with the reality now, but yeah, nothing that they have said has worked out.
I was part Q too.
I was saying, I think Hunter went and purposely left his laptop there.
I don't know if he did or not, but I think that was the best amount of information to ever come out.
Yeah.
I mean, we have him on Mann Act violations, human sex trafficking. This was prostitutes that he was paying, flying them from California to Washington, having sex with them, recording it all, uploading it on amateur porn sites, and then he would fly them back home. And then
wait a minute
for that through his law firm. Paid for it through his law firm.
Is she calling like paying for like prostitutes' flights? Is she calling that human trafficking? To my knowledge, Hunter Biden is not accused of any like unconsensual acts, right? Any sort of like trafficking or forcing people to do anything.
And tried to write the payments off on his taxes.
Decency's on the ballot.
Yes, I know. And don't forget about the Senate staffer that just had
I was going to ask you about that.
Unspeakable abomination in the Senate
Oh, that was awesome, though.
hearing room.
And the best thing that's ever happened in the Senate Judiciary hearing room.
It's probably been going on forever, and they just were keeping it secret. I mean, they're, aside from being corrupt.
Let's be real. Under Reagan in the 80s, they were doing stuff to kids, right? There was a huge scandal in the Republican amongst the ranks of was it the 80s or 90s? I don't remember which way it was, but right, they they've had scandals involving like child, involving underage people.
As hell. I always call it, and you're exempt because you're one of the few that has any integrity at all, which is why I just, adore you.
Thank you.
And how hard it must be for you. It's like, that must be like being in my writer's room.
Oh my God.
Being over there.
Gotta bring it back to narcissistic Roseanne. Okay.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Well, they're communists too, so
yeah, they all are.
So it's
communists.
all the same thing.
It's like they don't care. It's the only thing in their head is any means necessary. That's all that goes through their loop. Yeah. Oh, I'll do whatever. If I have to stop him by making up lies about him peeing on prostitutes in the hotel, it doesn't bother me. I have no conscience because I have to get to wherever. And to me, it's just so close to, hey, if I have to kill 6 million Jews to get where I'm going, it's no big deal.
It is a short walk.
That's right.
That is how they are.
They don't care. Speaking of that, the same Senate staffer, he was, this is really interesting.
Oh, no.
He was the same staffer that yelled at our Jewish Congressman, Max Miller. He's a Republican, yelled at him and said, "Free Palestine," very disrespectful. And isn't it interesting?
That's the same guy?
Yeah, same guy. So you know how bright he is. I mean, they throw gays off of buildings over there.
Do you trust anything that's being parroted out of the mouth of so-called experts on the TV?
No.
There's a little bit of a music mismatch here.
After the last 3 years, I just don't trust anybody.
Me either.
Wow. Paranoid. Anyway, she's selling gold.
Actually, life-saving medication so you can feel...
Oh, no, wait, no.
The wellness company.
You actually got to see this.
Their medical emergency kit. It has 8 potentially life-saving medications so you can feel safer. It comes with...
I wonder what the 8 potentially life-saving medications are.
Like, what?
Amoxicillin is one.
Amoxicillin, you read those, Jake.
Ivermectin.
Ivermectin.
Oh, yeah, that's the big one.
That's
Z-Pack.
the horse paste. Z-Pack. And it also has a 22-page guidebook, which is basically like having a doctor on call.
Yeah.
You don't
Does it have colloidal silver, I wonder?
have to go on WebMD and see that you have cancer.
I got to get one of those for everybody for Christmas.
Yeah, that would be a great, and a satellite phone.
Christmas present.
That
That's
would.
what I'm doing. So write me down and get me that.
I will. And your liberal children.
Oh, hell, I'll even give them one.
They love ivermectin. They're huge fans
now
of
they're
ivermectin.
huge fans after Joe Rogan came out with it.
No, that was when it was horse paste. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, twc.health/RB. Use promo code RB for 10% off.
Okay, so she's selling the ivermectin. What else is she selling?
My favorite people.
Oh, I know. Aren't they great?
They're so great.
It's
I want to ship them
queer
there.
for Palestine.
Yeah. We should send them.
Like that. See, like here's the thing. Like the word queer has largely been reclaimed, but somehow with Marjorie Taylor's accent, with Marjorie Taylor's voice, it still sounds like a slur. She says it in a way that's like somehow sounds threatening.
There.
Just a psyop. All of it is. I don't think any of them are real people. They got to be working for this show or whatever it is to make the American people see it finally, how it's just double standards and money, and we already know it anyway.
Yeah.
But it's so in our face now that we'd have to be just insane not to see it. And they're still out there going, nope.
Wait, she looks like a Fallout NPC?
This is our democracy.
That's right.
But it's like, it's not a...
It comes with essential oils too?
Democracy, you stupid.
No, not right now. It's not.
We have we're supposed to have democratic elections for our constitutional republic. It's not a democracy.
It's a constitutional republic. It's not about everybody having the right to vote. It's about a bunch of rich men telling us what to do in our constitutional republic.
Stupid SOB.
If we pray to the ghost of Benjamin Franklin.
I'm so sick of it. I mean, I'm so sick of it.
It's pretty bad.
Surprised that Roseanna's still alive.
Can I ask you a question, Marjorie? In your book, you're talking about,
Yeah.
we'll talk about your book more, but you mentioned Gen 6. I've always wanted to ask you, do you think it was an inside job? Do you think it was, or they were opportunistic? They being the left imprisoning the J6 prisoners.
Don't you think it's all Pelosi?
Do you think they let him in?
Oh no! Oh my God, chat! Like, we literally have 4 minutes left. Do I have time enough to play one song for you? Can I get away with playing one song, maybe? As a treat? Chat, it's literally been a really long time since I played guitar or sang at all, so... Oh no, the other thing I gotta do is turn off the, because this won't work at all unless I turn off, wait, where is it? Is it under mic? Okay, mic, filters, expander goes away. All right, let's see if I can do this. Let's see if I can do this before I turn into a pumpkin. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. Something like that, chat. I got a request. Oh my gosh. Now I feel like I gotta practice. That's pathetic, chat. I'm so sorry. This is like a travesty. Dolly Parton. Please don't hate me, Dolly. Please don't hate me. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. Oh my God, chat. I feel like now I gotta work on it. What time are we at? Oh my God, we got like less than a minute left. Should I keep going on? We got a little bit longer on shorts. Should we all pile into shorts? Here, like, we gotta do it really quick. Somebody grab the shorts, grab the shorts link and put it in the other chat. And like, we'll keep going. Wait, yeah, we gotta, oh my God, chat. Oh, I don't have time. I can't sing in front of people unless I'm drunk. Shorts, go to shorts. Somebody grab the link. Yeah, self-raid. Grab the link from shorts and put it in the other chats. I gotta go.